Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to Gold. You will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Kengan. Kenny Kengan wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Kengan, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is a way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the advantage.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Corker Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a Dom. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio, bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Wednesday, September 24th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. We have a monster show today. Full MLB card starring TJ and Wine Time Sports on his birthday. Happy birthday to Wine Time Sports. What a class act and great capper and great friend. Happy birthday to Wine Time Sports. Then we get into college football. We get into college football with Dabby Cab, and we have the Betting with the Bag debut of Nick Frazier of Water Cooler Talk Sports. We have a huge college football card that we're going to be attacking. I want to give you guys all a shout out right now, but we've got a game popping off in 7 minutes, and I have moved on it. So let's just move right to this game popping off first. Washington Nationals at Atlanta Braves, Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Let's get the graphics up here. Jose is doing double duty, so he will be able to rock here shortly with all of the pertinent graphics. And I'm too blind to see what the hell is going on. I think. Does that say? No, it doesn't. Okay. Let's see if we have it here. Yes, we do. All right, here we go. Andrew Alvarez, the young lefty, going up against Bryce Elder. You guys know that I'm much higher on Bryce Elder than everybody else in the entire world. I've always believed that he's better than his numbers indicate. And the Braves are white hot. They're destroying lefties. So I have moved on the Braves. I didn't want to double up. I didn't want 2 units on first 5 in full game. So I took the double result at plus 135 for a score. Let's go over the information that we need to discuss here off the hop. Let's roll. So first off, 83 Fahrenheit, feels like 85, 6.3 miles per hour, right to left, gets up to 7.4 miles per hour. Let's get over to Ballpark Pal. Take a look at their expectations here for Truist Park in hot Atlanta. Let's get over here. And there we go. Truist Park here is today plus 6% overall. It's plus 8% homers, minus 7% doubles and triples, and plus 8% singles. Let's get on into the line history for this one on the board. Now, there's a couple things that don't correlate. There's a couple things that don't correlate. And you guys know that I want correlating action. Here, this line opened up at minus 184, and it's now minus 182. It did go down to minus 175. So the line's not really moving to Atlanta. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 75% of the tickets on Atlanta, but just 48% of the cash. So the big bets or bigger bets are coming in on Washington. The reason why I don't care is because this is an absurd line. Now, obviously, the Braves are on a winning streak. We have a pitcher with a 5.36 ERA and a 1.42 whip, a pitcher who's been absolutely destroyed all season long, going up against a top prospect who is probably in a bounce back spot, although he's only had 2 starts on the road and looked bad in them. You have a pitcher with very, very poor numbers going up against a young pitcher with very strong numbers. 1 home run allowed in 19 innings for Andrew Alvarez. 2.84 ERA, 1.11 whip. So the opening line is insanely huge for a Braves team that showed nothing all season long until this 10-game winning streak. I look at that number. I look at Bryce Elder and I think, who in their right mind would want the Braves? It's too expensive. That's what I want. I want prices to be too expensive. You guys have watched that all year. I want things to be too expensive. We're at our high watermark right now in MLB, 388 wins, 340 losses, 53.3% plus 21.35 units, ROI plus 2.93%, average line minus 108. All of our records will be up here shortly. I want things to be expensive. Now, what else do I like? The Braves are ripping the leather off the ball against lefties, 292, 810 OPS. Nats versus righties, 246, 704 OPS. The Braves bullpen, which has been a problem all year long, is also better than the Nats bullpen over the last 30 days. 4.82 ERA, 5.40 ERA last 30 days for the Washington Nationals. I know a lot of people looking at the over and wanting involved in the over. I'm a little uncomfortable with very early starts, even if there's no West Coast team involved. This total opened up at 9, minus 110 to the over. It's now minus 109 to the over. We'll go over here to the cash flow and see if that appeals to anybody. 62% of tickets on the under, 69% of cash on the under. I just want the Braves to take care of business from start to finish. Bryce Elder coming off a great start, 1 earned run over 7 innings, making up for lost time. Sure, he shut down the Tigers, who are trash. His numbers are bad. Like there's the only stats I can give you is what his numbers are the last 3 weeks. I can't give you anything good about him. I can tell you I've been making money off him for the last 3 weeks. At home, his numbers are horrible. And also, the best thing about this bet is that if you look at Bryce Elder's stats, who destroys him? Righties, 309, 868. Well, take a look at this lefty full lineup that the Nats are bringing out. James Wood, C.J. Abrams, Josh Bell. Now, Josh Bell can decide to hit from the right side. He probably should. Dalen Lyle, Luis Garcia, Hassel. There's 6 lefties right there, not including the switchy. This is the right lineup for Bryce Elder. We have JM on the Nats plus 150. Look, I get it. This is a ridiculous price for the favorite. It's way too much, which will appeal to anybody. So remember, when we want everything to correlate, I don't need things to correlate when the opening line is so expensive, ridiculously expensive. Who in the right mind would want Bryce Elder at minus 180? Someone with a fucking sickness. And I have that very sickness. We have our guy, Wine Time Sports, just moving on the over 9 at minus 110. So there we go. We have action. This pops off in 2 minutes. And we will be discussing it throughout the day. We got our live account ready to rock if we want to move live. So we will roll. Thank you guys for joining us. First off, we celebrate Wine Time's birthday. Shout out to our friend Wine Time. We're going to get the cap with him on his birthday. And the second most important thing is our guy, Justin McKelvey, is now the football coach at New Brighton Senior High School. How dope is that? How important is that? Leading our youth, providing an example, someone to look up to and believe in. I think it's the greatest news that I've heard in a long time. You're a perfect coach. We have so many coaches in our community here, and I love it. I love it. So, Justin, this next step in your life is perfect. I cannot wait to follow New Brighton Senior High School as you go on this journey. And I'm just, I'm proud, man. I'm proud and believe in you. And I think it's just the coolest news. So those are the most important things here on the show. Wine Time's birthday. Justin McKelvey coaching high school football for New Brighton Senior. We got the Pig Milk play of the day. Cardinals first 5 plus a half minus 155 for Billy Friedrich. I finished my my NFL show last night about 11:45. It took me till about 1:30, 1:15 in the morning to get my action out that I was comfortable for the next round of action. Then I started working on this card till about 3:30 in the morning. Then I tried to sleep and I could not sleep. I was pumped up. I wanted the show to start right now. So because I'm dealing with the severe lack of sleep, I might be a little flighty here. So you know what I need just to give me a sense of calm. Give me a sense of calm as we roll through this card. I want to see the Pig Milk video, man. Shout out to our guy, Billy Friedrich. Pig Milk play today. Cardinals first 5 plus a half of minus 155. The aforementioned Justin McKelvey, Frankie Lindor over 1.5 bases at plus 125, and Sal Perez over 1.5 bases at plus 110 for our guy, Justin. We will go over all of those spots. We have Wine Time joining us shortly, TJ joining us shortly as well. So let me copy and paste some of the plays of the day from our cappers. We got Gorky, play the number 1, Braves minus 1.5 plus 100. Number 2, Brewers money line. Only action so far for Grant Clarkson is Nats Braves under 9.5. Moving on, the under 9.5 in that one. God, I can't wait. Truth Teller in the house. It is great to see you, my friend. Grant Clarkson on the under. Let me get this copied and pasted. It's great to see all of you guys. Man, got a huge week ahead of us. Here we go. Grant Clarkson's action is copied and pasted. Joey DFS in the house. We got Irish King. We got Mr. Tomatoes on the Braves minus 1.5. Braves first 5 and Ozuna homer prop. Let's get this all copied and pasted here for us. Go get that cash, Mr. Tomatoes. We got Swiggy in the house. Old E, Serious Business. Morgan Spooner, The Wager Detective. Jay Rivera, Kong's Clips, and TJ. Official play Atlanta -1 and -137. I didn't know he was on the Braves as well. That is a wonderful sign. That is a wonderful sign. I did go for the score +135. I do feel like, I mean, obviously the advantage is the Braves against left-handed pitching. But you guys know I have a fucking Bryce Elder sickness. We do ready to get to work. Great group. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Ronnie Lofton, Ick Schnizzle back from the Who Bangin' party in Atlantic City. We got JM, Mark R, KV, Smell Good. Our guy Von Polo picked up over a K on our live stream on Thursday night. The Wager Detective. Oh, at Billy Friedrich and JM making moves here. Acuna homer for Irish King. Let's get this all copied and pasted before we head into our second game. 14 games before we get into college football, and I'd like to tell you guys a little bit about how that college football is going to bang out. Mr. Tomatoes joining on the double result as well. Swiggy saying Atlanta top in the lead versus lefties the last 90 days. JM moving on the Nats money line. Gorky telling us we've had a big move towards Atlanta. Maurice Walker on the over 9. Get this all copied and pasted so we can begin breaking down the rest of the card. We have Coin in the house. It is great to see you. Great to see all of you guys. JM blessing us with $5. Says, congratulations, Stacks. It is pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting. Our squad is leading in the community, raising young minds, giving them something to look up to, something to believe in. It's so important. It's so important. I love it, man. Let's bring on our star of Wednesdays, celebrating his birthday. And you know what he wants to do on his birthday? Cap the card and get this fucking money. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, our guy, Mr. Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, happy birthday, my man.
Jimmy the Bag, good to see you on a Wednesday, man. Yeah, it's the big 31 today, so not a big deal or anything. Just excited to be here capping this card with you. We got a loaded MLB card. 6 days left of baseball, and I think 5 or 6 left until it's over, and we got playoffs. Then we got a loaded card for college football coming up as well. Excited to meet our new guest as well for college football. Excited to talk college football with him. So shout out to everyone in the chat. Shout out to my guy Stacks. He's coaching now in high school. I'd love to hear that, Stacks. That's amazing. I coached it's been 9 years for me now since I last coached. But when I was 21, I coached a group of 7-year-olds, and now they're in college right now. And it's a beautiful thing. So shout out to you, my guy. Always good to do that. And shout out to my guy Nasty Nate right there. 31 is my lucky number 1. Shout out to my guy Nasty Nate. Shout out to all the love in the chat, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great. What a good vibe. What a good vibe. Wine Time's birthday. And we have a ton of our guys. Marley Betts coaching the Cobras, right? Yeah. They're 7 and 8 years old. That was Jalen Petrie's squad. Petrie came back and hung out with the kids last year. I mean, it's just so important. It is so important. And I love it. And he's perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't he perfect?
Perfect.
He's going to give these kids confidence. He's going to, just teach them how to be men.
Leader of young men.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. He's a perfect person for this. All right, this is great stuff. We've moved on game 1. Now we are off and racing here. I'm going to get the game up on my live screen. Tell us why you moved on the over.
Yeah, I just thought this was kind of a higher total here, and I think when I was looking at this game yesterday, I thought I saw 8.5 juice up when I was capping it. And I just think there's a lot of volatility here with both these pitchers out there on the mound. And I think that the Nats are going to be able to get theirs and the Braves are going to be able to get theirs as well. The Braves have been playing a lot better baseball. The Nationals, they kind of threw in the towel over a month ago. They threw in the towel when they fired their manager, Dave Martinez. With that being said, they still got a lot of those young bats in there. There's only a couple games left for the regular season. I think they're going to want to get off on some stats here as well. So I just think that 9 was kind of higher for a reason. And I think there's going to be a lot of runs scored. I think we're going to see double-digit runs today for sure. On this
Look at that. One. Braves are down 1-0 after the first, and they're still minus 150.
Wow.
That's bullish here. Braves are heading up to plate against the young lefty Alvarez. All right, let's roll on to our next spot here on the board. Thank you guys for joining us on Betting with the Bag. And just to give you a little taste of what's to come in college football, we have Nick Frazier from Water Cooler Talk Sports, who will be joining Dabby Cab for Auburn for SEC, the big games in the SEC, Auburn Tigers, Texas A&M. And then Wine Time, you're going to join us, so we'll be a four-headed monster for LSU Tigers, Ole Miss Rebels, and then Alabama Crimson Tide and Georgia Bulldogs. Then we say goodbye to Dabby Cab and making his debut, Nicholas Frazier. And Wine Time, you and I capped Notre Dame, Arkansas, USC, Illinois, Ohio State, Washington, Indiana Hoosiers, Iowa Hawkeyes, and Oregon Ducks. Penn State. That is.
I got the goosebumps just thinking about it, Jim. This weekend is a big weekend of college football. From this point on, this is when we're going to really be able to start winning at a high rate. I feel like I love this card this week.
I'm excited. But let's get to work in Major League Baseball. 4:10 p.m. Eastern, the Milwaukee Brewers 95-63, 44-36 on the road at San Diego Padres 87-71, 49-28 at home at Petco Park in San Diego, California. Let's take a look at the weather here. The marine layer, if it's in effect, it's probably not in effect. Clear, so it's not. And hot, 80 Fahrenheit at first pitch. That's about as hot as it gets in first pitch for San Diego. 8.6 miles per hour left to right and slightly in. Gets up to 9 miles per hour. Ballpark Pal has Petco Park, which is usually minus double digits, minus 6%, plus 1% homers, minus 9% doubles and triples, and minus 4% singles. We have Billy Friedrich, like in the first three under in this spot. Chad Patrick, 3-8, 3.66 ERA, 1.28 whip, 115 and 2/3, 119 Ks, 37 walks, and 13 home runs. Pretty exciting time for Brewers backers. I'm pretty pumped up. In this situation, I'm not going to expect the Brewers to pay out the 35-1 for the World Series or the 17-1 for the pennant. Happy with the plus 280 on the division and the over 82.5 wins. And those are my only future bets in baseball. As we've been talking about, I've been trying to cut down my futures. It's difficult when you deal with credit. A lot becomes appealing and the consequences aren't right away. You can get yourself in trouble, and I have in the past, something I'm trying to fix. But I'm excited about the spot here in clinching number one seed. 4 1/3, Chad Patrick's last start. 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 Ks, no walks, and 3-2 extra inning win at the Cardinals. On the road this year, 10 starts. He's pitched in 11 games. He's thrown 49 1/3. He's been quite a bit better at home. So on the road, he's allowed 51 hits over 49 1/3, 25 earned runs, 40 Ks. Opponents hitting 268 against him. His splits are strong. Lefties hit him a little harder than righties. Dylan Cease, on the other hand, is a Jekyll and Hyde pitcher with home and road splits. At home, he's still quality. On the road, he gets lit up and smoked. And we just saw that in the 4-3 loss at the White Sox. That was on Friday, and we paid for the -1 and lost that. That was an expensive loss. 8-12 overall, 4.64 ERA, 1.32 whip. At home, he has allowed just 34 runs in 82 1/3, 15 starts. He's allowed just 70 hits in 82 1/3. Opponents hitting 226 against him. And his splits are also very strong. This isn't a situation where you think that one pitcher has an advantage based on the splits. Brewers versus righties last 30 days, hitting nice, 267, 755. So are the Padres, though, 259, 730. And both these teams have been very good out of the bullpen all season long. In the last 30 days, there's no difference. 3.32 ERA for the Bruins. And we have 3.78 ERA for the Padres. And Cheshire Cat in the house. Let me tell you, Cheshire, I love the Chiefs. They're, I guess, are they becoming my favorite team in the NFL? They've made us so much money. So much money. Now, I don't want to give any back. I want to keep stacking. But I think you got it a little wrong with me because I love the teams that keep putting money in our pocket. So I'm a big fan of your Chiefs. And I can't wait to watch them lose to the Ravens on Sunday. It's just going to be extremely enjoyable. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. This total is an 8, -125 to the under. Opened up -115 to the under. And when we get to the money line here, money line wise, we have The Padres at minus 122. Opened up at minus 115. 7 cents of movement towards the Padres. When we get to the cash flow, 72% of tickets and 85% of cash is on Brewers. 67% of tickets on the under and 88% of cash on the under. Cheshire says, whatever, I think you're wrong here. What I'm not wrong about is how much I love your Chiefs. And please, if you give me an address where I can just send them some sort of a fucking fruit basket, just to thank them for how much money and how easy it's been predicting their actions, I will do that. Here we go, my friend. Take it away. Wine time. Brewers, Padres.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup because in the beginning of the season, if you would have asked me who's the better pitcher between these two guys, I would say Dylan Cease. If you ask me now, I'd probably still say that despite the numbers. Brewers, I love all your futures you got on them, Jim. I think they're going to be a good spot to take in the playoffs, too. They got to at least go out of the rest of the season with some good momentum, though. They've lost the last 2 games. I think they've lost the last 3 or 4, but they lost the last 2 to the Padres. Give or take the Padres, we know when to back them, and that's at home. In the playoffs, guys, I'm excited to see where the Padres are going to go because we are going to fade them on the road in the playoffs every single game. At home is where we'll take them because we know how good they are at home. With that being said, I kind of expect both these pitchers to pitch decently well here. It is pretty hot out there in San Diego. You said, what is it going to be at first pitch?
80 Fahrenheit.
Jeez, yeah. That's going to be pretty damn warm out there. Both these teams obviously already in the playoffs. Not a lot to play for other than momentum, and I think the Brewers need to get some kind of momentum. The last couple games this season, as I mentioned, there's 4 games left, I think. They've got a series left against the Reds. Not a tough series either, so they should come in here with a little bit motivated, and I think Chad Patrick could pitch pretty well. We saw the Padres celebrate a lot when they clinched that playoff spot. Had a lot of drinks in the locker room. That team, what are they celebrating for? This team needs to go to the World Series the way they were built. If they don't make the World Series minimal, that team's a failure. It's easy to say that because this team, I expect so much out of the Padres. They have such a loaded roster, so much money on that roster, and they still can't really get over that hump. They got to do it. With that being said, it's going to be a pass for me. I ultimately kind of want to get on the Brewers just because I don't think they really want to get swept here going into a series against the Reds, another team that's, still kind of somewhat fighting, I believe, and that's going to be a big series for the Reds. So I think the Brewers are going to need some momentum. It's a good spot to get right. Plus money. They're clearly the better team, but the thing is the Padres are just at home are good. If it wasn't for their home record, they wouldn't be where they are right now. So it's going to be a pass for me as of right now, Jim.
I don't see the appeal here on a side. This is still let's take a look exactly at where the Padres are here. Clinching the playoffs is one thing. Can they possibly?
I think they're 2 or 3 back?
They're a game and a half back of the Cubs. That it would be very helpful for them to get home field advantage. I don't see why they don't kind of keep the foot on the gas. But they did celebrate. How much did they celebrate last night?
Did you see Manny Machado? I forgot what he said. He said a crazy quote, though. What was it? I got to find it somewhere, Jim. You'd love it what he said, but I think he said, we're back in the fucking playoffs or something like that. And it's just come on, man. You guys, that roster needs to be in the playoffs. What are you guys celebrating for? I don't know. I got to pull that clip up, though, for sure. But, the drinks were being poured out there. That's for sure.
Well, we have our next guest ready to jump on with us. He has to get through the playoffs, but he will be my first capper in 9 years to ever have back-to-back 60% seasons. Currently 38-24, 61.3% plus 12.49 units, ROI plus 20.15%, average line minus 106. And this is the last time we get him this week in the regular season. This is the last regular season performance from our next guest. Please welcome our guy TJ to the show. TJ, what's good, man? How are you?
Hey guys, doing well. Sorry I'm late. The lighting is weird. I don't know why my camera's messed up, but we'll figure it out. I'm excited. I wanted to come in and throw some plays out this week just because I'm not going to be available next couple days. But we still got the playoffs, like you said, and baseball's getting exciting, man. Some of those games yesterday, boy. What happened? Home run?
I'm on that Ole Miss game, and I did not want Austin Simmons starting. I wanted the other guy starting, so he just got ruled out. Sorry to interrupt, but
you're good.
I'm an Ole Miss backer, so
yeah, no problem. So yeah, man, just busy, and let's keep rolling because I tell you what, coming on the show has been good luck for me, especially Monday night.
it's not about the good luck. It's that you're putting in a ton of work. You're putting in so much work, and you're breaking it down from every single angle amongst colleagues. I mean that's what it's all about. Like it's not, I don't really believe in luck or anything like that. But we have this Brewers Padres situation here at Petco Park, TJ. Nothing appeals to me really except the Padres. But are we concerned after the celebration yesterday? I mean, Cease is pitching well at home. The Brewers they have a 2.5 game lead for the number 1 seed. It doesn't seem like either the Phillies or Brewers care too much about the number 1 seed. Although anyone who's got futures on the Brewers does care. What do you think about this spot?
I think this is tough with the pitching change. I actually was going to bet Milwaukee with Priester just because I'm not going to fade 19 straight wins with him on the mound. I don't think there's going to be too much of a hangover or anything like that for San Diego, but they're not at risk of falling out now, so it's hard to predict. I don't like betting C's, kind of unpredictable in what we get, so I just stayed off. I think at the price, I do San Diego or pass, but.
Billy Friedrich says the Brewers don't want the number 1 seed because they would likely face the Mets, and the Mets would sweep them.
I don't think it's
for the Diamondbacks. I don't know. We'll see.
I think we've been watching 2 different teams here, Billy. But look, I love your takes, and I love pig milk. So you can say whatever you want. You get a blank fucking check here, man. All right, we got Spooners action as well. Spooners action as well here that we will be discussing throughout. And he's on the Brewers money line at plus 114.
I mean, it is a 1 o'clock start. It's kind of sometimes slow bats out there out west, but
yeah, I don't think I have an edge. And really, I didn't even really feel like I had that much of an edge in that Braves. I just thought that the opening line was ludicrous.
Yeah. The opening line told you what you needed to know. I mean, Alvarez has looked fine so far, but it's only 1 inning. And I only didn't do first 5 in full game because Elder is still, to me, hit or miss. Just think over the course of 9 innings, I'll take this up the way the Atlanta team's hitting. And then I get the bullpen too. But I don't hate the double result that you threw in.
Yeah, I didn't. I was close to moving on with 2 units on it. And I was like, you know what? I'll just go for the score here. But let's roll on. 6:35 p.m. Eastern, our next spot on the board. We have the Tampa Bay Rays, 76-81, 35-41 on the road at the Baltimore Orioles, 74-83, 38-41 at home. We're in Charm City, home of our guy, KV Smells Good, Von Polo. What a performance Von Polo had on our live stream. TJ and Von Polo just destroyed. And, I think it's a skill to hear a spot in our pregame and then tail it. I don't think that's just a willy-nilly kind of thing. He went in on TJ's SGP. He heard a whole bunch of SGPs. So he chose to go in with TJ. TJ picked up 1,600 on the 100. Von Polo picked up 800. Von Polo cashed his square parlay in 9 minutes. Took 9 minutes in the first quarter to cash the touchdown parlay, and TJ picked up 7.1K on the night. It was, you guys just crushed it.
That's sick. That's awesome, man.
It was great. My dude in the house. Great to see you. So let's roll here. Oriole Park, Camden Yards in Baltimore, Maryland. Let's take a look at the weather that we have here. 75 Fahrenheit. Feels like 76, 4.2 miles per hour right to left across the diamond. And we have rain and drizzle. So first off, I'm sure you guys have looked at it here. Do you believe that this game has any concern about start and stop or push back or anything of that nature? TJ, did you look at it?
Yeah, I did. The weather passes through me about an hour before it gets to DC. We have some thunderstorms on and off. That's what that rain is. So it's going to be scattered thunderstorms, typical kind of humid day out here. And I think it goes. There may be a delay. There may be something at some point, but they'll time it where they can get in, a good chunk of the game. And then delay or, have a rain delay. I think it goes.
We have plus 15% overall runs added to the daily state, or plus a small amount of runs, 1.29 with the weather, plus 16% homers, plus 10% doubles and triples, and plus 4% singles. So offensive weather. By the way, our guy Lucas Ryan, Ryder Cup USA to lift the trophy, a 5-unit banger for Lucas Ryan here. 5-minute banger. Let's get into this spot here. Shane Boz. We have the Wizard of Boz, who has been, he cashed for us with the Jays last week, but he has cost me money. The fact, though, and it's a pretty simple cap, the fact that we believe in the Rays brain trust so much is the reason why we bet on Boz last week, or at least for me. And the reason why we faded Taj Bradley and got paid there, because it was a surprise that they gave up on Taj Bradley and still believe in Shane Boz. On the road, Boz has been quite a bit better than at home. That's probably weather conditions based upon 14 starts on the road. He's only allowed 36 home runs. I say only because he's got a 4.99 ERA. I mean, he's allowed a lot of runs this year. He's allowed 6 home runs on the road and 20 at George M. Steinbrenner Field. And his splits are pretty routine. 262, 747 for lefties, 248, 789 for righties. And that's sweet. Look at that. Happy birthday to my favorite brother-in-law here for our guy Wine Time Sports. Look at that. Man, never heard a bad thing said about our friend Wine Time. And when you hang out with him, you get it. You realize why. Respect. Tyler Wells, 2-0, 2.04 ERA, 0.62 whip. He's been spectacular over 17 and 2/3 innings. We didn't see him for a year and a half, 14 strikeouts, 1 walk, coming off a 3-1 win at the White Sox. He has looked very good. The Rays are hitting a little bit against righties. Last 32, 41, 693. The O's have stopped. The bats are missing. 207, 628 OPS. Rays bullpen 3.21 ERA last 30 days. O's bullpen 4.42. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the Orioles at minus 116. That's a big move towards them. It's a big move towards them. This opened up at 3 p.m. yesterday at plus 100, and now we have minus 116. 16 cents of movement towards the Orioles. From a total standpoint here, we have an 8. It's just slightly juiced to the over. This opened up at 8.5. When it opened up at 8.5, it was minus 120 to the over. It was a lot of offense was expected by this line, and this has been a pretty extreme move towards the under. From a cash flow perspective here, our third game on the board, 61% of the tickets, 60% of cash on Tyler Wells and the Baltimore Orioles, 63% of tickets and 89% of cash on the under. So something that's worked out very, very well for us is when we take a look at the price difference. Is it very expensive? Is it not expensive? Does it make sense? Again, these are all the questions you have to ask about the line movement in every game. But I like to do that right before I hand this off. And we'll hand it off to TJ, as I know that he has moved on this one. So here, and this is continuing to move towards the under. Here, the Orioles are minus 120 full game. It's a very public book, Bet365. They're minus 125, 5 cents. So it's not a big difference here with a pitcher with much better numbers, of course, with a much smaller sample size. Grant Clarkson says both of these teams are notorious for not showing up. Robert Franklin on the Orioles money line. TJ, take it away, my friend. You've moved on this one.
Yeah, I sent you a text a few hours ago. 8.5 are across the board. I bet it under 8.5 at a pretty good price. I think I got like minus 106 or something like that. But I think both guys show up here. Wells, I like what I've seen out of him so far. You got to take in mind Tampa Bay yesterday took Caminero and Brandon Lau out early in the game, just kind of throwing in the towel, saying we don't want to risk injury. I would be surprised. Maybe one of them goes today. Maybe they take out a couple other starters today. So I think Wells is going to get a soft hitting lineup here. Also, Wells has elite control, man. And I know it's a small sample size, but he's hitting that zone. And Tampa walks, only 7.2% of the time over their last 30, which is very, very low. So I don't think he's going to get in any trouble with walks. I think he's going to go out there and throw a good game here. His expected ERA over 17 innings is 2.68. So, still below 3, a little above what he actually has, but that's within the normal range. On the other side, Baz, like you said, it's just trusting Tampa Bay here. I know he's got a 4.99 ERA, but he's got a 3.88 expected, a 3.90 Sierra. Gets a Baltimore lineup here that, they're not hitting righties. Last 30 days, they're 28th, 29th in baseball, weighted runs created plus OPS. The last few starters that the Rays at the Baltimore's faced, Schittler held him to 1, Warren held him to 1. Blackburn only went 2 innings as an opener, but no runs. They got to Shane Smith, and other than that, it's 1-0, 1-1, 1-1, 1-2-1. So, I think there's plenty of reason here to expect Baz to go out and throw pretty well today. Against his pitch mix specifically, the knuckle curve and the four-seam fastball, the Orioles are 28th in baseball over the last 30. That makes up about 70% of his pitches. So, yeah, I definitely went under here. Obviously, bullpen's a concern. But with the weather and potential delays, I like having an under when they can plan out their pin arms. A lot of those delays, the hitters cool off. It's just sometimes tends to, hey, let's just get out of here, get this game in real quick. Umpire strike zone gets bigger. So I like that under 8.5. I still can bet it at -120 at Circa. I'd like to make it official for the show. I think FanDuel has it at -122, so it's definitely available to people, or you could play the alternate. But I'm comfortable with 8.5 -120 officially, since I didn't tweet it out.
Well, let's lock it in for you. Let's hear from Wine Time Sports. Your plan for Rays Orioles?
Yeah, I doubled up on this game, guys. I'm on 2 different plays here in this one. I'm on Boz. I'm on Boz plus 105. Don't like that it's at a plus 108 at the same book. But I am on the under as well with my guy TJ. I wasn't able to get an 8.5. I got an 8. I didn't pay a lot of juice at -105, though. I'm fine with the 8. I don't think that this probably even gets to 7 runs. I think Tyler Wells is going to go out there and pitch reasonably well, and I think Boz is going to go out there and probably pitch really well his last start of the season. It's kind of crazy to think this guy has 10 wins and how much money he's cost us this year. And at this point, maybe I'm just trying to get some money back from Boz last game of the season, but I do think he's going to go out there and pitch well against an Orioles lineup that still doesn't scare me even when they're healthy. I think that the Rays take care of business here today on the road. I hope there isn't a weather delay in this one. I am seeing about 50% chance of rain around 5:30. So it is going to be around game time. Hopefully we don't get it. Hopefully it's able to go off and we get a clean game. That's what I want here. So I'm on the Rays money line at some plus money, and I'm on the under. If one of these hits, we're going to go even because one's plus 105 and the other is minus 105. I just think Boz is going to go out there and pitch well his last start of the season. I like his stuff. I thought going into the season he was a pretty good pitcher. I know his numbers don't indicate it, and he's cost us some money. With that being said, I'm still going to go back to the window on him here, plus 105 and the under minus 105.
You are in business. I mean, there's certainly being a major move towards the under. Any under bettors should feel very comfortable and confident with where they stand. Let's bring on the producer of this fair show, the backbone of Pub Sports Radio. Before we do, a shout out to our friend JR Swish. He was just in Montreal for work. I know TJ off to Montreal for work, but also just got out of surgery for his hand, an incident with a samurai sword. I imagine that was alcohol fueled as well. That's too bad, man. Thinking of you. Hope everything's okay. Hope you live to fight again. But thinking of you, J.R. Swish. It's all fun and games till you got to get surgery. So think about it. Hoping that you're good to go and going to get better fast. And we love you, J.R. Swish, man. You fit in perfectly with us. I mean, of course, we have an injury from a samurai sword. I mean, it just sounds like our squad, Let's bring on our guy, the producer here at Betting with the Bag, joining us from his home in San Antonio, Texas, our friend, Mr. Jose Snips Bouquet. Jose, how are you?
I'm doing well. I will admit I'm going to keep my breakdowns a little shorter because we have a lot of people on the screen. And if I do my full-length soliloquies, we'd be here for 5 hours. But it's nice to see everyone on screen. TJ, Wine, happy birthday to Wine as well.
Yes, happy birthday, Wine. I should have started with that.
Appreciate you
what an
guys.
asshole you are, TJ.
Right to business, you know.
Yeah, this old fucker, Wine Time Sports. So it's nice to see you as well, and old Jimmy the Bag here, ready to battle.
I know you are. Big shout out to Carlos Productions here. Carlos Productions needing those NFL picks from the GOAT himself, Wine Time Sports. And I want to hear his picks as well, man.
Shout out to Carlos. I haven't capped the card completely yet. I will be posting my plays probably somewhat later, but I'll shoot you a text later, Carlos, with everything I play. And I'll be posting them on Twitter here tonight. Just don't have everything in front of me right now.
Well, Jose Snips Bouquet here, Brewers, Padres, and then Rays, Orioles are the only spots that are upcoming that we've capped, and no move on either. You're muted.
Great, fantastic,
Great
start. Here we go. We're starting hot. Lead off home run. But I don't have anything on the game yet. Obviously it's interesting that there's 52% of the bets and 85% of the money on Milwaukee here. That was always semi-interesting, the line creeping towards the Padres as well. So fascinating. I'm staying off that one and that aspect. And low-key totals were hitting yesterday for me. So shout out to them. The under in that Milwaukee game, semi-interesting as well, with two teams that I don't think give a fuck anymore, personally. Like, the Brewers have enough of a game leads where I think they can, casually walk their way into that first seed. Padres, like you just said, clinch. I didn't see any of the clinch party celebration. I assume it wasn't big. Was it big? I don't know.
I mean, they were throwing beer. They were throwing back a couple beers after the game.
Okay, so well,
in the locker room. I mean, who knows when they went out?
That's true. That's true. And by the way, I'm extremely interested to hear the story of who was it again?
That's Manny Machado. So we're back in that motherfucker, baby.
Okay. All right. So yeah, they got after it. So that makes me feel even better about the under here. I'm even seeing I had it up just now. I'm even seeing some 7.5 Bodog and where the anonymous gambler applies his trade, both at 7.5s here. There's 66% of the bets and 88% of the money on the under. So I mean, if it wasn't moving towards the under, that would be the bigger issue there. But under seems like the play in that game. I haven't moved on it yet. And in this game, real quick, I like Tyler Wells. He's a guy that I've already put on my list for next year. But I like Shane Baz as well, so I'm going to stay off this game. But I'm closer to the under in that first game than anything here.
Well, I'm getting a little more tempted on. Sorry to go back to this game. I'm getting a little more tempted on Milwaukee. Just looking at because they're 2.5 above Philly, right?
Yes.
Well, Philly's got 2 more against Miami and then 3 against Minnesota at home to close the season. And Milwaukee's, lost 3 in a row. And then they got to go after this game. They got to go to Cincinnati.
Yeah,
who's playing for a playoff spot. So Milwaukee's kind of got to win this game. I think at least 2 of the next, maybe only 1, but it's going to be close. So,
but the Cubs have lost 5 straight games. Don't the Padres think that home field advantage is right in front of us? So I think that the idea that either team is kind of going through the motions is probably false.
Yeah.
I think they both want to win here. And if they really did, would Priester be on the mound instead of Chad Patrick? So, I mean, I guess there's
that's what I would say as well, right there at the end. If they wanted to win this game, they would have thrown their big dog. And I think they still can win the game with Chad Patrick. Chad Patrick's not bad by any means. So, if I had to pick a side, it'd be Milwaukee with you, TJ. But I'm more, like I said, I'm closer to the under on anything. I'm getting under 8 minus 115, which is a little shocking. But yeah, I'm more leaning that way. So I'll let you guys know if I make it official.
Yeah, TJ, if you end up moving on the Milwaukee Brewers, let me know. I'll move on them with you because that was I was pretty close to moving on the Brewers as well.
Oh, I'm going to watch it over. I'm going to watch it over the next hour. About 2:00 is when some big moves can happen. So
yeah, there's still some time.
Well, let's move on and discuss the team that is about to perform the biggest collapse in Major League history. It is wild. And, when the Cubs and the Red Sox were going through their World Series droughts, I wanted it to last forever. I love the history of losing. I love it. And although I have compassion for Cleveland Browns fans, that's about it. Everybody else, I just want to lose. I don't want another Canadian team not named the Canucks to win the Stanley Cup. I want them all to fucking lose. I just, it makes me feel better about my life when the Detroit Tigers completely fall apart. But I have compassion for Detroit City. But I also have a friend in Donut Silks who has 70-1 on the Guardians to win the division.
Oh.
This is a fascinating spot here. And Jack Flaherty is probably the right man for this job. An old vet who's pitching better right now. But I don't know how you don't back the Guardians in this spot. You guys all moved on the Guardians first 5+1/2 yesterday. Let's take a look at the line history, the weather that we're dealing with. Tigers, Guardians in Cleveland. And we have drizzle here early as well. Drizzle, 71 Fahrenheit. The drizzle isn't really supposed to be gone for about 1.5 to 2 hours. Again, that weather can change. 71 Fahrenheit is what it feels like and what it is. 5.5 miles per hour out to left center, dies down to 3.3 miles per hour. Let's get into Ballpark Pal's expectation of Progressive. It's plus 7% overall, plus 17% homers, plus 12% doubles and triples, and minus 6% singles. We see teams in baseball, hockey, they squeeze the stick or the bat too tight, and that's what's happening here. The Tigers are hitting 219 with a 649 OPS versus righties. The Guardians are hitting 233, 684, but they've been doing that all year long. Like, this is no change for them. It's a change for the Tigers. Flaherty on the hill. Let's go over the line history here for this one. We have for Cleveland, Detroit, a total of 7.5. It's minus 120 to the over. It's gone 10 cents towards the over. These teams aren't hitting, and there's a ton on the line, but it's very offensive weather. Pitchers that are capable of both being vulnerable. From a total or from a money line standpoint, there's been a monstrous move towards Cleveland. Wow. So, Winetime and I were talking. We're like, we were talking at 2 a.m. It was 2 a.m. Eastern last night, and I was like, I think I'm going to sleep on it. And they're like, yeah, I don't think the line will change that much, and it didn't. We woke up and the line had actually moved towards Detroit from where it was at 2 a.m. Not overall. This opened up. This opened up at 3 p.m. at minus 118, and there was a move towards the Tigers. And then since then, it's was just slightly moving back towards the Guardians. And then 11 this morning, a huge move. And 10 minutes after that, another huge move. Overall, 21 cents of movement. So now, all of a sudden, we have 27 cents of movement towards the Guardians from the opening line. That's a big, big move, and one that we were wondering would it happen. So that's the situation. Let's take a look at the cash flow here for Guardians Tigers. 70% of the tickets are on the Guardians, but just 51% of the cash. And I guess that's what was holding the line back earlier. 66% of the tickets on the under and 55% of cash on the over. Flaherty on the road this year is not being very good. 260 opponents batting average. Now, he has allowed 15 home runs at home and only 7 on the road. But he's got hit a lot, but his strikeouts are higher as well on the road, which is a bit of a surprise. And lefties hit him quite a bit harder than righties. So let's take a look at the expected lineup and see how many lefties, because the Tigers have a bunch of them. The Guardians have a bunch of them. Quan, Schneemann, and then Ramirez lit from the left-hand side, Manzardo, Naylor, and Kafis. And then Rocchio and Martinez are switches. So the only right-handed batter that we would expect in the lineup is Arias, their shortstop. So this sets up well for the Guardians. Now, his splits aren't insane. Lefties are hitting 245, 755 off him. Righties 232, 670. I mean, clearly they hit him harder, but it's not ridiculous. Then we have Bybee, who's pitching very well. Didn't get the season off to a good start, but he's been very strong at home all year long. Bybee has allowed 19 home runs on the road, but at home just 8. At home, 225 opponents batting average. He's only allowed 68 hits over 80 and 2/3. His splits are a very even keel. And the bullpen advantage for the Guardians is massive. I mean, despite losing Clase and Garcia earlier in the year, and Clase being the big loss, this is a huge advantage for the Guardians bullpen. Wine Time Sports, Tigers, Guardians. Do you agree with this market move towards the Guardians? Are you going to put your fork in the larynx of the Tigers and watch them break their city's heart?
Yeah, I'm pretty close to doing it. I didn't end up moving on anything last night. I ended up sleeping on it as well. I ended up taking the under in this one, actually. I ended up taking the under 7.5 at -105 here. I think actually both pitchers are probably going to go out there and pitch pretty well, knowing that the season is somewhat on the line for both these teams, especially the Tigers. I mean, all the pressure's on them. This will be probably the biggest collapse that I've seen in quite some time. I couldn't remember the last time I told you.
It's the biggest in the history of Major League Baseball. There's nothing close to this amount of games that they've lost. It's the biggest in the history of our sport.
It's funny when on walk-off wagers with my guy Spoons, it was around the All-Star break, and I think it was the last game before the All-Star break. It was last Sunday before, and I was like, Tigers fade the second half. Like, this team way overperformed in the first half. I said that probably every single Sunday for quite some time, and they were still hanging around there, and it was about the end of August, and the Guardians were right around there, and I was like, dude, that'd be crazy if they actually came back and did it, because we know the Guardians have way more heart than the Detroit Tigers. It's not even close who has more heart between these two teams. City-wise, I don't know, you could really argue with that, but the Cleveland Guardians, I mean, this team's got a lot of heart. Look at this roster. Look at this payroll. A lot of these guys were supposed to get traded. Stephen Kwan, I remember the last day before the trade line, waved to everyone in Cleveland because people were saying it was going to be his like last home game there because he was going to get traded. Ended up sticking around. Jose Ramirez, I mean, this guy's one of the greatest players to play the game of baseball in the last, couldn't tell you when. This guy's got a ton of heart. This guy goes out there and could literally put a team on his back. We've seen it time and time after again. This guy's getting older and he's still so good, man. It's crazy. I like this Guardians team. I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to win this ball game, Jim. I want to see what you can get me on a -1 right now for the Guardians, but I did move on the under already. I just think both these pitchers are going to go out there and pitch well. At the same time, though, do I just say screw it and take the money line at a -142? I don't know, because it's a lot of juice, but at the same time, I don't really know if I expect the Guardians to win this game by margin, by 2+ runs. I don't really know if I want that push or not, but at the same time, it's a lot of juice. But see what you can get me on a -1 right now, Jim. Right now, currently sitting at this book, it's actually Guardians -146 on the money line, and then a -1.5 plus 145 on the run line. If you can get me find me a -1 on that, I'd appreciate it. But I am already on the under, but I'm pretty close to moving on the Guardians as well. I just think they have a lot more heart than this team, and all the pressure is pretty much on the Tigers not to make this collapse.
Yeah, that I agree with that. Flaherty's last start, 5 innings, 1 earned run, 4 Ks, 4 walks, 4-0 loss at home versus the Guardians. Bybee's last start was a thing of beauty and a 3-1 win at Detroit, 6 innings, 1 earned run, 8 Ks, 2 walks. That was my concern. Why I understand this is playoff baseball and these teams aren't hitting, but so often you see two pitchers shove against an opponent and get touched the next time they see him. We're talking about 5 days later. I also seem to overthink the situations when it's back-to-back, and I've been kind of trying to stay away from it a little bit, kind of just staying off those situations of the back-to-back starts against the same opponent. I will get you the -1 here. Did you have the numbers in mind, or can I line shop?
Oh, you can. If you can, this is the best available for me right now. Guardians -146 on the money line, and Guardians -1.5 plus 145.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, that'll be a -101. Well, they're giving you an even 100, but it's either plus 100 or -1.
I'm going to sit on it because, I mean, what Wager Detective is saying is kind of what's keeping me off it because I'm on the under in this spot. If it's 7.5, how much wiggle room do we really have for the Guardians to win this game by more than 1 run? That might ultimately keep me off this game. I might just watch this from a fan standpoint, but I want to take the team with more heart. But at the same time, I'm going to stick to the under here, 7.5. We'll see if I end up moving on this spot.
And what was the juice?
-105.
-105. Justin moving live on the Braves, down 2-0 going into the bottom of the 4th here. Let's hear from Jose Bouquet and then to TJ. Jose, Tigers, Guardians. You muted, my man.
God fucking damn it. Leadoff grand slam. So I am.
Wait, what?
No, that's just me talking to myself. Don't worry, guys. But I was not like I was watching the game yesterday, and the moment that Scooble squared up David Fry in the mouth, that's when I knew they were done. Like Scooble's reaction, him like freaking out like that, I was like, donezo. He's not gonna. And you know, I get it. They were all like infield ground balls, ticky tack nonsense to get all the Guardians those runs, but I was like, there's just no shot. And the Guardians ended up winning that game. I could only bet Guardians here again, but the fact that this line has exploded so late was interesting. And there's, interestingly enough, and you told me the line was that much, I would say, okay, there's probably like 70-80% of the bets and money on Cleveland. 70% of the bets, only 50% of the money on Cleveland. All right, so I'll stay off. I'll watch this game again. I'll point and laugh. And I don't know what I want to happen now. I don't know if I want the Tigers to miss the playoffs entirely or the Astros to. So shout out to him. Shout out to Redbeard.
Monster Dono 69.99 from Johnny Redbeard. Wow, that is a lot of hard-earned cash from our friend Johnny. He says, keep up the good work, fellas. Happy birthday to Wine Time Sports, and shout out to Jimmy and all of the punters. What a guy. JRB OG, thank you. I know you're always watching behind the scenes, but that's a huge dono, and it means a ton to us. So it's just coffee in here. I wish it was booze. JRB, thank you so much, man. That means a ton. And thank you for your support of the channel. It means so much. So blessing our action. JRB, Johnny Redbeard. Thank you, my friend. It means a ton.
Yep, shout out to you, Johnny Redbeard. Those are my initials, so shout out to you.
TJ, this is as interesting as baseball gets.
Oh, thank you, Johnny, man. This is a fascinating game here, and it's so hard to not want to bet it. I saw that opener, and I knew like Cleveland's going to take money there. Which pitcher do you think has an advantage early? Like which starting pitcher do you give a nod to?
Bybee, because it's at home, but Flaherty, because he has buckled in situations like this with the Dodgers. I feel like when a pitcher struggles in the playoffs in high showcase, and then remember he came back and pitched well. Remember he got annihilated in that first start in the playoffs, came back and pitched well. So it's funny. I think Bybee at home, but I do think that Flaherty's got character. And he's kind of shown that, he can be a calming influence. Right. Like when things are falling apart, you want the vet to go out on the mound, comfortable, relaxed, pitching well. Who do you think has the advantage?
Well, Detroit is actually 10 to 15 cents more expensive on the first 5.
Yeah.
Wow.
There has been movement, obviously, because the whole line moved. But that's signaling that either Detroit gets to Bybee, which none of us think happens with the low total, or Flaherty's going to have another good start. What's confusing is these guys just faced the opposing team, in their last starts, as you talked about. First 5 is at a 4, slightly juiced to the over. I really want to hit that first 5 under, just believing in both pitchers and both offenses squeezing the bats, man. There's so much pressure on Detroit right now. You don't want to be that team that is the first one that's going to set a record, an all-time record in baseball on the negative side. So those guys are, they're squeezing the bat, how they're feeling it. And just after the way last night went and the air that Scooble, I don't know why he was trying to throw that between his legs. I mean,
oh my God,
that inning was just poor. If Cleveland, if they're going to score, it's small ball usually. They tend to have these close games late, and they just always pull them out. With the team that's batting as poorly as they have all season, it just tells you they're getting those 3-2 wins, 4-2 wins. They've allowed, I think, only 29 runs in the last 18 games. Wow. Maybe 30 runs in the last 18 games, which is just insane. I'm going to get there. I'm going to move. I'm going to just take my conviction on this, and I believe that Flaherty has the character to step it up here. I don't want to be on a side, but I'm going to take the first 5 under 4 at -105.
First 5 under for TJ. How do you break down no movement at all for so long when we're all wondering why is there no movement, and then a 20-cent move at this time after the line's been available for 18 hours?
Well, usually I would tell you it's that 9 o'clock group, and it kind of really did because it sat there at -120, and between the hours of 9:30 to 11, you see that huge move. But the fact that it's 75% of the public and 67% of the money on Cleveland, I think the books might be trying to pull one over here. I think they're going to continue to get money. I don't think that split's going to change much. And if they can get 70% of money on Cleveland, and they can keep moving it up to make it more expensive, it's fishy. And then that first 5 line is 15 cents cheaper for Cleveland. I'd be concerned personally. Now, obviously, Detroit's lost 9 in a row, so hard to bet on them. Like, I can't bet on them, but close playoff type game, I like unders.
Yeah, the weather is not helping, and the fact that these two just shoved.
Yeah, it takes the people with a zigzag bias aren't going to expect it to happen again.
Well,
but I don't. When it's veterans, I don't factor that in at all.
That is true. That is absolutely true. When you're not, yeah, because we know that there's a bigger bag of tricks.
Yep.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
And they have good history against each other. I mean, a lot of history. 133 at bats for these Tigers against Bybee, 263, but no very little power. And then Flaherty on the other side. These guys have 95 at bats, only 18 hits, 189 batting average with a 586 OPS. So Jose Ramirez 6 of 25 with 2 home runs. It's pretty much it.
We got Miss Big Show. Miss Big Show in the house. Miss Big Show in the house.
Miss Big Show.
Wow. I can't wait to ask Big Show about that story now.
Oh man. Okay, we will ask him. We will ask him about almost dying in the swamp last night. That is very funny.
Color me interested.
Yeah, you not?
Fine.
Shout out to the Big Show family, man. I love that.
You know how we recapped Low Shack every day when he was in Vegas? We should have done just a short little 5-minute video from the guys in AC.
Yeah. Well, we need at least a highlight video of all of the hijinks. Oh, that's funny. Shout out to Miss Big Show. I love it. Well, we have cappers on the under, and I'm pretty hesitant about all of this.
Yeah, it makes sense to be hesitant.
I think the problem is that I've been watching Flaherty improve. They need that calming influence. I don't know why this didn't move for 16 hours, 18 hours. I mean, clearly the Guardians have all of the momentum.
3 of Flaherty's last 4 starts have been excellent.
Yeah. So I'm going to hold off here a little bit, but I'm still working on it. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, fellas. We have the Pittsburgh Pirates at Cincinnati Reds, Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio. Paul Skeens and Hunter Green. We know that Skeens is not going to be out there very long, that they're keeping an eye on, his pitch count, his inning count. He has gone to 209 strikeouts. I mean, a 200 inning performance would be a big deal, but there's really no need to push it with them being such a terrible baseball team. I know that, one of the hints to the Horton being out early was his player props. So I think we should take a look at what the market expects for Skeens for outs. So let's go over to pitcher outs. So Skeens is at 15.5. And it's slightly juiced to the over. I would be surprised if he hits that over. But again, I don't want to get into the head of the brain trust of the Pirates. But my first instinct is there's no way he throws 5 innings.
Yeah, listen to this. So we know he got hit up last time by the Cubs. So he only went 3.2. The start before that, 5 innings against Baltimore, only at 64 pitches, they pulled him. And 5 innings with 8 strikeouts and no runs allowed.
This means more to Hunter Green than it means to Paul Skeens.
Oh, yeah.
Skeens doesn't care about going up to Hunter Green, man. This isn't I don't know. Hunter Green, I just saw that Sports Illustrated in 2017 when he was going to change baseball. Shohei Ohtani hit home runs and strike everybody out, throw 102. At least he's throwing 102. Let's get into the weather and the line history here for this one. First off, weather-wise, Great American Ballpark, 75 Fahrenheit, feels like 78, 3.1 miles per hour to center, dies down to 2.1 miles per hour. Let's get into the Ballpark Pals expectations of PNC. And we have, Great American Ballpark, plus 15%, plus 22% homers, even doubles and triples, and plus 8% singles. And Redbeard says Skeens is ready for Punta Cana under outs. I agree completely, but I'm still like, I there are no gifts in this business. I feel like somebody might. That concerns me because again, you kind of, based on what we've seen over the last few starts, I agree completely, and would be interested in betting that. I'll have to hear from Jose and from TJ. So let's take a look at line history and the cash flow here for this one. Line history wise, we have here we go. We have the Reds minus 113. Even that was a surprise to me. Now, I guess, anybody who sees Skeens at plus money would be interested in it. Plus 106 to plus 103. So there's been a very slight move towards Skeens. From the total scenario, we have a 6.5. I mean, Hunter Green is absolutely spectacular. I mean, his numbers at home are insane. Let's see what the price difference is, because that would be telling. I mean, we've not seen ever a pitcher with be more expensive first 5 against Skeens all year. Minus 120 are the Reds full game here, and they're minus 115. So it's 5 cents more expensive for Skeens. My dude says the Nerfy is a great parlay piece. Von Polo is on the Reds. And I agree with Redbeard. I would just need some help with the conviction side of things. 61% of the tickets are on the Reds. 63% of the cash is on the Pirates. 93% of tickets on the under. 92% of cash on the under. Skeens last start, as TJ was saying, 3 2/3, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, 6 Ks, 3 walks, 4-1 loss home versus the Cubs. On the road this year, he's been spectacular. 23 earned runs and 16 starts. I mean, it's just money in the bank. Hunter Green coming off 9 innings of one-hit ball. I don't like backing a pitcher after that. We were all on Hunter Green, and I did it wrong. I had the first 5 minus half, which I was fortunate to cash. Right, it was 1-0. TJ doubled up. He also had the Cubs team total under 1.5 first 5. And that, when you look back at it, was the better bet. And he's now allowed 10 earned runs and 10 home starts. Opponents are hitting 130 against him. Like, honestly, Hunter Green should be more expensive first 5 than Skeens, who's doesn't care. I mean, Hunter Green is the catalyst for what's given this team an opportunity to make the wild card. The Reds are hitting righties harder than the Pirates, not by much, but 228, 701. Pirates 216, 648 last 30 days, and the Pirates do have a bullpen advantage. Von Polo is on tie after 3. So let's hear then from TJ. Take it away here for Pirates Reds.
This is another one that's kind of fishy to me. I expect Cincinnati to be favored more. This opening line, Cincinnati has to win. Plain and simple, they have to win, and they got to keep winning. Just to have to move to Milwaukee. Sorry, I got tied up there. But Green coming off his best performance, 109 pitches. Last time out, 9 strikeouts, 1 walk. Wasn't a ton of stress, but 109 is by far his highest of the season. He pitched 104 back in his 3rd start of the year, but otherwise it's been in the 90s. And it's hard for me to come back, but he matches up so well against this team that can't hit righties all season long. And then if you're a fastball pitcher, and he throws 55% fastballs, which is one of the highest in baseball, on the season, the Pirates are second to worst in baseball against that. Last 30, they're 28th in baseball. Not worried about righty-lefty splits. 2nd straight home start. It's his last start of the season. This is his last time to make a stamp. So kind of going to ignore that, coming off his best game of the year, that look, and just trusting that there's so much on the line here, and it's a time to shine against, they step up against elite pitchers. So, and then on the other side, Skeen still being a little bit of a favorite first 5. I know they're going to limit him and they're going to be watching him closely, but he could get through 5 innings and 65, 70 pitches here. Again, and Pirates, same thing against righties. It's almost just as bad as the Reds are. The Reds against righties are almost as bad as Pittsburgh is against righties. And it's also the thing is, it's his last start. This is his last time to go out there, hammer it down. I think he's gonna care more than people think. It's his last time in the show this year, so I'm really looking at how to get on an under first 5, first 3. Nerfy's way too expensive. First 3 under. What would you expect that to be at a 1.5, Jimmy? Because you've bet some of these this year.
Yeah, that it should end up at plus 105 to the under 1.5. That's where it will end up. So then right now it should be around just a little bit higher than that. Plus 110, plus 115.
I have under 1.5 at minus 107 at one and minus 110 at another one.
Yeah, that makes sense here. You're likely getting better lines than I would be getting. Let me just see what I would get here on the first 3 under.
I mean, if Skeens didn't give an F, right, Justin? I see that side. He could just tell them he's not going to pitch. Like, they could just not throw him out there. He has no reason, you know what I mean? If he didn't care and he went up and said, hey, guys, I don't want to risk it last start of the season, they would gladly throw some guy up from the minors for a start.
Yeah, the under 1.5 is minus 110. So I believe that's the most expensive first 3 under 1.5 of the entire season.
Yeah, I'm going to move on it. Minus 107. I'm going to take that angle. Both guys shove.
That makes sense, doesn't it? Jose Bouquet, take it away. Your thoughts on this pitching duel?
As the guy with Reds futures here, I'm just constantly rooting for these bastards, but it's hurting right now. I'm with TJ in the fact that I expected this to kind of be more expensive for the Reds. The fact that it's so cheap and getting cheaper to bet the Reds is a little worrisome, full game especially. So I'm staying off, but honestly, it's Pirates or nothing for me. And the market just seems to think that the Pirates are in it. So nothing for me here right now.
I think there's something extremely fishy about the 15.5 outs. Extremely fishy. We know they've said that he's going to be limited. They're watching his pitch count. They're watching all this. And it's juiced to the over. Something's up there. Something doesn't feel right. Hunter Green's been absolutely spectacular, and yet, 10 earned runs and 10 home starts, and yet this line is more expensive towards Skeen's first 5, which I guess one would predict. Let's hear from Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, take it away, Pirates, Reds.
Yeah, I wanted a full game under here in this spot. I can get a 6.5 right now. I want to see what number I can get. I think it was a plus 100 right now. I was looking at this under. I just think both pitchers are going to go out there and shove. I mean, 2 offenses that I don't trust. Pirates have one of the worst offenses in baseball. The Reds, to me, it's a miracle that Jose still has that ticket in line, because I don't know how the Reds are still fighting right now. But they've got a lot of heart. Hunter Green, I mean, this guy's been dominant this year. I'm seeing right now an under 6.5 at plus 105. I might get there. I kind of like where you guys are going on that first 3 under 1.5 too. I can get the same thing at minus 110 right now. I was kind of looking at that when you guys were talking about it.
Touch on the weather here and how you think this will affect, just before we pull triggers, because I'm interested in it as well. So the light rain starts, right around game time. Then scattered thunderstorms comes in at, a couple hours into the game. This is something that, talking about in the chat here. Tariq talking about it says this game may not go. I think this game goes, but is that a concern? Would that be?
Yeah, I think it could be, honestly. The more you're talking about that, I might just stay off that in general, actually, because I don't want no chances here if this game gets delayed, especially if they play the first couple innings. I don't want to do that. I'm going to end up staying away from this one. What's the chance? Let me look it up right now. What's the chances of it raining, Jim?
Well, I'm going to look at a better site. I'm going to go like AccuWeather or something. What do you think about the weather, TJ? Did that come into any effect here for you?
It looks to me like mostly drizzle. I mean, I don't see a reason they're not going to play the game. I guess if you're seeing thunderstorms from a different site, that could be a risk, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. I don't see any pitcher coming out if it's delayed a little bit. I mean, if it's delayed 4 hours, maybe.
I'm not seeing any weather actually until probably after the game time from everything I'm seeing. Oh, well, maybe late in the game, maybe in the 8th or 9th inning, but it's saying that 40% chance at 9 p.m. over here. So that's 6 p.m. over there. What time's this game start off?
See, I got higher. I've got 74% on AccuWeather.
What time?
74% at 7 p.m. in Cincinnati.
And the game time's 6:40 out
but
there.
Then it cuts down, and that's when a storm is supposed to hit. Then it goes 40 and 34, and it becomes less of an issue. So let's say they hold them back 45 minutes or so, 30, 45 minutes, hour. Do you think that would negatively affect these young superstars? TJ, do you?
No. I think it affects no, I think they just keep their arm warm, and they're going to know an hour before they decide that. So it's not like they're going to get in their pregame routine, go out there and throw a bullpen for a little while, and then 5 minutes for the game, they announce it's delayed. They're going to be looking at the radar if they see thunder, and they're going to know an hour and a half in advance if they're going to delay it. So that's just my take on it. Maybe an older guy in an early game might be concerned. But
I think the sharpest way of betting this game is what TJ's on. The first 3 under 1.5 minus 110. And I would maybe feel like it was a little more touch and go if the outs for Skeens was at 15.5. I mean, everybody knows the story that they're trying to hold him back from innings. So the fact that it's 15.5, juice to the over, opening up their arms to anyone betting the under.
Yeah,
they have the bases
you can carve
by
up
the way.
With
Atlanta's a minus 140 favorite right now, down 2-0. So there's got
the bases are juiced with 1 out. So we still need, but we have Matty Olson.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, well, I'm going
Did you
to
move on this game at all, Jim, in the Braves or Nats, or no?
I've not bet it live. I was a little concerned but I'm going to need Olson to go yard here because I got the double result. So I think this is something that needs to be bet now. I think this is something that needs to be bet now. I think it'll just take more vig as it goes on. So I'm going to bet this here shortly, but after the Matt Olson at bat. So does that get you back on it, or are you letting it go wine time?
We'll see. I kind of that 1.5 does. I mean, a 1.5 through first 3 at minus 110. I might move on that too. I'm going to hold off in a couple hours. I'm not going to move on it quite yet. Maybe we can go back over this game in a bit.
The lowest line for a Skeens first 3 under 1.5 was plus 105, and that the lowest line in that cashed easily. All right, let's roll on. I'm going to join on that first 3 under 1.5. Let's head over to the Bronx. Got a 1-0 count for Matt Olson. Living on a prayer.
Come on, man. Come on.
Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. We have Fraser Ellard opening, and then Tyler Alexander as the primary. I wonder if that's changed. I don't want to get too caught up in it, but that is the expectation. And Tyler Alexander, he's had a look. He's a journeyman bum, and he's been quite a bit better on the White Sox though as he's moved over to the White Sox. So we have a lefty in Allard and Alexander, and the Yankees are hitting lefties pretty hard. 243, 767 OPS. We have a 2-1 count here from Matt Olson. Trying not to care too much about it, but a base clearing double.
Do you see who's pitching right now for the Nationals, Jim?
I can't read it.
It's our good friend Mitchell Parker.
Oh my God! I hope it's hot out there. Is he sweating buckets?
I'm not watching it.
It's probably decent out of the bullpen, honestly.
Yeah, he's probably
2-2 count. Like, I that does concern me a little bit. Okay, so let's roll here and set this one up. I'm trying not to pay too much attention here. I'm going to hide the chat as well. Okay, so here we go. Let's talk about the situation here in the Bronx. Let's get into the weather here at Yankee Stadium. We have 74 Fahrenheit, 5.3 miles per hour, right to left and slightly in, dies down at 4.6 miles per hour. Let's take a look then at the expectations. We have a full count here from Matt Olson, loaded bases. We have a bunch of people who moved live on the Braves. Here we have Yankee Stadium at plus 5% overall, plus 15% homers, minus 2% doubles and triples, and even on singles. Let's get into the line history.
Jimmy, right before that, I'm sorry, I had to go because I had to take that call. I got to get back.
Okay.
I apologize. I only got an hour on here. But if I have anything else, guys, I'll put it in the chat. I'm just going to be on video for work for the next 2 hours. So take care, guys. Good luck.
Hey, much love, TJ. Yeah, stay in touch, my man. All right, we have a pop out from Matt Olson. Pop out here. So base is still juiced, but Olson failed to menace.
Got Ronnie coming up.
Oh, that's who we need. But Mitchell Parker hasn't even started sweating yet. Okay, so we have Frazier Ellard, the lefty, leading towards Tyler Alexander. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow here for this spot. On the total, we are sitting here with an 8. It's minus 114 to the over. This opened up minus 115 to the over. This has not moved at all. It didn't come out because questions about who White Sox were using on the hill. It didn't come out till 2:20 this morning, but it's been out for a while and nothing has happened. Let's get to the money line here for this one. Yankees are minus 350. They opened up at 360, a 10-cent move towards the White Sox. It's insane. But the Yankees need... Oh, it's over. What the hell happened? That was fast. Did anyone see what happened?
No, I didn't.
Must be in a one pitch. But all right. Okay, so we're down a unit to start the day here. I'm still interested in getting in live, but not as much with Mitchell Parker coming on.
Plus 225 live right now for the Braves.
Yeah, I would probably look at the plus 1.5 or 2.5 as this.
Plus 1.5 at plus 130. Not bad at all. I think I'm going to do that right now. Not official or a small. I don't live bet, but a little hundo on it. But we're going to move on it.
All right, we'll go get it. So take a look at the cash flow for White Sox, Yankees. We have 83% of tickets, 70% of the cash on the New York Yankees, 72% of tickets on the under, and 61% of cash on the under. The Alexander has pitched on the road okay this year. He's only allowed 4 home runs in 39 innings, which is pretty good for him. But the opponent's still hitting 297 against him. And going up against Maximus Fried, who stepped up again, 18-5, 2.92 ERA, 1.11 whip, hit a bit of a speed bump earlier. 7 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs, 13 Ks and 1 walk, and a 7-0 win at the Orioles last out. At home, he's had 14 starts. He's only allowed 23 earned runs. He's only allowed 4 home runs in 84 innings, 208 opponents' batting average. His splits are very good. The White Sox have lost all the power against left-handed pitching. They were hitting with power. It's gone. 257, 682 OPS, while the Yankees for lefties, 243, 767 OPS. White Sox bullpen last 30 days, pedestrian, 4.31. Yankees bullpen still bad, not as horrible as they had been. Here we go. Jose Bouquet, Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Should the Yankees be this big of a favorite? Is there any interest in a first 3+1? I mean, I don't think there is, but is there any?
What price would you get at a first 3+1? That's funny.
Oh, you'd probably. I'll look it up, but give me your thoughts on the spot.
Well, we'll start off with the obvious. No baseball team should be this big of a favorite, especially after clinching the playoffs yesterday. The Yankees got after it as well. I saw Cody Bellinger look like he had come all over his face, but I mean, I don't have the balls to take the White Sox. I haven't had the balls to take a minus 300 fade in a while. Frazier Ellard. Do I really want to back him? No, I wanted to back low-key the White Sox yesterday, and the fact that they blew it on that pass ball there basically was disappointing to see in the slightest. But I mean, who are we getting for the primary, Jimmy? I'm trying to refresh RotoWire right now.
It is now. It's Tyler Alexander.
Interesting, Tyler Alexander. I mean, like the numbers against lefties for the Yankees in this month. So, 24-day sample size. They're 8th, 113 weighted runs created plus. So I'm going to stay off. Ultimately, I think it's a White Sox or nothing spot. If you can stomach taking the White Sox, if you can stomach Frazier, Ellard, and Tyler Alexander for those first 3 innings and a +1, I wouldn't hate it at all. But nothing for me.
The minus one would be expensive. Or sorry, the White Sox +1 would be expensive. It'd be like a minus 135 or something like that, minus 140, which is ridiculous. The first 3 plus a half is only +115. Let's hear from Wine Time. Wine Time, take it away. Yankees 1 game back of the Toronto Blue Jays here. What do you think?
I don't have a play in this game, but man, I need the Jays to win this division. So I hope the Yankees lose this game. And you're getting +300 on the Chicago White Sox right now, guys. Getting +140 on the +1.5. Team total 2.5 right now. It's low for a reason, though. I do think the Yankees take care of business today. I mean, seeing them at a minus 360 right now, haven't seen that in quite some time. That's a huge favor. I mean, you got Max Fried on the mound. Is Fried? He might go out there and go lights out. So I don't know. I'm kind of looking at a White Sox team total, but I'm not going to move on anything in this game because I'm kind of rooting for the Yankees to lose. Same time, I can't really put my money on the White Sox right now. It would only be their team total under, but I'm going to stay away from this game. But I'm excited to talk about the next game. That Red Sox Jays game is going to be fun for sure. But this game, it's too big of a favorite for me, and I'm going to stay. I guess I would lean towards the under, thinking that maybe the Yankees come out here a little bit sluggish after clinching yesterday. They're able to probably put up enough runs to win this game, but Fried probably shuts down the White Sox today. He probably goes out there and gives us 7 innings. So
if I saw a baseball team celebrating when they're 1 game back of the division, I would be livid. You think Kobe Bryant would fucking celebrate?
Seriously. I totally agree with you. That's why I'm kind of, it's a tricky situation, but why are they at minus 360? What were they yesterday against the White Sox?
I'll pull that up. Do you remember, Jose, what they were yesterday?
It wasn't ridiculous. It was like, I think it was right here. I thought it was minus 170. I forgot already.
Minus 222. Minus 222. Opened up at 235.
I'm going to guess that the White Sox, there's no way that the White Sox win this ball game. But at the same time, I want the White Sox to win this ball game, getting plus 300 right now. I mean, if I took a whole unit on that and they cashed, I think it would take care of my Rays futures and my Blue Jays futures. So I'm not going to do that, though. I'm not fully convinced right now. I don't have that conviction to throw a full unit on the Chicago White Sox money line. But plus 300, guys, I mean, it definitely looks appealing, but I think it's got to be that high for a reason. The Yankees are they going to close at a minus 400? You know what I mean? At that point, maybe I sprinkle on the White Sox, but I don't have enough conviction. The X's and O's don't line up for me against a pitcher like Max Fried and a team that's still trying to win the division. But yet they were celebrating yesterday. We'll see how they're feeling today. They're going to be at the Bronx, so this place is going to be rocking after they clinched the playoff spot yesterday. There's still a long ways to go. I don't even like it when these teams celebrate when the season's not even over. I just don't really like that. But at the same time, I'm going to stay off this game.
Rod's Wacky giving us some interesting edges here. The White Sox are 0-15 with an average score of 5.2 to 2.1 when they are on the road versus an AL starting pitcher whose whip is 1.2 or better. Also, a bet under the total in Yankees games after 3 straight games where the bullpen gave up no earned runs. Under's record during the 2025 season, 8. And, here. All right, yeah, I don't. There's nothing that really appeals to me here. Let's move on to Red Sox Jays. This is big. Garrett Crochet versus Max Scherzer. The line on Friday with Max Scherzer going up against Michael Lorenzen was insane. And we talked about it. It was insane. Michael Lorenzen was like 30 cents more expensive first five. Michael Lorenzen, who had been taken out of the starting rotation, was minus 130 first five. It was absolutely nuts. And I moved on first three and first five, and Scherzer got destroyed. And now Scherzer is back here. Robert Franklin is looking at White Sox first five plus a half. Serious Business also moved on Atlanta plus 2.5 alive. So Robert Franklin moving on the Red Sox money line here with Crochet on the hill. I'm not sure if this is going to be. It's sticky and humid, but I'm not sure if we're going to. Yeah, it's not going to be open. So there's drizzle and rain in the forecast. You could feel that this morning. 67 Fahrenheit, 8.1 miles per hour, right to left across time. It doesn't matter. Roof will be closed here. I will double check that, but the expectation is the roof will be closed. So the ball will not fly when the roof is closed. I can also tell you that this will be sold out, packed. So we have on the line history here for this one. On the money line to get us started, we have the Blue Jays at plus 111. They opened up at plus 113. The Red Sox gone from minus 125 to minus 122. I wonder what the price difference should be, from an implied probability standpoint. I'm not sure, what it's a my first thought is it's a pretty short line for Crochet against Scherzer when we know how vulnerable he's been. We also have a 7.5 that's juiced to the under. So the market is telling us a very different thing than they told us on Friday with Scherzer start. So the Blue Jays are plus 105 full game, and first five they're plus 110. Is Crochet not more than 5 cent difference? I mean, this is very, very.
It's 15 cents. It should be 15 cents more expensive, I think, first five, honestly, with Crochet.
I agree completely. 60% of the tickets are on the Red Sox, but 55% of the cash is on the Jays. 71% of tickets on the under and 75% of cash on the under. It's a fascinating market here that immediately I feel like a knot in my back. Immediately when I'm thinking about this, I'm like, it just doesn't like that Royals against Scherzer spot was so easy to decipher what the market was telling us. And here, this has dropped to a 7. This moved to a 7 an hour ago. It's minus 120 to the over. So let's say that it's moved 3/4 of a run, more than a half run, not a full run. Grant Clarkson says Boston for me, but no bet. I love it, Tops. Go get it. And Mitchell Parker is out of the game, says Spooner. Wow, That was a short little
2/3 of it. I think he went 2/3 of an inning.
Wow, they're afraid of having him out there. So let's talk about Garrett Crochet. 17-5, 2.69 ERA, 1.05 WHIP. A lot of talk about whether he is Cy Young worthy this year. His last start, that was very strange Friday start at the Rays. We had the aces of both Red Sox and A's going up against each other. That total just kept moving towards the under. Got down to 6.5. Spooner bets the over, and 18 runs are scored. I lost my shirt on that game. On the road this year, Crochet's been very good. He's been touched a lot more at home than he has been on the road. 17 starts. He's allowed 29 earned runs, just 88 hits in 108 innings. He's allowed 9 home runs on the road. He's allowed 15 at home. Righties 234, 670 against him. And then Maximus Scherzer coming off getting absolutely annihilated. At home this year, he's been quite good, though. 22 earned runs over 9 innings. The problem is he's just allowing home runs nonstop. This guy is nuts. He's allowed 11 home runs at home in 45 innings. And that's hard to believe. That's hard to believe that he'd be and then lefties are annihilating him. Let's take a look at the lineup here and how many lefties that we will see in this lineup. Oh, shit, I lost it. Oh, here we go. Let's see how many lefties we're going to see up against Scherzer because they've been hitting him very hard. You have Duran expected to bat first, then Yoshida 4th, Lowe 6th, Abreu 7th. So 4 lefties. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not a horrible situation. 3-1 Nats. Wow. Okay. That plus 2.5 looking good. And Grant Clarkson, thank God that Parker is gone. JM on the plus 120 for the Jays. Duran one. Oh no, this is plus 120. Duran 1 hit. Maximus over 1.5 earned runs, and Boston plus 1.5. Nasty Nate says Red Sox smash here. Justin McKelvey on Yoshida over 1.5 bases at plus 117. Rod Swag says bet on Toronto in home games on the run line versus left-handed starters. Toronto's record during the 2025 season 16-3. Wow, that's a wildly interesting stat. Red Sox versus righties 262, 727 OPS. Lost in all of this is the Jays have stopped hitting lefties. The last 30 days, just 230, 648 OPS. It's seemingly Red Sox have advantages every single which way you look, yet this line is pretty short. Jose, why is this line so short, Jose?
Because the Red Sox can't hit. I say this every breakdown. They lost one of the top 10 players in baseball, Roman Anthony. And Garrett Crochet can go out here and throw 8 innings of no hit ball. But guess what? The Red Sox are still going to keep this game close because they can't fucking hit. I was shocked to see them hit Gausman yesterday. Was pleasantly surprised by that. But it seems by all market indications that Max Scherzer is prime bounce back candidate here. And why not? Obviously character guy. We know this. And, you tell me, Jimmy, he's not in the first 3 rotation guy, right? Is he pitching game 3 for the Blue Jays?
I mean,
is Bassett him? I don't know.
I don't because he can't go to the bullpen because I don't really know if you can have him go out there for 1 inning. I feel like he needs. I don't know. That's tough.
He's a psycho. He's not going to want to do that and fuck up his routine. I think. I think he's not going to be able to get the routine down to start. So you could say he's fighting for a playoff roster spot, honestly. And I could say that he has plenty of motivation to go out there. And obviously the Blue Jays haven't wrapped up the division yet, so that's a big thing for them as well.
Huge.
Yeah, so I think that the Blue Jays win this game. I really do. I think the market is shockingly cheap on the Red Sox. I looked at, BetMGM have the lines on screen. I looked at our Fred and BOL here. On the market here, it got up to minus 137, but it's now minus 122 Boston. I mean, it feels like the Red Sox are not in for a good one here. It doesn't feel like Crochet's in for a good one. He's had issues with home runs. There's 59% of the bets, 58% of the money on the Red Sox here. And I'm going to be on the Toronto Blue Jays. So now, how am I going to bet the Toronto Blue Jays is another factor. Am I going to bet them first 5? Am I going to trust their bullpen, which me, Jimmy, I haven't liked the Blue Jays bullpen going back since our old friend Jordan Romano. Where is Jordan Romano nowadays? Anyway, speaking of him, last time I saw he was on the Phillies, but at least I have Sir Anthony and Jeff Hoffman available, and Yariel hasn't thrown in 4 days. So maybe I'll just go full game. Who knows?
Hey, the first thing that comes up is the Phillies' $8.5 million gamble on Jordan Romano was a failure. That's the first thing that comes up.
He'll be great on the WBC team.
See, so it's interesting. And, AM says this line makes me think the books want Jay's money. I think it's different. The Red Sox should be a bigger favorite with the way Scherzer's pitching going up against Crochet. There's no doubt about it. They should be like Wine Time said, a 15 to 20 cent difference on the first 5.
Jimmy, I hate to interrupt, Jimmy, but Rod Zawacki 10-star play on a plus 220.
That's wild.
Minus 1.5. Jesus.
10-star. That's a big bet. So
that's
a Rod.
Rod.
I like it, Rod. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with my guy Jose. I don't got the balls today to take the minus 1.5, but I'm taking the money line here, guys, at plus 110. Toronto Blue Jays at home on a Friday night. It seems like they play at home every single Friday night. It's crazy whenever we talk about this team. This team's got a lot of heart, guys. I mean, Jimmy knows how high I was on this team in the beginning of the season. look at their batting. I mean, look at George Springer hitting 306. I mean, if he is playing, didn't get hurt at all, is he going to be up for an MVP candidate? It's kind of crazy to think at the age of 35 years old. You got Bo Bichette that's playing some really good baseball, playing like one of the better infielders in baseball right now. And you got Vladdy over there too. Scherzer, we talked about it last Friday. It was a bad spot for him against the Royals. What was it? A 20-1 victory. Remember, we were on the live stream on Friday. It was like the first inning. It was like 7-0, and I didn't even pay attention. I just pulled my phone. I was like, all right, well, cash that first 5. I think we had to pay minus 135 on it or something, minus 130, something ridiculous. I'm going to go right. I'm going to, instead of fading Scherzer this time, the market's telling us differently. They're saying Garrett Crochet is saying Scherzer is going to outpitch Crochet here. I'm going to take Scherzer. I'm going to take the Blue Jays full game. I'm not even going to mess around with the first 5. I'm just going to take the full game. They need this game pretty badly. Scherzer is a gamer. I mean, think about, I'll never forget watching him in Strasburg just pitch back to back in that World Series run with the Nationals. This guy's a gamer. I know he was younger then. He's 41 years old now, but this guy's a winner. He's going to go out there. He knows how big this game is. There's a reason why this line is set to where it is. They are just inviting Red Sox money. I mean, read me off the market, Jim. Tell me otherwise. There's no way there's more than 50% of tickets on the Blue Jays.
Yeah, 59% of the tickets, 58% of cash on the Boston Red Sox. So what is the market? Again, in AM, sort of seeing it differently, which is totally valid. Again, like you find your own, you make your own assumptions with the line movement. The line is telling me that Scherzer is going to pitch very well here. It has to. This line's gone from 8 down to 7.
Jimmy, he didn't make it out of the first inning last match. He's going to pitch well at home. That was a tough spot for him against Kansas City in that game. I feel like they're telling us everything we need to know here from a market standpoint, from the book standpoint.
The Jays aren't hitting lefties at all.
But yet they're going against one of the best left-handers in the American League right now, Garrett Crochet. You know what I mean? And the line is the way it's at. It's crazy.
Barger's the only expected lefty in the lineup. Santander is back. Well, not that anybody wants to see him out there, but
whoa, oh my God!
Oh, he's fucking trash.
Slandering my Venezuelans. That's the best thing you guys did in this offseason. Give $190 million to Venezuelans.
Look, this isn't about Venezuelans. This is about Santander.
God, slandered him.
So we don't have Bichette for the rest of the regular season, but still, like the Clement was raking against lefties. Look at this lineup: like Springer, Schneider, Guerrero, Kirk, Santander, Clement, Barger, Kiner, Falefa, Miles, Straw. If you told me, what's the record of that baseball team, I would say 7 games under 500.
It's crazy.
So that leads me to so the roof is closed. We know that the ball does not fly in these conditions in Toronto. We know that the Jays are not hitting lefties, and Scherzer, the market is telling us, is going to come out and pitch. The first 3 is going to be very expensive, and it's a minus 155. It's extremely expensive.
Plus a half, right?
No, that's just first 3 under 2.
Oh, okay.
Is a even money. Even money. Rod Zwacky also on Springer over 1.5 bases. So I think that we bet the first 3 under 2. And that Scherzer steps up and pitches well here. And I expect the same from Crochet. I think that's the bet.
What number are you getting right now?
The first 3 under 2, I imagine it'll be about, it'll probably be like minus 108.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting under 2. I'm getting a 2.5, but it's juiced to minus 150.
Yeah, no, it's going to be like a minus 102. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. I'm getting mine's more expensive. Mine's minus 155. But even that is very, very telling. And then when we go back, then how long do you trust Scherzer in this situation? That's the next question you have to ask yourself. The Jays bullpen has been pitching a little better. The Red Sox bullpen is pitching well. So maybe this is just like, and at this point, like I think that you needed the market to give you the indication that this was going to be an under. Like, it's hard with the way Scherzer has been pitching to just get there on your own volition. Now, maybe you could have said that under that 8 and minus 120, that first move, this came out at 3 p.m. yesterday. There wasn't a move till 8:13 this morning. And then it just kept moving. And so
Is it maybe too, Jim, this first 5 number priced the way it is because they think Crochet might be vulnerable here in this spot maybe for the first time? I mean, give or take his last couple outings, he's had quality starts, but 6 innings, 3 earned runs, not bad starts. But I mean, are they saying that maybe he's the one that gets touched up here? Scherzer probably pitches pretty well, but maybe the Blue Jays actually can score some runs here off the Red Sox. That's interesting. I don't know.
Sure, but the roof is closed and they're not hitting lefties.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, like the Braves are smashing lefties right now, and they couldn't get to Alvarez. So it doesn't always work like that. But okay, so just sorry we've taken so long in this game. Jose, could you give me the bullpen fatigue for both squads? Because I think this is actually a double up spot on the under. I think this is a playoff type baseball game with two teams that aren't hitting. Now, Red Sox are still hitting 2.727 OPS versus righties. The market is telling us that Scherzer with this 5.06 ERA and 18 home runs allowed in 80 innings, coming off getting absolutely annihilated, is going to come on here and be locked in and pitch well.
For the record, I'm on first 5 in full game Blue Jays. But the bullpen situation here, all of the Red Sox good guys went yesterday. Wilson 25, Slayton 13, Whitlock 9, Chapman 15. I would assume they don't want to go back to those guys again, but like you said, playoff vibes. So don't be surprised if we see Whitlock and Slayton back out there. Chapman, we'll see. The rest of the bullpen is rested. Weitzer, Matz, Chris Murphy, Peyton Tolley. There. The issue is that Chris Murphy, Peyton Tolley, and Steven Matz are all lefties. And, obviously we're going to have a bunch of lefty hitting guys with Garrett Crochet attempting to hit lefty hitting guys. So we'll see what the Red Sox do there. And Toronto's bullpen's pretty fresh. They threw all the slapdicks yesterday and left Jeff Hoffman, Sir Anthony, and Yariel Rodriguez on the bench. So they haven't thrown. And the guys that did throw threw max of 15 pitches. So they'll be fine too.
Wow. Okay.
By the way, Fangraphs has Jose Barrios right now in long relief in the bullpen. So that's interesting.
He's handling this all very well. Okay. I think this is under baseball. I think this is playoff type under baseball. Every pitch important. This is crucial. I think this is a very low scoring baseball game. I don't know how long Scherzer goes, but they know what's on the line. They know they have to win the division. So with all that being said, shout out to T-Mac in the house. I'm going to move on unders here, and I think I'm going to move now. I'd like to check out a couple books here. Jose, do you mind setting up here Twins, Rangers, Taj Bradley going up against DeGrom? And I would like to get this action in and look at a couple things here. Do you mind setting it up?
Sure. One of the rare games that doesn't mean much here, if anything. Rangers are out of it. Twins obviously down and out. But I will say, I'm sure this means a lot to Jacob DeGrom because this is most likely his last start of the season. And has he gone on the IL this year? I don't remember any really prolonged injury spells for Jacob DeGrom. So this will be the first clean, healthy season he's had since still in diapers in 2015. Who knows? So I think DeGrom cares about it in that sense. And the fact that the Rangers are minus 200 is a little bit of a, indication reinforcement for me. So let's talk about Taj Bradley, who we've all, at least I have written him off since the Rays have traded him. He's struggled 4 innings, 7 earned run in his last appearance at home against the Yankees, 6 1/3, 3 earned runs against an Angels team that doesn't give a fuck. 5 innings, 4 earned runs against the White Sox team. And that was on September 4th. So all of his September starts have been pretty rocky at best. DeGrom on the other side. Oh, and by the way, let's check home road splits before I leave Taj Bradley. Home 5.89, road 4.84. I mean, he's pitched in 4.48. He's pitched in 2 different ballparks this year. I believe he pitched in the Tampa Bay ballpark as well this year. I need to double check that.
Yeah, right. Definitely. He's only been a Twin for 5 weeks, 6 weeks.
Yes, this will be his 6th start. So there you go. So take those numbers into account as always. But let's go to DeGrom here, who, like I said, I think wants to finish his start and finish his year strong here. He gave up 5 earned runs against the Houston Astros at the Astros and went to the Mets, 7 innings, 3 earned run ball there as well. So we'll be interested to see when he comes back home here how he pitches. Home road splits for our guy DeGrom. Home 2.39 compared to a road 3.61. I do expect him to roll here. This would be one of those rare occurrences where I'd be like, all right, well, what's a juice first 5 minus a half look like? What does a minus 1.5 look like for the Rangers here? Because I do expect them to roll. And you know what's interesting about this spot? 66% of the bets, 93% of the money on the Minnesota Twins. You know, I personally don't really see that. 57% of the bets, 56% of the money on the over in this game as well. Line movement, I'm seeing BOL open this up at minus 190. At 7 a.m., it ticked down to minus 185, and it's been sitting around minus 186 since then. So really not much movement here. Looking at just another place real quick, just to double check. I'm seeing, where the anonymous gambler does his work at minus 217 opener down to minus 192. So that's a little interesting, but still BOL has barely any movement here on this side. So again, I kind of lean towards a Rangers smash spot. Quickly, both these teams against righties here before I pass it to wine time here. Minnesota against righties, 97 weighted runs created plus compared to a Texas Rangers 74 weighted runs created plus. So it's obviously a little dicey taking a minus 1.5 on a team that can't hit, but that's kind of where I was leaning wine time. What do you think?
Yeah, interesting enough. I think Rod said that Jacob deGrom's on a contract year. That's probably why he's pitching so well this year, and he actually didn't want to go on the injured list. But yeah, he's pitched really well. Taj Bradley, a guy that we liked when he's pitching on the Rays, kind of haven't really been on his side since he's been over with the Minnesota Twins. Man, he's not pitching well at all. But yet we're seeing a low total here. We're seeing now 7.5 minus 115 right here with both these pitchers on the mound. 2 batting orders that I don't trust by any means here. I don't like either of these offenses here. Texas Rangers, I thought were going to be a lot better at the beginning of the season, but turns out a lot of these guys are just aging guys that probably aren't going to really produce these next couple of years for them. Rangers obviously already out of the playoffs, probably still want to end over 500, but I mean, for me, this is an under spot. I think that there aren't going to be a lot of runs scored here on the board. Taj Bradley maybe finally gives us a good outing. Maybe he can go out there and give us 5 or 6 strong innings of couple run baseball. I know it's kind of asking a lot out of him, but at the same time, he's kind of pitching for next season. Yeah, he's a young guy. He's 24 years old. He's going to make a roster somewhere next year, but I definitely think for his confidence-wise, his last start of the season, he's going to want to go out there and at least pitch well against a decent offense, I guess you can say, but I don't like either of these offenses. I'm close to moving on the under 7.5 minus 115. This has got to be low for a reason, and that DeGrom goes out there and absolutely shoves. So I'm pretty close to the under. Haven't moved on it quite yet. Jimmy, what do you think about this one?
I've really just been listening while I get my I bet the action, though. Got it all in at 365, 2 sent it in. Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, first 3 under 1.5, minus 110. Boston, Toronto, first 3 under 2 at minus 102. And then I took the full game under 7.5, minus 120. More expensive at sharp books, and I find that very appealing. So I am in. Those are my so I'm down a unit to start off, but that's my second. The 2, 3, 4 bets 2, 3, 4 here.
Braves are minus 135 live right now, down 3-1. What's going on in that game?
Oh, they must have. Sorry, I hadn't sent this out. Sorry. They must have the bases juiced, man. I'm guessing.
First and second, no outs.
Oh, I hope they get it. We got a lot of live bettors on the Braves in the chat, and I probably should be one of them. Okay, so I hear what you guys are saying about DeGrom. He certainly looked poor in that start at the Astros, and he's been so good at home this year. 14 starts, only 22 earned runs allowed. He's allowed 16 home runs on the road. At home, just 9. Opponents hitting 203 against him. His splits are phenomenal. The Twins aren't hitting at all. Now, it's tricky to back the Rangers in any form with how, what are they? Lost 9 straight. I know I don't like talking about what happened yesterday, but it's an alarming amount. I mean, they're just showing no heart whatsoever. So you'd have to think that this is probably a situation where Bradley does look okay. There's been a 13-cent move towards the under 7.5, and that is appealing. And then on the money line, is this a spot which I thought I was taking advantage in the Braves game where the line opened up at such an alarming number? I mean, this is a team that's lost 9 straight games, and they open it up at minus 190. So there has been a slight move towards the Twins, but it doesn't concern me that much here. The question is, can you trust Taj Bradley? And against this lineup, probably. Yeah. 93% of the cash is on Minnesota. I mean, do you really? So at that point, looking at that, you would say, well, the line's not moving. The books aren't concerned. They're taking all these big bets on the Twins. Like if there was a 15 or 20-cent move, you'd be like, okay, well, that makes sense. But here they're not moving. So that, implies that the Rangers will keep hitting with no power. But I don't know how anybody can trust Taj Bradley at all. So it doesn't really appeal to me, all this sharp action. We've added extra action here from TJ. Milwaukee first 5 plus a half at minus 130, and the Royals money line at plus 103. Thank you, TJ. Also, we have the spreadsheet play of the day from Ron Crawford on the Milwaukee Brewers. So we'll go over that as well here. I mean, I don't. So how much more expensive there should be a huge price difference. It should be at least 15 to 20 cents to back DeGrom over Taj Bradley, I've got no pitcher now for the Twins.
Let me refresh. I was going to say it's got to be at least minus 200 for the Texas Rangers in the first 5. Let me see if this went off.
No, it's the Twins are. It's the Rangers are cheaper.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Let me pull that. What is it right now?
This makes no sense. It says, at 365, it's minus 200 for the Rangers full game, minus 190 for first 5.
Yeah, I've got minus 190 first 5 and minus 188 full game right now for the Texas Rangers. That's interesting. Somebody tells me that Taj Bradley's going to pitch well, but I mean, you just said that his name went off the board, so my book's.
Does anybody else have Taj off the board here? By the way, you're absolutely right. Sorry, my lack of sleep. We blew past Marlins Phillies, which is my apologies here. So let's get that game up here. Marlins Phillies, and we can circle back here with the. I don't know how you can back it. Clearly, sharp bets are coming on the Twins. This line's not moving. The top set saying the line is saying Twins team total over is valid. I think that DeGrom should shove, but you want a team that's lost 9 straight games at this number, a team showing no heart whatsoever. I mean, and Grant Clarkson saying he thinks he's going to sprinkle on the Twinkies. I get that. So, but let's talk about that Marlins Phillies. Thank you for that win, the Doc Halladay shirt, and I blew past it. Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where the Phillies are 51-25, 2.5 games from the number 1 seed in the National League. Marlins 77-80, 41-38 on the road. This is a young team that is coming together. Both teams are hitting lefties, by the way. The Marlins last 30 days, 262, 744, while the Phillies 256, 759. We have Ryan Weathers pitching for the Marlins, 2-1, 3.21 ERA, 1.22 WHIP. Been pretty good in a short sample size. He's coming off an 8-4 win at the Rockies. He pitched okay. It's tough in the thin air over there. 4 innings, 3 earned runs. It wasn't great, but it was enough to get the win. On the road this year, he's been quite good. If you take away that start at Colorado, he's been excellent. Excellent. But that start did hurt him a little bit. Righties are getting to him a bit, 257, 704 OPS, but you would expect that from a lefty. Luzardo on the other side, coming off 5-0 loss at the Dodgers. He's not been that good at home, but remember he was tipping his pitches and getting annihilated in certain starts. Kind of a strange spot here. Jonathan Yim, I do like the Nerfy. I'm not going to bet it. I've only bet 2 this year, and I've lost them both. I'm going to take the first 3 under 2, but it does correlate with what I'm thinking. And AM says Nats get out of the inning. Marlins bullpen has been a problem, 5.22 ERA, but so is the Phillies at 4.62. So let's get into the line history here and the weather in Philadelphia. We have the weather in Philly, 77 Fahrenheit, 5.6 miles per hour to right center, dies down to 3.3 miles per hour. Let's get into Ballpark Pals expectation here of Citizens Bank, plus 11%. It's plus 31% homers. Wow. Plus 2% doubles and triples, minus 4% singles. How do they not get, some runs on the board here? You would think that in these conditions, with the way these teams are hitting lefties, that this should be a higher than usual number. And let's see what we're getting. Well, let's start with the money line. From a money line perspective, we have Philly at minus 180. They opened up minus 195, so a 15-cent move away from them, 13-cent move towards the Marlins, which tells you the Marlins are live. Let's get to the total. From a total side of things here, we have, there we go. We have an 8. So that's not happening. I mean, that move from 8.5 to 8 is a pretty powerful move. It's a legit half-run move. And then when we get to the cash flow here, this is not falling into place for me. When we get to the cash flow for Philly, Miami, you have 70% of the tickets and 87% cash on the over, and it drops from 8.5 to 8. 54% of the tickets on Philly and 86% of the cash on the Marlins. So what they are telling us is that Weathers is likely to pitch really well here. Do the Phillies care that much? So then if Luzardo might be, who we know is probably a better pitcher, but maybe he's a little bit more vulnerable. The Marlins' first 3 plus a half is minus 140. That's pretty expensive. The first 5 plus a half is minus 110. So then, judging by all of this market assessment, the Marlins should be more expensive first 5 with Weathers on the mound going up against Luzardo. The Marlins are plus 160 here, full game. And first 5, they're plus 150. I think you back the Marlins early here. And I'm planning on doing that. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, you can get a plus half at plus money so in that first 5. I mean, guys, if you've been backing the Marlins every single game this season, I can't even imagine how much cash you're counting this season. This team is just a couple games under 500, and when have they ever been a big favorite at any game this season? They're most of the time dogs or a small favorite. We made a ton of cash off the Marlins this season. I wish I would have just kept going to the win with them every single day this year. I can't imagine how much money you'd be up right now. Shout out to them, that young group they have over there. Not a lot of people were expecting anything. Probably one of the worst teams going into Major League Baseball going into this year with the young guys that they had, a lot of guys that weren't proven. This team is going to be a team that hopefully we can back again next season. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing what they do in their offseason. But yeah, Ryan Weathers, he's a guy I've been backing this season at times. Phillies, man, they've been celebrating for quite some time. I think they're kind of already over it. Luzardo on the mound for them. I would say Ryan Weathers does have the advantage here with both these pitchers on the mound. I do like Ryan Weathers a little bit more. Yeah, and this market is a little bit, it's telling because if everyone's coming in and taking the Phillies, this line's not really moving right now. I've got the Marlins first 5 at a plus 160 and the full game at a plus 168 right now. I would probably look to maybe that plus a half in the first 5 innings at plus 105. I think that's pretty good money. I'm going to stay away from this game, though. I didn't really put a lot of cap into this game, honestly. The more I look at it, though, the more I do want to take the Marlins here. And maybe I get there as the day goes on. Maybe I move on them first 5 or get on them plus 1.5 full game at a minus 130. That's somewhat affordable, I think, in a game where I think very well could win outright here. I'm not going to move on it quite yet, though, but I was I'm close to the Marlins, either first 5 on the plus a half or the full game plus 1.5.
And we have Spooner moving on the Marlins first 5 plus a half. 4-1. I'm going to think seriously about the cost of the first 3 plus half. I don't know if it's necessary, though. Maybe I should just drop the VIG. Rod Zweig says, bet on Philadelphia in home games on the money line off of a loss to a division rival is a favorite. Philadelphia record since the 2024 season, 13-0, but he says he cannot chase run lines with the Phillies. Oldie says Marlins by far my best look all season. Robert Franklin on Miami money line. I said Spooner already. Turnbuckle Tommy on Marlins money line. The Marlins team total over 3.5. He says 2 days in a row the Marlins will see a left-handed pitcher. Fourth time this season they'll see Luzardo, and they smoked him for 4 or 5 last out. And Turnbuckle Tommy also on the Twins' first 5 here. Also on them first 5. Yeah, this works for me. I'd like to be involved, and I will be. Thank you for mentioning that we'd skipped it again. I just severe lack of sleep right now. I'm in. I'm going to move on the Marlins and likely on the first 5 plus a half. Rodswag says, bet under the total in Philadelphia games versus an NL team with a slugging percentage 400 or worse in the second half of the season. The under's record during the 2025 season, 22-8, and he does like the under in that one. Well, look, that move from 8.5 to 8 is a pretty blatant move. It's a pretty powerful move with the weather, the expected run surplus from Ballpark Pal, and 2 teams that are hitting lefties hard. It's a very powerful move, the market is saying on the under. But I'm going to add the Marlins. So that's my cards coming together here, although I am 0-1 to start today. There's my guy, Talk Sports with JT in the house. Jose, is there anything you want to mention on the Marlins Phillies? I do agree that the Marlins early plus a half, the market is indicating that is a spot to attack, and I plan on doing so. Anything for you in that one?
I'm just going to take the under. Yeah. There's you just talked about from 8 to 8 or 8.5 to 8, and there's 70% of the bets, 87% of the money on the over in this game. So I'll be happy to take the under in this game.
All right. So Jose is moving on the under 8. What are you getting?
I'm getting 8 minus 110.
Under 8. It's a very powerful move here, dropping from 8.5 to 8 in these conditions.
And again, allegedly all the money is on the over. When that site where we use doesn't have money on the over, typically it's more on the under. So yeah,
let's move on, fellas. Move to our next spot on the board, that being the Mets at the Cubs. Mets at the Cubs. We've heard from Justin McKelvey. The stacks play today number 1 is Frankie Lindor over 1.5 bases. And shout out to our guy Justin. Justin, now the coach of the New Brighton Senior High School football team. That's great.
Stacks, 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 stacks. Stacks, 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 stacks.
All right, so
I didn't know he took the job. Congratulations, Justin.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, shout out to you, Justin. I wish you luck.
That's great. It's good for the world, when people are leading young minds. New York Mets 81-76, 32-44 on the road. The Chicago Cubs 88-69, 46-30 at home at Wrigley Field in Chicago, Illinois. The market told us that Jonah Tong would shove last start. I found it hard to believe, and I bet it, and it cashed very easily. 6-1 win at home versus the Padres. He went 5 innings, had 1 unearned run, struck out 8, and didn't walk a batter. But he's only had 1 road start in his major league career. Now, you could say the same thing about Alvarez for the Nats today. He'd only had 1. Where he had 2 road starts, got touched on both of them. Here, Jonah Tong's only had 1 road start, and he's not looked good. We got Lopez Chapo in the house, says the over is live, guys. Both use bullpens. Grant Clarkson says, I like the over. I don't trust Boyd or Tong. We have talked also about how Matthew Boyd is showing signs of fatigue. Arm fatigue. Here's a pitcher who's dealt with a ton of injuries. He's thrown 174 in the third. We've been able to use that to our advantage. He got touched in that 8-4 win at the Pirates. He's been touched quite often over the last little while. So that's our situation in Wrigley. Let's take a look at the weather and possibly the... Now, we have Low Bagalin. Low Bagalin is a very special name for a child for us, but I would say that the best child's name here of any of our kids is Wrigley. Spooner's son Wrigley. I mean, that's just magic, man. That's not just magic. That is a great name.
Yeah, I know it. I had to battle for Fenway when that happened, so I can't wait for that.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to win that one.
Oh, no, Jimmy. It's won. I won that battle.
His first name?
No, middle name. I have to accept that. There were some
Nobody
constellations
cares about the middle name, man.
Well, I'll be calling that motherfucker or that bitch Fenway.
Oh, Jesus.
Whichever
Child.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
My unborn child. I'll call that bitch your asshole.
Oh, Jesus.
And by the way, the Nationals hire Paul Taboni, a 35-year-old, to be the head of their baseball operations. Shout out to him. Boston Red Sox.
We have
35.
66 Fahrenheit at Wrigley. It feels like 61, 9.4 miles per hour in. That's down to 8.1. So when you call your unborn daughter a bitch, you can't get mad when other people do, right?
No, I can, because that's mine. It's like I can call the Red Sox a bunch of chuckle fuck assholes, but if someone else does, then I'm going to be angry.
I don't know.
See, that's how that works.
I don't know. Not certain about that. Let's go to Ballpark Pal here. Ballpark Pal. We have weather conditions at Wrigley Field. Right now, it is, as you would guess, minus 19% runs, minus 27% homers, minus 20% doubles and triples, and plus 4% singles. Run suppressing weather in Chicago, but Tong and Boyd, this is tricky because this is, it sets up here. We've had a 5-cent move on the under. It opened up at plus 100. Now it's minus 105. We've all seen Tong look vulnerable, right? We've all seen him look vulnerable. We've all seen Boyd look vulnerable, but this is real nice weather for these two teams. This is the type of thing that makes me extremely nervous here. And let's see what the cash flow is for this one. Then we have 59% of tickets on the under and 88% of cash on the over. And the market is not blinking. 56% of tickets on the Cubs and 63% of cash on the Mets. And so, again, we go back to the situation here in the wild card for both of these squads. The Cubs are a game and a half up on the Padres. They've lost 5 straight games. There's no way they want to come in to the playoffs. The Mets are 1 game up on the Reds and the Diamondbacks for that final spot. And over 7 at minus 122, Justin has in his pocket. That makes me nervous here. Rod Zawacki, I'm certainly not going to be bet the under, but that makes me nervous. Rod Zawacki says Boyd's 11-1 at home. Yeah, he is, but God, he's just looked vulnerable of late. Let's go over his last few home starts. And see if that is still appealing, because I'm not going to back Boyd again for the rest of the season. I'm only going to look to fade him. In his last 2 home starts against pretty weak lineups in the Nats and the Rays, he's thrown 12 innings. He's allowed 12 hits, 6 earned runs. He struck out 4. That's it. Allowed 2 jacks. It's not horrible. I don't want anything to do with him. I guess I want Jonah Tong in this situation. I'm starting to think that I want him. Now, the Mets have lost their power against lefties, 250, 717 OPS. Cubs are righties, 237, 708. Huh. I guess I'm flipping the switch, and I guess I want Jonah Tong here. So let me just look at that money line once more, and then I'll hand it over to Jose. I did not expect this. So the Mets opened up at plus 110. Now they're plus 104. They must win. The bullpens are awash. Rod Zawacki looking at the Cubs run line. And when we get to the cash flow again, the Cubs are public. I expect to be on the New York Mets here, but I'd like to hear your breakdown. Take it away.
Yeah, I was on the Mets yesterday, which was nice. They went up like 5-0 immediately. The Cubs did, or something like that, and then luckily they clawed it back. I felt bad for Troy because he had first 5, but shout out to Troy wherever he is. I'll be honest, I wanted the Cubs here. I thought this would be the game that they clamp down and they can find the way to get the victory and hopefully keep that 1.5 game lead because they want the home playoff game. Et cetera, et cetera. Mets super desperate team. We all know that. Shout out to Frankie Lindor and that bet, Justin, because it is officially his time of season. That leadoff home run yesterday as well was the thing that I was like, oh, okay, well, now the games matter. And here comes Frankie Lindor to, step up. But yeah, I just thought this could be a Matthew Boyd spot where he could deliver. Yes, arm fatigue is probably a big factor. By the way, same thing with Lucas Giolito. Officially, he is running on fumes, but still had a decent start yesterday. But this is, if you're gonna want a guy that is arm fatigue, struggling, whatever it may be, in any kind of weather, it'd be kind of this one to help him out. So
Sure.
I lean Cubs here. I don't have a play in this game. I bet the under yesterday, and obviously that one flew over. And the fact that it's now a half run lower than it was yesterday, it's like I feel like I kind of have to go back to the under again here with the weather being how it is. So I've kind of gone back and forth on that aspect here. And I think I'm probably staying off as of now, but I agree. I like the under, if anything, in this game, gun to head. But if you ask me to pick a side, it'd be Cubs.
Spooner on the Mets money line. I will be joining him. I mean, the Cubs are 5 cents more expensive first 5, but of course they are. Look at the numbers of Jonah Tong and look at the numbers of Boyd. So I can understand Rod's confidence here in the Cubs. I think this is a nice spot here. Shout out to our guy Brandon Cummings, working hard, saving people's lives. Great to see you, Brandon Cummings. Thankful to cap with you.
Yeah, Brandon's a surgeon.
He works at the hospital. He's not a surgeon.
Damn. No. Shout out to Brandon.
He saves lives. And he's a great guy.
Shout out to Brandon. He always brings up good stats in the chat. So shout out to you, my man.
Yeah, and you need, when you work in a OR, you need to be able to take a second, take a breath, get away from it for a second. I love it. All right, let's roll on, Jose. I was very upset yesterday. I was so focused on football and preparing for our show for Bankroll Blitz that I forgot to fade the Angels. I fucking hate that. Just leaving money on the table. There was no reason that I left money on the table except for just too caught up. And that always makes me uncomfortable, because now I'm going to go back on the train, but I missed a spot. But look, TJ's fading the Angels every day, and why wouldn't he? And who cares that Kikuchi's on the mound? At first, I was like, maybe we shouldn't do it with Kikuchi on the mound. Look at his last 5 starts. They're all L's. And last 3 starts, he's been pitching well. Who cares? Who cares? Now, the Royals aren't hitting lefties. The Angels aren't hitting righties. The Royals bullpen is a massive advantage. And Steve Kolek has been shoving since he became a Kansas City Royal. So let's take a look at the line history here. TJ has moved on the Royals, and I would like to join him. I'm still pissed off that I didn't do this yesterday. God, irritating. I knew when I was like, oh no, and of course they're ahead and about to win. 80 Fahrenheit feels like 81, 6.4 miles per hour to center, dice down to 4.2 miles per hour. We get into the Ballpark Pals expectation here of Angel Stadium is plus 6%, plus 20% homers, minus 4% doubles and triples, and even on singles. AM says, come on, guys, take the Angels slander down a notch. It's Wine Time's birthday. You're right. You're right.
That was good. That was good, AM.
You're right.
Solid.
You're right. You're right. But they've been filling our pockets is what they've been doing. Robert Franklin, though, he doesn't care. He cares that it's Wine Time's birthday, but he says Royals money line, fading Angels as well. Grant Clarkson says KC Kikuchi will get scuffed up. Stephen Kolek, last start was a thing of beauty. 2-0 loss at home with the Manor. 7 1/3, 2 hits, 2 runs. Just one was earned, 8 Ks, 1 walk. He's pitching very, very well. And he's been great on the road all year. Didn't matter who is on the front of his jersey. He's been lights out on the road. 11 starts, 17 earned runs. His splits are very good. The righties have no power against him whatsoever. Kikuchi, man, we love Kikuchi. Look, we love him. He's my daughter's favorite baseball player. In saying that, it's my pleasure to fade this guy.
Has she found a new favorite on the Blue Jays?
No, she's very upset that we got rid of him, and she hopes that we swing a deal in the offseason.
Fair.
Stacks play day number 2 is our guy Sal Perez over 1.5 bases.
My king.
Plus 110.
It's my guy.
Spooner says, I bet this would open at plus 106 for the Royals. I'm nervous the line hasn't moved. Now, the way I handle that, Spooner, is simply by when TJ was betting the Brewers every day, the market never helped. It never helped. So we've just got to look beyond the market here. We've just got to say this is a lifeless group of nobodies. Let's put our sharpened chopstick. I can't talk. Chopstick? Let's take our sharpened chopstick and slice their larynx. Watch them bleed out. Let's get this line history here for this one. We have a plus 100 here for the Royals. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. This has only gone in the Royals' direction. Opened up at 2:20 a.m. at plus 109. At 2:31 a.m. it's plus 107. At 9:46 a.m. it's plus 105. At 11 a.m. it's plus 100. That's enough for me. 9-cent move towards the Royals. A 10-cent move away from the Angels. Right? That's got to be enough, doesn't it? Let's take a look at the total. From a total side of things here, we have an 8.5 minus 115 to the under. Open up minus 120 to the under. So there had been a move towards the under, but there was about an hour and a half ago a 10-cent move towards the over. So, and also Brandon Cummings saying Kikuchi 3-2 with a 5.06 ERA and 9 career starts against the Royals. Struggled down the stretch for LA. 0-4 record, 6.82 ERA in his last 7 starts. His last 3 starts have been better. Brandon Cummings says Kikuchi allowed 2 runs on 5 hits and 5 2/3 in his last start. No decision. He voiced his displeasure afterward with being pulled for Furman. Interesting. Rod Zweig says bet against the Angels in home games on the money line versus good defensive catchers, allowing a half or less stolen bases a game in the second half of the season. LA's record since 2023, 1-10. Brandon Cummings says all year I've been grinding for this team, Kikuchi told the Orange County Register. So in that spot, I wanted to be trusted a little bit more, and I felt like I wasn't trusted in that moment. That's interesting. I love the psychology behind spots. I don't know exactly what to do with that. One, he should probably just shut his mouth. He's on a losing baseball team, but I like that he stated that he wanted to be out there more. I mean, he's a competitor. So let's take a look at the cash flow. I think that will seal the deal here, even though I'm going to probably bet it regardless. 58% of the tickets, 88% of cash on the Royals. Yeah, you're right. They should become a favorite. They should. Let's take a look at the difference in cost for first 5 and full game. Kolek's been pitching very well. He should be more expensive first 5. So Royals are plus 100 full game, and then first 5 plus 105. So Kikuchi getting 5 cents. Kikuchi at home, remember, has very good numbers. He's been bad of late, but he's only allowed 28 earned runs in 15 starts. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
Yeah, if we bet him a first 5 under here would be interesting. But give me the Royals here. Plus 102. The Royal Angels have given up, I agree. And you say Kikuchi, God bless you. Go out there, throw 6 strong innings. But I still believe this Royals team can come through here. So Royals for me.
Yeah, I agree. Again, going back to it, Spoon, the reason why we still do this is because it didn't matter when the market was going up against the Brewers. It got us. I faded the Brewers a few times and lost all of them. And TJ was just sitting back, not caring, counting cash.
I don't think the market can also account for just letting go of the rope, as we've been saying.
Yeah.
I think that's just something that it really can't account for. That human error kind of type thing. JW says, why are the Angels favored? Oh, well, they have a better home record than the Royals have a road record. So bang right there. They have their opening day starter on the mound. I mean, they should be favored. They should be slight favorites. This line is exactly where it's just we wanted to move a little bit more. But JW, if that gives you your angle, then take it. But again, it's not about overall record. It's the Royals are on the road. They're 4 games under 500 there. The Angels are at home. They're 2 games under 500 there. And their aces on the mound. They should be favored. I would have set this line up same way. I would have set it up. I would have probably set it up, if we're taking 20-cent VIG, I would have set it up Angels minus 125, Royals plus 105. I think that's a fair depiction of what we've seen from these two teams. All right. Spooner says ignoring the market has been tough to be successful with baseball. No, I feel you.
You can't ignore the market. It's just that we watch it when you're backing streaks for teams. You just let go of the market and you succeed in the long run. That's what TJ did with the Brewers. But I've all the concern you have. It's lessened. Let's move on to the next spot on the board, Jose. We have still 4 left before we get into college football. I'm excited, very excited. We have a debut here on Betting with the Bag. Nick Frazier joining us from Water Cooler Talk Sports. SEC action is going to be fun. Let's roll here. Our next spot on the board, 9:40 p.m. Eastern, the Colorado Rockies, 43-114, 18-58 on the road at Seattle Mariners, 88-69, 49-27 at home. We're at T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington. These Mariners are rolling. Nobody wants to meet them in the playoffs. 67 Fahrenheit feels like 68. 5.8 miles per hour in, dies down at 4.6 miles per hour. Let's get into Ballpark Pals expectation here. Nasty Nate. That's funny.
It's beautiful. Friendships are going to be rekindled today. Friendships rekindled.
Oh, that's so funny. All right, let's roll. Nate Cerna in the house. It's great to have you. 3-4. Braves make it 3-4. Nice job for those of you guys who bet the 1.5.
That just sounds awkward. 3-4.
3-4 does, yeah. But I just read what I saw. But you're right.
He's like Anchorman at this point. Whatever you see, you're reading.
I just haven't slept. Let's go here and discuss the weather in Seattle. T-Mobile minus 8%, minus 2% homers, minus 16% doubles and triples, and minus 1% singles. Let's get into the line history here for the Colorado Rockies at Seattle Mariners. We have a total of 7.5 at a pick'em. This has not moved. It didn't come out till 7:21 a.m. this morning. And then let's get to the money line. From a money line perspective, we have the Mariners minus 285. They opened up at minus 317. The move came about 2.5 hours into it, but that's a pretty legit move. So we have a 27-cent move towards the Rockies and a 32-cent move away from the Mariners. That's a big move. Let's see what the cash flow has to say about this. It says 78% of the tickets are on the Mariners and 64% of the cash. 50% of tickets on the over, 68% of the cash. Oh, nice job, Tariq. Great job. Now let's because at that point, then you don't want it to go to extras because it could screw the plus 1.5. So let's just let's go get it. Ronnie Lofton catching the over 6.5 as well. I love it. Turnbuckle Tommy says, how do we feel about the over 7.5 in this game? I don't like it. I want to back Tanner Gordon here. Spooner says, I built the under 8 this morning. There should not be an 8 in Seattle with decent pitchers. This is complete disrespect to Gordon. His body of work in Coors is impressive. Tanner Gordon at times has been excellent. And then at times he struggles. But again, we're talking about the thin air at Colorado. That last start against the Marlins wasn't that bad. 3 earned runs over 6 innings. It's a quality start. I would like to back Tanner Gordon here. Now, the problem is that he's struggled on the road, but when he struggled, he gets absolutely demolished. I like him. So here we go. Again, righties hit Tanner Gordon much harder than lefties. Let's just take a look at the expected Seattle Mariners lineup here. It's going to be almost all righties, but they have Naylor, Kenzone, and Crawford. So 3 lefties. The switch, like Polanco, will probably hit from the right side. Brandon Cummings says Castillo has made 3 consecutive quality starts, winning 2 with a no decision in a span where he's given up 2 runs on 10 hits over 18 innings with 2 walks and 14 strikeouts. Again, I think the only concern is just staying away from the Rockies bullpen. And remember, when we deal with Castillo, it's that lefties get to him. And this is a team with no lefties. Mickey Moniak, the only lefty in this lineup. This is a great lineup for Castillo to shut down. And I don't see why Tanner Gordon wouldn't pitch well here. I think that the under is very much in play. It hasn't moved. Nice work getting an 8. This is a 7.5 for the pick'em for me. I wonder how expensive that first 3 under 2 is. And here we go. The first 3 is a pick'em. I guess it's because they don't no respect at all for Tanner Gordon. Huh. Well, I like the first 3 under 2 here, Jose. What is your plan? Under 2.5, excuse me.
I think I've got to put my medium to small balls out and try to let them dangle on the toilet bowl, Jimmy. That's what I think, to put it in eloquent terms.
Oh, it's beautifully put, eloquently put.
Thank you. I mean, you just talked about that market move. BOL, and it's interesting enough. BOL moved it like all at once, 317 straight to 285. And again, all that money in market, or I shouldn't say market, but all that money, 75% of the bet, 61% of the money on Seattle Mariners. So I think I've got to do it, Jimmy. Probably for the last time this season. Colorado Rockies, full game money line. The old semi-minus 300 fade because they're not really minus 300 anymore on BOL, but they used to be. And by the way, I'm sorry I talked you off of the Seattle Mariners futures, but I do think the Mariners are vulnerable today.
It's okay. It is.
It does. I don't know if it is.
No, it's fine. It totally is. You've helped me more than you've hurt me. And it's interesting, Rod Zwacki talking about the Gordon 7.4 ERA on the road. It's, I'm also a Tanner Gordon fan, and I back him. And it's been very good. It's been very helpful. So just to take a deeper dive into his road statistics, I don't think they should be looked at in totality. If you see, he allowed 10 earned runs in 4 2/3 at Arizona. He allowed 6 earned runs in 3 innings at Cleveland. Those were his second and third road starts of the year. So if we go past that, he's had 2 road starts since then, at Houston and at the Padres. In those 2 road starts, he's gone 12 innings. He's allowed 2 earned runs. He has struck out 14 and walked 4. So that also tells me that the first 3 plus a half might be appealing here. And I think it is. But he would probably have to get 9 up, 9 down. So it does correlate. It's a little dangerous. I think I'm not sure if I had the first 3 plus a half, but I'm certainly going to look at it.
And by the way, I did hear the hurt in Jimmy's voice. Don't worry, I did. I heard it.
I don't.
Heard it.
If I didn't have Brewers futures, I would be upset.
I would. Well, thank God for the Brewers.
Yeah.
By the way, I imagine Nasty Nate and Billy just had their "Do Not Want Neu" moment on the beaches there as well. So that was beautiful. Rod Zawacki might have Nate blocked as well.
Oh, that's so funny.
So we might have another. We might not have another moment on the Mexican beaches. So we'll see here, Rod. If you can figure that out, we'll see. We'll see if we have another reunion.
Fucking Nasty Nate is so money in the bank, man. He's so funny.
Who doesn't pocket block people?
That's so funny. So funny. AM, it's funny because we talk about how your gut, we don't bet with your gut, but futures, you let your gut do the talking. I am trying so hard to cut my futures down, AM, though. Like, I really put myself in very horrible situations in the past with just too many futures. But
I look forward to the hockey futures.
Well, I have bet one.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I bet it in like fucking June.
Is it like Canada to win the fucking juniors hockey, whatever the hell?
No, it's my Vancouver Canucks to miss the playoffs.
Oh yeah. That's different. Then you just hate bet,
What do you mean? They're my favorite team. Why would I hate bet? I love that team.
No, you love to hate that team. You love to slander them and take them to task. I forgot what they did to really piss you off recently. Was it giving the defender the big contract?
Since I was born in 1979. All they've done is fucking lose and lose and lose and lose and lose and lose and lose. That's all they've done. And then Jim Benning takes control. All these asshole. We hire these 80-year-old fucking dinosaurs to come in and make important hockey decisions. They're all a pack of ass clowns. I'd like to ski mask all of them. I'd ski mask Rutherford if I was in Vancouver right now. I'd be Mr. Ski Mask. They'd say, why are all of these general managers getting ski masked? We think it's a serial ski mask. We think it's the same culprit, and it would become famous. You know, like the green dancing men at Canucks games?
Sure.
I would be known as Mr. Ski Mask Attacks again. And all I would do is Nancy Kerrigan right in the kneecap. Now, these are 80-year-old men, so they'd be screwed after that.
Their knees might already be titanium at this point.
Who cares? I'd fucking knock them.
And then you know the best part is that eventually the crowd would catch on and they just give out ski masks during the game. So everyone would be wearing ski masks at some point.
Ugh, it's too bad, Ron, because, man, Pat Quinn, rest in peace. We miss you. We love you. God, why is Pat Quinn the only guy who respects toughness? Because he put his elbow through Bobby Orr's face? Okay, let's move on.
By the way, shout out to Ron Young as well.
Yeah, Ronnie knows it, man. I want first 3 under 2.5. I may move on the first 3 plus a half. Let's roll on. 9:40 p.m. Eastern with the LA Dodgers, 88-69, 36-40 on the road. Who would have thunk that the Dodgers could be 4 games under 500 on the road over the season? Crazy.
Yeah, very funny.
Rod's wacky on Dallas at 10-1 to win the cup. I think I've done that enough. Assholes.
I feel that way about the Oilers. I've gone to battle the last 2 years and I feel hurt.
Oh, I'm going to do it again.
I'm injured, Jimmy. I'm hurt.
I'm going to do it again. But I haven't done it yet, and I want to think about it longer.
Ugh.
So we have Blake Snell versus Ryan Nelson. Turnbuckle Tommy says Diamondbacks at plus 140 was so sweet yesterday. He's running it back. Ryan Nelson is pitching very well. 7-3, 3.34 ERA, 1.07 WHIP. Last start, 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 homer, 1 K, 2 walks, 8-2 loss at home versus the Phillies. At home this year, he's made 11 starts. He's pitched in 15 games, and he's been good, been better on the road. So he's allowed 10 home runs at home. He's only allowed 6 on the road. And he's got splits where he's just shutting down all lefties. And look at that lineup. Ohtani, Freeman, Muncy, Conforto, and Rortvedt.
Jesus.
5 lefties right there. I mean, this is the lineup for Ryan Nelson. Ryan Nelson should shut this lineup down. And look at what the Diamondbacks are doing to lefties. They're smashing them. 281, 853 OPS. So, look, Blake Snell is a beast. He's not quite as much of a beast on the road thus far in a small sample size. How do we not back Ryan Nelson early? Let's go over the line history here. I'm going to have a lot of action on this late slate, and I'm ready to attack. Overall, the D-backs open plus 136, now they're plus 129. So we've had 7-cent move towards them. So we've had to move towards them. Then when we get to the total here for this one, we have, from a total standpoint, we have an 8.5 to minus 110 to the under. This opened up plus money to the under. So we've had 10 cents of movement towards the under. I'm sure Blake Snell's going to be fine, but he's just clearly a different pitcher on the road than he's been at home in a very, again, small sample size. So when we go to the cash flow here, we have 71% of tickets on the over and 82% of cash. We have 75% of tickets on the Dodgers, but 63% of cash on Arizona. I mean, I do not think that Ryan Nelson is the vulnerable one here. Spooner on Diamondbacks first 5 plus a half at minus 120. I mean, how is that not just a shrewd bet? How is that not something that we should all move on as well? Let's just take a look at the situation here. I need a big price difference, even though you're going up against Blake Snell. No, I don't need a big. I need a price difference. So plus 125 at a public book full game. We go to first 5, and they're still plus 125. So there's no price difference first 5. So can we explain that? Yeah. Over the body of work in 55 in the third innings, a third of what Ryan Nelson is throwing, Blake Snell's been quite good. They're not saying that he's better. They're saying it's, I wish there was a difference. Damn it. A 10-cent difference, I smashed this. Line time. Dodgers, Diamondbacks, take it away.
Yeah, I already moved on this game, guys. Gave out the Diamondbacks money line plus 130 earlier this morning. It's at a plus 120, right? Plus 129 at the same current book I took that at earlier. Yeah, the Diamondbacks, I mean, I want this team in the playoffs so badly so I can take them in the playoffs too. This team's showing a lot of heart ever since they traded away 2 of their better hitters in their lineup. Still playing meaningful baseball. They've got a good manager over there. I like everything they're doing. yeah, I think they're going to be able to touch up Snell a little bit here, and I think Nelson could actually pitch pretty well here. I moved on the Diamondbacks yesterday about an hour before the game time. I ended up moving on the Diamondbacks plus 1.5. And they ended up winning the game outright. Shout out to them. One of my buddies was actually at that game. I moved right back on them today. This time I moved on the money line because I do think that this team's going to somehow sneak into the playoffs. I want them to get it over the Mets and the Reds. I think they can make some noise when they get there. And yeah,
What
I'm on
the
the
fuck?
minus plus 130.
Wine? How could you do that to me? What a broad! Just take my futures out by the fucking knees. Why don't you just carry into me?
I don't have futures in it. It's just from like you know me, Jose. You could probably say the Diamondbacks are my number 2 team. You know what I mean? You've heard me talk about them this season.
God damn. Wine. He said, "Fuck Joey Ortiz, fuck the Miguel family, and fuck his other friends' futures." God,
McGill, Jose, McGill.
Yeah, I'm right with. To me, anytime I play the Dodgers, if I don't have a bullpen that is elite, I want to cut the game down to 5 innings. Even though Dodgers bullpen's been kind of trash. AM says 9 is the normal total for Diamondback games, and 8.5 is interesting. Yeah, I think they might have overdone it, honestly. I just want the Diamondbacks first 5 plus a half. Jose Bouquet.
Yeah, I'm just got good vibes fading the Dodgers on consecutive days. We've done it so many times with the Pirates that betting the Diamondbacks yesterday was nice, and just feeling like rolling it over here to today feels even better. So Diamondbacks, and I'm going full game money line, plus 130 for me here as well. Does it feel great that I have the second worst bullpen in baseball this month on my side? No, but Los Angeles Dodgers are 26th worst right now. So, God damn it, let's drag this game into the mud. And let's have a great start, Ryan Nelson. I think it's also kind of a fishy line here as well. I was expecting higher line for the Dodgers here, like minus 180. The fact that it's minus 150 was another like, okay, I think the Diamondbacks are live here again.
I like this. So again, can you, I think you did kind of explain it, but at this point you feel, because I know with wine time, we have the markets on the full game. We don't have them on the first 5. He's focusing on what he knows, so he focuses on full games. But the TJ special has been spectacular. So why, Jose, are you picking the full game over the first 5?
Total's a little high. I'd rather go first 5 money line, I guess, if I had to take the plus a half there just for the plus money score personally. But I'm staying away from Blake Snell being, dominant shutout. I think the Dodgers bullpen could blow it. By the way, pitchers who pitched yesterday for Los Dodgers here. Let me scroll down to the bottom. Tanner Scott, 21 loss and a blown save. Vesia, 18. That is it. Trinan has not thrown in 2 days, so expect him to go today as well. Arizona, doesn't matter because they're all horrible, but John Curtis, 14 pitches. Ryan Thompson, who used to be good, I guess, 5 pitches in the win. Their closer or co-closer, Andrew Saalfrank, has not thrown in like a week, apparently, as well. He has 27 innings pitched in a 1.3 ERA so far. So we'll see what they do. But like you said, there's 75% of the bets on the full game Dodgers here. 63% of the money on the Diamondbacks is another thing that gets me there. The fishy line to me is the full game line, is why I'm kind of gravitating towards it as well.
And what did you get?
Plus 130 as well.
Okay. You guys are in business. I'm on the first 5 plus a half. Hopefully I send you guys a picture of my feet up, blunt in my mouth.
I hope so.
And say, good luck, fellas. Let's try. Good luck, fellas. Right. Let's roll on. 9:45 p.m. Eastern. St. Louis Cardinals 78-80, 34-43 on the road at San Francisco Giants 78-80, 34. Oh no, I'm just giving you guys the exact same record. Sorry. It's a fucking. I slept for 2 hours. Now, what I did, I needed this to get the show started here. I needed the fucking positivity. We have the pig milk play of the day here. Cardinals first 5 plus a half for our friend Billy Friedrich. Now unblocked by Nasty Nate. Just so beautiful watching this come together. And good God, how could you not unblock the man that came up with this? In business here, Treek says, "Why not first 5 money line plus 120?" So Treek, that's the difference from this year and last year. That's been the difference for me. All last year, I would have taken that plus money. This year, I'm drinking the juice. My ROI is way up. My first 5 plus a half. There have been so many ties that I've cashed, and it's just working for me.
It's Nate's first time seeing. Oh fuck! And by the way, like Billy says here, what if Nasty Nate now wins the horse race after unblocking Billy? What if all it took was that?
But yeah, Treek, that's what's changed for me is wanting things to be expensive. That's what changed my baseball season here. So. We'll see. It's beautiful that Nasty Nate and Billy have come together like this. It's just a beautiful. Spooner said I like a behind the scenes making of the pig milk play of the day video. It's so much fun sending things to Jose.
I'm sure your research, like I don't even know what your Google search history is.
It's fun, man. I knew it, but you made magic with it. Like I sent you a bunch of shit, that's crazy shit, and then you turned it into magic. Let's go. Oracle Park in San Francisco, California. Sonny Gray versus JT Brunabaker. Who was listed originally?
Good question. I don't know. I saw JT Brubaker the whole time.
Oh yeah. Why am I calling Brunabaker? I'm just.
No, it's the sickness. It's the tiredness.
That's what I wrote. Brunabah.
I was shocked to see JT Brubaker not on the Pirates. I was like, what the fuck?
All right, let's get into this one here. Oracle Park. Another reaction from the test market. Jose liked it, man. Speaking of which, Jose, I do have something else for you. I'll send as soon as I drop this. I'm going to send something to that. I'd like to see if you could pull up if you can. I know it's quick, but you don't need to do it right away. I'm
worried about what this could possibly be.
Well, no. I'll calm your worries. It was a gift from our friend Ron Crawford.
Oh, okay. Now you know what? I'm interested.
Yeah, he found something. He thought of us right away.
Yeah, Jimmy, a lot of interest is building. Let's find out if I suddenly have no interest at all. So, a lot of interest is building, though.
So I guess we shouldn't get too caught up in this market move. We already heard from Justin. He moved before the pitching change. Got a big number. Here, weather-wise, in San Francisco, 68 Fahrenheit, feels like 67, 6.2 miles per hour out to center. Dies down at 4.6 miles per hour. You guys know that this is it. This is the last 3 days of 3 hours of baseball. The show's going to change.
It's still going to find a way to be 5 hours. Don't you guys worry.
No, it's not. It's going to be much shorter shows. Let's get into the expectation here of Oracle. Minus 5%, minus 31% homers, plus 1% doubles and triples, and plus 10% singles. We get into the cash flow or the line history. Again, we need to know the time that the pitching change was announced. I imagine, when would that have been?
Spoon says that the original matchup was Robbie Ray, and I'm like, God damn, was that Kershaw start that long ago?
Billy, my wife liked it. She sent it to her friends in the group chat, and they did not. They did not like it. They did not like it.
I can only imagine. If I sent it to Helga, she'd be like, what the fuck is this?
They did not like it. The pitching change was after midnight. So at 11:43 p.m., which is probably around there was a 9-cent move towards the Cardinals, or 8 cents, 9 cents away.
Was Robbie Ray supposed to start? Then they get eliminated in the playoffs, and he's like, you know what? fuck this.
Sports Investor says no Harper again in the Phillies lineup. St. Louis gone from plus 118 to minus 107. So let's say the move was around midnight. At that point, it was minus 121. I mean, this line is still moving towards the Cardinals, despite, it's just nonstop movement here. But obviously, that played a big part in it, the pitching change. Let's get to the total here for this one from a total standpoint. We have a 7.5. It's minus 114 to the over. Opened up minus 110 to the over. Oh, sorry. Let me say that again. Yeah, opened up minus 110 to the over. The initial move was towards the under. That was after that Brubaker was announced. So interesting spot here. Cash flow wise for this one, we have 67% of tickets, 89% of the cash on the San Francisco Giants. Sonny Gray coming off a really strong performance at home versus the Brewers. His last start of the year, I mean, why wouldn't he pitch well here? Now, we know his situation right now is that righties are just hitting him very hard. We take a look at this lineup. There's so many lefties. Devers, Eldridge, Young-Hoo Lee, Drew Gilbert. This is probably a good lineup for him to go up against. And it's a pitcher's ballpark. So here we go. Take it away. Oh, and by the way, the Cards are not hitting righties at all. They're not worse than the league anymore, 225, 649 OPS, but the Giants are hitting righties. So this is the first start for Brubaker. Last appearance was September 20th, 2 1/3, 1 hit, 3 Ks, 1 walk, 7-5 loss at the Dodgers. He's pitched in 7 games at home, 9 1/3. He's not been very good. 5 earned runs, 5 Ks, 5 walks, 278 opponents batting average. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
Thank you to the San Francisco Giants and Robbie Ray for giving us an opportunity to fade JT Brubaker here. The real question is, do I double up? Do I just bet full game? Because I'm already on full game. I've bet full game minus 108 now. But I just, what is he going to give us here?
But shouldn't this be more expensive?
Well, they opened up his favorites, right?
But even just where the line is right now, the line right now at 365, the public look is a pick 'em. So shouldn't it be more than 5 cents?
Full game to first 5?
Yeah.
I think that it's hard for the line to react to the flip like this and to continue to move. Personally, so I just don't know if the line can move as quickly as it can, or it needs to, I guess.
Yeah, I should send this off. This doesn't sit right with me. It really doesn't. Look, I mean, where Justin is great. Jesus. He gets a great number.
I'm going to show you the image that I just received from Justin McKelvey.
Sure. And I will send one for you.
Good God.
But this doesn't sit right. Something's up here. And then Brubaker has 11 walks and 24 2/3. This is his first start of the year. Sonny Gray should be 15-cent difference first 5. Don't you think?
Yes, I do. But I mean, Jesus, that was loud. What was the line here when they finally figured out that it was, what's his name? I mean, would you say it's minus 108? I guess when Brubaker. No, that's at 8 a.m. So people knew by then.
This isn't. Is this what? So let me just say, is that what was sent to you?
Let's find out if this is it. Do I have the same image twice?
Yeah,
I can't wait. I still haven't gotten it yet. But I mean, look, this was this. I imagine this is what this weekend, or I guess last weekend. This is what last weekend looked like for the boys. I mean,
okay, I know that is it. That's it right there.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Look, there's DJ Big Boss and Dom Ricci in the back.
Oh yeah. This is a keeper right here. It's a goddamn keeper. This is something's up here. This doesn't this should be more expensive for Sonny Gray. So I don't want to be involved here. Something's up. Do you want to move on this?
I am. I'm on it -108.
And that is what, Cardinals full game?
Yes, I won't double up due to your trepidation, but I will take full game money line. Yes.
Something's up. Sonny Gray should be much more expensive first 5. Something's up. This is a good lineup for him. Something's up. Against Brubaker, come on. Let's move on. 10:05 p.m. Eastern, the Houston Astros at the Athletics. Astros 84-73, 38-38 on the road. Athletics 74-83, 34-42 at home. Our last game before we get into college football, Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, California. Hunter Brown going up against Luis Severino. Let's take a look at the weather in Sacramento. What are we expecting here? We have 79 Fahrenheit, 6 miles per hour to left center. Gets up to 6.8, dies down to 5.8 miles per hour. Ballpark Pal has Sutter Health Park plus 15%, tied with Great American Ballpark, plus 23% homers, plus 3% doubles and triples, and plus 7% singles. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Total-wise, we have a 9. Makes sense in these conditions. 5-cent move towards the under from -110 to -115. Then on the money line here, we have Hunter Brown -127. It's very a fishy line moving towards the Athletics. They've gone from +127 to +115. I'm very hesitant to fade Hunter Brown, but they're telling us that's what we should do. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Severino's been terrible at home, and Hunter Brown's only allowed 24 earned runs and 16 road starts. So why on earth would this be the number? I guess the Athletics are hitting righties harder than the Astros, and the Astros are free-falling. Both bullpens are pitching well, but this doesn't make sense to me. So let's see what this full game price difference is, and I think that will settle it here. We have the Astros are -130 full game, and they should be more expensive first 5, and they're the exact same price. Something's up here. Severino's going to pitch better than expected. I'm not interested. I'm going to be back in 30 seconds. Jose, I got to take care of something. Some people just got here. I just got to take care of something real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, go ahead, shoo them away. I'm sure Jimmy's going to come out with a staff and say, "You shall not pass to these people." But I think it's an obvious. Well, maybe not obvious to some, whatever. But the right word is whatever the right word is, I should say. But ace money line for me. I'm on it here as well with you guys. My card is getting bigger and bigger by the game, which is good. This is the last game, but +110 for me on the A's money line. I think the Astros are in complete free fall here. Not the Astros teams of last year. No Yordan Alvarez. Market in this game, as Jimmy mentioned, 66% of the bets on the Astros, but 81% of the money on the Oakland Mento A's here. So I'm on the A's, excuse me, believing in them, the reverse line movement and all that good stuff here. Wine time. Did you have A's Astros thoughts?
I did, Jose, and I'm right there with you. I'm going to be right there with you on the Oakland Sacramento Athletics, whatever you want to call them, +115 on the money line. I think they're going to kind of end the Astros season a little bit in some ways. I mean, the Mariners running away with that division. Oakland Athletics, a rival. Listen, guys, this team's going to be good next year. We're going to make some good money back in the Athletics next season if they keep this roster intact with these young guys that they have. They've been in baseball. The Oakland Athletics are number 1 for my ROI this season. With that being said, we were on them yesterday. We're going back on them today. Athletics money line +115 right now.
Yeah, I think this is an A spot. I just bet it at +116 for me here. The Astros are in free fall, and I low-key want the Tigers not to make the playoffs just because it's funny. But it seems like the Astros are just a team that are just falling. And the A's are really good. They're a really good hitting team, and hopefully next year they can figure out some pitching.
Athletics money line at +116 for Jose. What number did you get one time?
+115.
+115. You guys are right. This is very, very, very suspect. But I still can't do it.
It's weird, Jimmy, because these are the lines like when I want the Athletics, like when they're a small dog, small favorite against a team that's obviously better than them. they've been so successful. I got to hit up my guy Troy and tell me what the angle on that is. Probably got to go into a little more detail on that, but I think this is a great spot for the Athletics. These are the kind of spots that we've been making on all year long, making money off of them. So just seems like another spot here at home in Sacramento. There's 5 games left of the regular season. Seems like even though the season's been over for this team 2 months ago, they never really shied away. And this team, like, I mean, Brent Rooker came out and said, I don't want to be traded. I like what's being built here, which is kind of crazy, but he said that. So I like the Athletics here, plus 115.
They don't want to live in Vegas with no state tax. And be
what is that going to be, though, Jim? 2028?
2-3 years still.
Yeah. I can't imagine how crazy that strip is going to it's going to be nuts down there, man. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be in Sacramento again next year, which
for sure, tough. Yeah.
But, I mean, they've got 1 and 2 for Rookie of the Year, so they're going to be –
You guys think the Astros are not going to make the playoffs?
I don't know. Where are they in the wild card right
now?
They're
a game back of the Tigers.
It's them too.
I get it.
Who do the Astros have in the next series?
I'll tell you guys right now. Yeah, I've been looking at the permutations, obviously.
I mean, the Athletics don't like these guys. These guys are, I mean, they obviously want to be a part of this. They want to be a part of this franchise. And
they're going to sweep the Angels.
They're at the Angels.
They got the Angels? Okay, then, yeah, they're in good hands, guys. The Angels don't want to win games. And if I was, guys, I can't even imagine this angle. Probably our guy Sharpie would probably know, but the strikeout prop for a starting pitcher against the Angels this season has to be in a crazy win rate. And especially in August and September, they've been striking out 13 to 17 times every single game. It's kind of crazy.
Well, let's review action and switch to the gridiron. So let's get started with Wine Time Sports. Please review your MLB action on your 31st birthday.
Let's go, guys. Appreciate everyone in the chat for being here for it, man. It's been a great show so far. Hopefully it helps us as well. Guys, yeah, we're on the Guardians and Tigers under 7.5 at minus 105. We doubled up in the Rays game. We moved on the Rays money line plus 105, but also the under 8 at minus 105. We also moved on the Diamondbacks, going back to the well with them. Money line plus 130 this time. We already lost on the Braves and Nationals over 9 minus 110. So that's an 0-1 start to the day. We also added the Blue Jays money line plus 110. And then we also added the Athletics money line plus 115.
JT says 31. Man, I remember them days. Yeah, I do too. I do too.
What were you doing for your 31st birthday, Jim? Do you remember?
Well, my 30th birthday, I was in Vegas.
Okay.
Everyone, my 21st birthday, 25th birthday, 30th birthday. 30th birthday, yeah. Because I remember I had the 30th birthday in Vegas. I don't know what the 31st birthday was. It's not. No, I do remember the 30th birthday because I had that Eazy-E shirt that said Hip Hop Thugster, but it was too big for me. And so the T would kind of go under the armpit. So then people would walk by, hey, check it out. It's a Hip Hop Hugster. And I'd be like, oh, God, I got to burn this shirt.
I got to burn this.
Hip Hop Hugster?
I believe it, yeah.
It wasn't a confidence builder. 31. For me, my life started improving drastically when I became a dad, because everything. I was very concerned about making up money, doing all this stuff, and I was like, you know what? Let's just fucking go down to Costa Rica and see what the fuck happens. Let's put all my goddamn chips in the fucking middle. And so it was just. Things change when you're a dad. I had other dads tell me that. They said, as soon as you're a dad, you get that money. And it's true. As soon as you're a dad, you get that money. You know what's important and you go get it.
Yes, sir.
Jose,
while we're on the topic, Jim, should we just I'll say it, guys. Yeah. Wow. Jose and Jimmy already know this, guys. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Probably some people know it too if you've been on streams, and it's kind of came out. But yeah, my wife's 25 weeks pregnant. First girl is on the way. Gonna be a dad. Papa gloves over here. Papa wine time. Yeah, it's gonna be my first one, so it's definitely a blessing. She's due January 2nd, so super excited for that.
Oh, isn't that the best news? The announcement is here. Wine time is going to be a data, man. Oh, wow. It's so wonderful, man. We're so happy for you and your family and the firstborn. And, oh, man. So congratulations to you and the fam. And it's so much fun to see where you're going, as a father and as a capper. And you got a lot of wonderful times ahead of you. And I hope that we all get to be a part of it, man. You're a class act and a great friend. And congratulations. You're going to be great, Dad. And Dad's going to be such a great mom. You guys, you got it, man. You guys got it.
Excited.
Yeah. It's wonderful, wonderful news. Our guy, Wine Time, the announcement is here. Going to be a data.
Bagelin too.
Yeah. Oh, no. We don't.
I heard.
Jose, my friend, please review your action.
Yeah, my action here. By the way, Jimmy, I didn't want to say this out loud, but I'm at -5 units right now. And if I have another nice day like I did yesterday, I could claw back and see the sun again. I can claw up and see God one more time. Officials for me here. I'm going to move on that under Milwaukee in the Milwaukee game, under 8, -115. I'm going to double up on your Toronto Blue Jays. Money line +113 and first 5 money line +110. If this does indeed hit, it will lessen the sting of a Red Sox loss. So shout out to them. Miami, Philadelphia under 8, -110. The Kansas City Royals +102. My balls are in the toilet bowl play of the day. The Colorado Rockies +245. The Arizona Diamondbacks +130. The St. Louis Cardinals -108. And my favorite team to bet on, apparently, the Oakland A's +116.
I like your cards, fellas. We'll go over all of the specialty plays of the day after we break down college football. But for me, I'm down a unit with the Braves double result, +135 gone. So then next for me, I left that Rays-Orioles game alone as well. And the Tigers-Guardians game, I'm going to sit with for longer. So I don't start until the first 3 under 1.5 in Pittsburgh-Cincinnati. Then I haven't bet this yet because I bet that, but I'm going to take the Marlins first 5 +0.5. Then I bet the first 3 under 2 at -102 in Boston, Toronto. And I bet the full game under 7.5 at -120. And then I'm going to add the Mets and I'm going to add the Royals. And I'm going to add the first 3 under 2.5 in Seattle. And I might add the first 3 +0.5. I may leave that off. I'm going to add the Diamondbacks first 5 +0.5. And that is my card for today. So it's not as much as I thought. So that is my action. Yes, my dude, I have a TJ's card. So the additions for TJ here. Sorry, where did I put them? Here, the additions. He added Milwaukee first 5 +0.5 at -130 and the Kansas City Royals money line. What he gave out with us already was the first 3 under 1.5 in Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and I'm on that with him. He's also on the first 5 under 4 in Detroit, Cleveland. And he's on the under 8.5 in Tampa Bay, Baltimore. That is the action here from, and then Spooner, Brewers money line, Orioles money line, Reds money line, Royals money line, Mets money line, Mariners, Rockies under 8, Marlins first 5 +0.5, and the Diamondbacks first 5 +0.5. It is time to move in on to college football here. That is next on Betting with the Bag. And we have a debut happening right here. And I'm excited about it, Jose. So we're going to switch gears and head to the gridiron. Dabby Cat was supposed to join us. I'm not sure if he can, but we're going to rock with our debut here.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch another debut here. Of course. So it should be very fun. Shout out to you guys. A lot of good games on this weekend slate. And guess who has a wedding this weekend to go to? Fuck me. Unbelievable. Fucking unbelievable.
Well, it is time to bring on a new guest making his debut here on Betting with the Bag. Also, much respect to this man backstage watching us cap MLB for 3 hours. He sat there the whole time watching us cap MLB. Guess getting an idea of what we do here on the channel, but it's very, very cool. He is the star of Water Cooler Talk Sports, and it is a SEC breakdowns, Auburn focused, and he's here making his debut right now. So without further ado, please welcome Nick Frazier to the show. Nick, what's good, man? How are you?
What's going on, man? How you feeling, man? I appreciate y'all so much, man. Thank you for hey. Let me tell you this. Let me say this. That was a great introduction, man. That was a great introduction. I need to record that. Hey, respect, man. Heard such great things about what you guys are doing over on your channel. I will be subscribing as soon as this is over. I'll get Jose to put the link to Water Cooler Talk Sports so that we can all subscribe to the channel. Thank you for rocking with us, man. We need, I've always said we need new voices in the sports handicapping medium, and we're very thankful to have you rocking with us. Before we get started, tell us a little bit about what got you into sports capping, and tell us a little bit about your channel. Yeah, man. So we are a channel that just loves talking college football. That's what we like to do. We like talking college football. Water Cooler Talk started about 2 years ago. We was just kind of all over the place talking everything, but end of last year, we kind of focused it down to just college football, more with a lot of focus on the SEC. And of course, the people that associate with us are Auburn fans. So we naturally just gravitated to talking about Auburn football. And we're starting to expand more out into the SEC. So we're growing, just kind of narrowed our niche down a little bit. And now we're just growing and trying to get more into the space and trying to see if we can get relevant. That's it.
We are excited to have you here. Let's get right to work with Nick Frazier from Water Cooler Talk Sports.
Yes, sir.
We have a banger to get us started. Auburn Tigers at the number 9 ranked Texas A&M Aggies. A lot of excitement around this football game, and A&M have created it. The win at Notre Dame, 41-40. We had Dabby Cab on A&M. I had Notre Dame double result. I was very wrong. Cab has been right about the Aggies throughout the season. Auburn coming off of a loss at Oklahoma. So we have A&M coming off of a bye week. They've had 2 weeks to prepare for the Auburn Tigers coming to town. Auburn coming off of a loss, back-to-back road games. It feels like this is all setting up for the Aggies. Let's take a look at the line history, the side and total, and the cash flow, and then we'll hand it over to our friend Nick Frazier and see how he is getting paid on this one. First off, A&M is minus 6.5 at minus 107. This opened up at 7.5, and it lasted there for 20 minutes. 20 minutes it took to move a full point. And this is an important point. We know how important the 7 is, and we know if the dog goes through the 6, then Troy Torrance bets some money line. This has gone from 7.5 to 6.5, and the 6.5 is juiced towards Auburn. That surprises me a little bit just because of the situation, with A&M getting the extra week to prepare. Back-to-back road games in college football is not easy. Let's move on to the total. We have a 53. This is juiced to the under. This opened up at 52. When that move went from 7.5 to 6.5, this went from 52 to 51.5. We're up. We had a 2-point move to the over in the 24 hours after that. Overall, though, we have 1 point move to the over from 52 to 53. Let's get into the cash flow here for Auburn A&M. We have, here we go. We have 62% of the tickets and 64% of the cash on Auburn. Again, I'm a little surprised by this, but maybe it's the size of the number. Then we have 78% of tickets on the over and 69% of cash. So there are bigger bets coming in on the under, but the books have shown no concern. Michael Johnson here is on the over. Lou Chase Fox says A&M is the truth. Still not sure they will be the seasoned Auburn team. Auburn also wins in the fried chicken index. Robert Franklin is on Auburn plus 6.5. Action Jackson is on Auburn money line. Ooh-wee. Jose has put the link to our guys, Nick Frazier's YouTube channel, the Water Cooler Talk Sports. Nick, your first game here on the channel. Take it away. Auburn Tigers, Texas A&M Aggies, Kyle Field, College Station, Texas.
Yeah, man. Looking at this game, I always try to look at where is the matchups at. What has Auburn struggled with? Auburn has struggled with mobile quarterbacks. Marcel Reed is one of those dynamic guys. That's a mobile quarterback. Looking at his stats right now, 869 yards, 58% completion, 9 touchdowns, does have 1 interception. And that is something that Auburn has struggled with, in the past. Of course, we saw with Taylor Green last year against Arkansas. You kind of saw it with Bishop Davenport this year with South Alabama as well. So Auburn does have that problem. But what Auburn does, what a lot of people don't realize, Auburn plays up the competition as well. They play up the competition a lot. So in this game, if I had to go ahead and pick, I'm taking Auburn on the money line in this game. I'm gonna have to ride with Action Jackson in this one, man, and take Auburn on the money line in this game, and I'm gonna take the over at 53 as well.
Auburn money line and the over 53. Wine Time Sports. Our guy Wine Time last year regular season 60% against the spread on totals. Wine Time, a rebuttal here. Auburn money line and the over 53. I'm going to line shop for Nick. First official picks here on our channel. I'm going to line shop and make them official. Start a spreadsheet for him. We track all cappers that come on to our show. Wine Time, take it away.
I mean, guys, shout out to Auburn taking care of business week 1 against Baylor. I mean, that wasn't an easy environment to go into, and they took care of business pretty fairly in that one. Listen, guys, Oklahoma's a very tough team, and they had every opportunity to win that ball game. Jackson Arnold, I do believe he is a dude. I mean, he can put some nice spin on that football, man. He throws a good deep ball as well at times. You got to give him time, though. A&M, these guys have been overperforming. I mean, these guys are playing so good right now, Jim. I did not realize the kind of talent that they had at this wide receiver position a couple weeks ago. I knew Casey Concepcion. I know Mario Craver, but a guy like Terry Bussey, too, really explosive with the football in his hand. True sophomore, may I add, too. All 3 of those guys are really fast. This is where I look at, though, in the trenches right here. Can Texas A&M hold up in the trenches on the offensive line against this defensive line from Auburn? I mean, you talk about a guy like Keldrick Falk, talk about a guy named Kyron Crawford. These guys have been getting to the quarterback this season. They're getting good pass rush on. If they can put some pressure on Marcel Reed, force him to get out of the pocket, and probably have a linebacker spy there on the quarterback, I could definitely see that. I thought in the beginning of the season, they were just going to run the football with Le'Veon Moss, Ruben Owens, and Marcel Reed, because we know Marcel Reed, he's really explosive with the football in his hand as well. And he's been able to make some nice throws. But guys, Notre Dame is not the team we thought they were going into the season, and they're not even close to the team they were last year. I mean, we're going to talk about that game later, but I don't even think they beat Arkansas coming up. They had a nice, impressive win. I mean, but think about it, guys. Notre Dame missed that extra point from a bad snap. This game probably should have gone into overtime, but it probably shouldn't even have happened. The fact that they marched down the field and did that was a miracle almost. That was crazy. This is going to be a tough environment, though. Kyle Field in Texas A&M, College Station. This place is one of the most hostile environments in all of college football for a reason. Auburn, though, I mean, Freeze recruited his ass off these last couple of years. That's one thing he has been able to do, is bring in good recruits and bring in guys that trust him. I could only move on the Auburn side in this game. This was a game I stayed away from just because I think the line is right where it needs to be. I think A&M could probably pull out a win here, but it's going to come down to the final couple possessions. It's going to be up to Jackson Arnold if he can come up with some big-time throws in the fourth quarter, because this game's going to be close. This isn't not going to be close by any means. So I'd probably take those 6.5 points in my back pocket. Didn't end up officially moving on this one, guys, but I was pretty close to it. Auburn plus 6.5 is probably the only thing I could take in this game, just because I do believe that defensive line could probably cause some issues for the offensive line over there in A&M. So it's going to be a pass for me, guys. But yeah, it's going to be a good matchup. This is a fun one. This is a big game for both teams. But at the same time, I mean, Auburn just took a loss already. They can't afford another loss right now. So I actually think this game might be more important to them. You're getting 6.5 points with them. I'd be on Auburn, but it's not official.
I wonder if I'm putting too much emphasis on the back-to-back road games, or the fact that they're going up against an A&M squad that's coming off the bye week. If we go back to last year with the Auburn Tigers, they played Georgia and Missouri back-to-back, but there was a bye week in between.
So I think it changes things. There was not a bye week when they lose to Missouri 21-17, and then they go and have to play at Kentucky, right after that. They were 1.5 point dogs and they won by 14. And so maybe I'm putting, just too much here. Again, last year they had the quadruple overtime 43-41 victory at home over A&M.
Yep.
So, Nick, are you saying that I'm putting too much emphasis on the back-to-back road games, that it's early in the season, and that maybe it's not as big of a deal as I'm making it out to be?
I would feel that way. I mean, it's an SEC slate. It's gonna be tough anyway. Anyway, it goes, it's gonna be tough. And when you look at the game from last week against Oklahoma, and I know there are a lot of Oklahoma fans that have been on a lot of Auburn channels saying, well, you talk about 2 plays and how those 2 plays could have fundamentally changed the game, which I agree that they did. But if you take those 2 plays out of the game, and I know if is a lot, you put if in, a lot of things else can change. But Auburn and Oklahoma were evenly matched throughout that game.
Yeah.
Evenly matched throughout the game. If you watch the full game, evenly matched throughout, defense-wise, offense-wise, even though we just learned that John Mateer broke his thumb early on in the first quarter of the game, still completed the last 15 of his 16 passes in the fourth quarter, and actually made a great throw that a lot of people are still questioning on that last drive that actually put Oklahoma in position to win the game and go up when Auburn went up 17-16 to go up 22-17. That was still an evenly matched game. The last time Auburn went to Texas A&M, Auburn did not play well. Hugh Freeze's first year, 2023. I think that was Jimbo Fisher's last year, if I'm not mistaken. But every other time Auburn has went to Kyle Field, they have covered the spread and they have more than likely won the game, or they've covered the spread. So I'm taking Auburn on the money line here. And when it's just the small things. I always talk about this, the small things. Can Auburn connect on the deep ball? We saw Cam Coleman this past weekend against Oklahoma get behind Oklahoma's secondary. We saw passes that were underthrown. We saw passes that were overthrown. And if Jackson Arnold and Cam Coleman, and then we just got news today that Horatio Fields broke his foot in practice yesterday. So now it's time for Perry Thompson to step up. If we can get those guys, Eric Singleton, number one receiver out of the portal, Malcolm Simmons, if we can get Perry Thompson, if we can have Sam Turner, one of the star freshmen in the 2025 class, to come in and contribute. If we can have those guys come in and play, and we can connect on the deep balls, Auburn. I hate to disagree with you one time. Happy birthday, by the way. I hate to disagree with you. I think Auburn could win this game by 10 points.
Wow. They could too, which is interesting because they were just in Oklahoma. I mean, Oklahoma, that doesn't really get more hostile than that. I mean, A&M, there's going to be A&M fans that are saying I'm crazy, but these are 2 crazy environments. And you just said take those 2 plays away, Auburn probably wins that football game against a really good Oklahoma team. Yep. The rest of the season without John Mateer, it's going to be interesting, but that was a good Oklahoma team. And they almost won that game outright. So I totally hear you on this. And this could be a letdown spot for A&M. I know they had an off week this last weekend. Maybe they're caught off guard a little bit by this Auburn team that's going to be, Hugh Freeze, he wants to get to that SEC title game. He's already taken a loss here so far. He needs to get this win here at Kyle Field. So it's going to be a fun game. I'm excited to watch this one.
One thing that I want to mention too is what does Auburn do very well? Auburn runs the ball very well. And what has Texas A&M had a problem with? Stopping the run. And especially when you got guys in the middle like Torian York and Scooby Williams, 2 guys that I feel like were 2 of probably the better linebackers in the conference coming in that you could have put up in the top 5, top 7. And I'm sitting here saying, man, I'm just not understanding why this middle part of the defense, especially a defense that's coached by Mike Elko, a defensive team that's coached by Mike Elko, is having problems stopping the run in the middle of the field. So I think part of what we're going to see this weekend from Auburn is Auburn's probably going to get back to the RPO game. Auburn's going to give the ball to Jeremiah Cobb. You're probably going to see Jackson Arnold have close to 100 yards rushing in this game. And then you'll probably see Auburn take those deep shots down the field like they did against Oklahoma strategically. And hopefully they can hit on them. And if they do that, I think we can see a 31-21 win for Auburn.
Rod Zawacki says, bet on Auburn on the first half line after 1 or more consecutive losses against the spread. Auburn record on the first half line since 2023, 11-2. He's on Auburn first half plus 3.5. Says, bet on Auburn on the first half line off a loss against a conference rival.
Auburn record on the first half line since the 2024 season, 5-0 against the spread. AM says bet the under when both teams are SEC schools. Total is less than 53.5, and the home team is favored at -7. Evan Kroll says the way you both are talking about Auburn, I'd recommend some futures on them. Says if they're going to beat AM by double digits, futures are an answer. What, to put a bow on this Auburn A&M breakdown, Nick, why is it that you are leaning towards the over in this one? I know the Aggies just had an 81-point game against the Irish in Auburn against Sooners. That game went under. You talked about the deep ball needing to be an answer. You talked about A&M's issues with the run. What is leading you to the over? And by the way, I got you a money line at +197 and over 52.5 at -110. What's leading you to this over?
Defense. I'm a defensive guy. I look at the defensive side of the balls, and I think this is where the game is going to be won for Auburn. If you go back to the Baylor game, first game of the season, if you look at that game, the first 5 possessions of that game, Baylor goes down the field, kicks a field goal. The first possession for Auburn comes out, gets a 3 and out. The next possession, Auburn gets a stop on defense. Auburn comes out again, drops the ball down the field. They get stopped. But then, Auburn scores. But then Baylor gets the ball back, and Auburn stops them on 4th down. Those two sequences in the game help Auburn win that game. The final score of that game ended up being a 38-24 game. Those two sequences of stopping Baylor from actually scoring points on that drive actually helped and aided Auburn winning that game. I think you see something like that in this game. I think you could potentially see a sequence like that in this game from Auburn's defense. Which defense do I trust more at that particular time? I'm going to say Auburn. I look at the numbers. Texas A&M is giving up roughly about 28 points per game, 211 yards passing, about 350 yards per game. And looking at Auburn's defense, Auburn is giving up about 291 yards total and about 58 yards rushing per game. I'm trusting Auburn's defense in this one, especially on the road traveling, especially what I saw last week against Oklahoma on the road. Taking Auburn.
Auburn money line at +197, the over 52.5 for Nick Frazier, his first official picks here on Pub Sports Radio. We roll on to our next spot on the board. We head to Oxford, Mississippi. The number 4 ranked LSU Tigers 4-0, 1-0 in the SEC at the Ole Miss Rebels 4-0, 2-0 in the SEC. I have the displeasure of fading LSU at Clemson. I lost that. And I had the double result that was set after halftime. Then I also had the +9.5 with the Florida Gators. And that was a 10-point game there. 2 losses I've taken fading LSU that have stung. Ole Miss was challenged, at Kentucky. It was a 30-23 victory on the road. They weren't challenged at home versus Tulane. They were challenged at home versus Arkansas. And if you watch the Arkansas-Memphis game, you lose some respect for the Rebels' victory there. Remember, they opened up as 8.5-point favorites. And, when Chambliss came in, they moved to 4.5-point favorites. It's a big, big move. Now, of course, it was predicated on Chambliss coming in, but LSU has been much better than I expected them to be. And I guess Ole Miss has been a little worse, although it was a pretty impressive performance at home against Tulane, opening up at 12.5, closing at 11.5, and dominating 23-3 at halftime, just in complete control. 548 yards of offense. Tulane put up just 282. So it was a very impressive victory for the Rebels. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow. Justin McKelvey just subscribed to Nick's channel. Respect, Justin. I look forward to this connect that we have with Water Cooler Talk Sports. First off, this is a tight one, so we'll go right to the money line instead of the spread here. Let's get over here. So on the money line, we have Ole Miss -125. They opened up at -135. There hasn't been a ton of movement. There was some early movement towards Ole Miss. They got up to -140. Then this got all the way down to a pick 'em yesterday morning. Ole Miss -111, LSU -109.
Since then, there's been 14 cents of movement towards Ole Miss, but overall, a 10-cent move towards LSU. Not a lot of movement here. Let's get to the total. From a total side of things here, we have, here we go. We have a 54.5. This is juiced pretty heavily to the over. It opened up at 55.5. When it moved to 54.5, it was juiced to the under. So a 12-cent move to the over at 54.5, which means let's call it a half-point move to the under. Not a very big one. Let's grab the cash flow. We have 52% of the tickets and 70% of the cash on Ole Miss. The line's not doing much. The books don't seem too concerned. 78% of the tickets on the under and 90% of the cash on the under. What, it's gone a half point maybe to the under? So the books don't seem to be too concerned where the money is. Take it away for us here, Nick. We have LSU Tigers, Ole Miss Rebels in Oxford, Mississippi.
Yeah, I look at this game, and first, let me say this about LSU, man. LSU has low-key kind of disappointed me this year, and I hate to say that because when you have the guy that was the second leading passer in the conference last year, just behind Jackson Dart and Garrett Nussmeier, and a lot of people who feel like he's probably going to be the first quarterback taken off the board in the NFL draft in April, May of next year. LSU's offense just hasn't looked great to me this year. You look at the Clemson win, 17-10. You go into Clemson and you get that win. You play Louisiana Tech. You kind of have a game there that just was just odd. LSU's defense forces 5 turnovers against Florida's offense, and you still only win that game by 10. And then, of course, you had Southeastern Louisiana last week. And you look at the other side on Ole Miss. Ole Miss, who will be the starting quarterback? I think it just came out recently, probably earlier today, that Trinidad Chambers is going to be the guy that's going to start this game. But one thing I can say about Lane Kiffin is Lane Kiffin knows how to develop quarterbacks, and he knows how to get the best out of his offense. I'm going to have to go with Ole Miss minus the points in this game, and I'm going to take the under in this game.
Ole Miss and the under. We'll see the difference between the points and the money line and see what is more appealing for you, Nick. But let's hear from Wine Time. Tigers, Rebels, take it away.
Yeah, you guys saw me get excited earlier when I got the news that Simmons was downgraded to most likely not playing in this, which is going to give the junior transfer from Ferris State out there in Michigan, Trinidad Chambliss. I mean, you guys saw this. This kid's a gamer, man, coming over to Ole Miss. This is a big-time pickup for Lane Kiffin. Guys, I mean, you talk about Lane Kiffin. This guy he's such a good offensive mind. I mean, going back to his days with USC, then Bama, and he almost hit rock bottom. He ends up going to FAU. He ends up making his way back to a program like Ole Miss. He builds this program that wasn't really winning at the time he came in. He's making him a winner. Last year, if it wasn't for Dart crying after he threw back-to-back picks in that last game, they would have gone to the college football playoff. But Dart couldn't keep it together on the sideline before he had to go out there after his defense got him an interception, which is wild. Another story for another day. I like everything Lane Kiffin stands for in college football. I think he's the kind of guy that he doesn't really say too much to the media, but I feel like from a player perspective, he's on the same page as you at some point. He's taken a lot of risks on certain people, and they always end up turning out in the right way. He's got good wide receivers. He's got a good running back in Keywan Lacey. The defensive line is a little worrisome to me. Last year, they were very good in the trenches. Kiffin made that a thing. Why they couldn't beat Georgia and Bama is because they couldn't beat them in the trenches. This last offseason, he kind of realized, maybe you don't need to do that to win an SEC. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. But I like Ole Miss here. I think they take care of business. There was a lot of drama on social media. You guys know Lane Kiffin likes to chirp in, and someone posted a picture of his daughter in the middle linebacker for LSU, saying that, LSU this week. And then Lane Kiffin commented and said, take the over. And he's chirping in. He took a picture. It's all funny and stuff. But Lane Kiffin, I think, is going to take that a little bit personal on offense. But at the same time, when Lane Kiffin tells you to take the over, guys, you should probably take the under, because I feel like that's why, Jim, when you read me off those numbers, it's almost unreal to me because everyone on social media right now is saying, take over, take over. Maybe because the public hasn't gotten involved yet. I don't know. That's really weird to me, that market right there. I was expecting a lot more tickets on the over, not so much the under. I think that LSU, guys, listen, they beat Clemson. We know Clemson. Dabo should have he shouldn't have gotten fired. I shouldn't say that. He's won plenty of times, but He lost to Syracuse this last weekend. You talk about the teams that he has beaten. They aren't that good when it comes down to the end of the day. Ole Miss went to Kentucky, a place that isn't easy to play, especially early on in the season when Kentucky is at their best out of conference play, winning all their games and such. But they took care of business there. They absolutely smashed Tulane last week. And Tulane's, I thought, a decent program. Arkansas was a little bit tough of a matchup. They end up getting out of trouble, but we're going to talk about Arkansas later. I mean, they can score points. I think Ole Miss takes care of business. I think this is the best team that LSU has played this season. LSU, you mentioned it, Nick, that their offense doesn't impress me. I mean, Garrett Nussmeier, I mean, this guy is supposed to be the first quarterback off the board. I don't believe that anymore at this point in the season. It's their defense. It's Blake Baker coming over from Mizzou a couple years ago, bringing in his right guys, and this defense is sound. But this offense is very worrisome. And when it's crazy when you have the NIL money like LSU, you would think that they would be a lot more loaded, and their offensive line has definitely taken a step back this year. I think Ole Miss wins this game. I moved on a money line at -120 on Monday. It's a -125 now. I still endorse the -125. I'm going to say just pay up and buy a little -120, -125 instead of the points, because I do think they win this game, and I lean towards the under because I find it hard to believe that there's going to be probably, especially when Kiffin came out and said that, take the over. I think immediately you take the under. I'm going to stay away from the total. Nothing official for me there, but we are officially on Ole Miss money line -120.
And I can offer that to Nick at -117 or the -1 at -108 if you want to cut the VIG down. What would you prefer, Nick?
Yeah, let me get the 1-0. Hold on, let me think about this. Hold on.
-1 at -108 or
Okay.
the money line at -117.
Give me one. Give me -1.
-1 at -108 to cut the VIG down. And the under 54.5 -104. Rod Zawacki says, bet on Lane Kiffin in home games on the first half line versus excellent passing teams with a completion percentage of 62% or better. Kiffin's record on the first half line as coach of Ole Miss, 10-0 against the spread. Kong's Clips is on Ole Miss here. Kong's Clips. So we have the corner of Nick Winetime and Kong's Clips Boulevard here on Ole Miss. And shout out to our guy Kong's Clips. We have Rod Zawacki says, but under the total in Lane Kiffin games versus poor passing defenses, allowing completion percentage of 58% or worse. The unders record as coach of Ole Miss is 25-9 here. And Kong coming off just a monster Saturday, 19-3. Just trying to keep up the momentum this week. I love the bounce back that you had last week. Thing of beauty. And there's Who Banging Sports Talk in the house, fresh off the big Atlantic City trip, the Who Banging trip. Shout out to our guy DJ Big Boss. Perfect timing, Big Boss. Talking college football, my man. Let's get to work. We have Nick Frazier joining us from Water Cooler Talk Sports. They've made moves on the first two games. Let's move on to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We got some monster games here, and this is as big as it gets. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, we have the number 17th ranked Alabama Crimson Tide opening up their SEC account at Justin McKelvey's Georgia Bulldogs. We're at Sanford Stadium in Athens, Georgia for this one. Let's get this set up here and hear the plan from Nick Frazier. First off, line history for this 7:30 p.m. banger. We have Georgia -3 at -116. They opened up at it depends where you look, but a lot of spots did open up at 4. And it didn't take long to get to 3. It took about 20 minutes to get to 3. The 3 was juiced. There was a couple times where the 3 became a 3.5. Now it's a 3. It is juiced to Georgia -116. A slight line move to Alabama, but Georgia still juiced on the 3. Of course, if it closed at 3.5, it would be a very strong message, that Georgia is going to take care of business. Let's get to the total here in this one. From a total perspective, we have a 52.5, which is right where it opened. But this did climb to 53.5 after about an hour of being available. Early money came on the over, and then it started getting pushed down. We have a 52.5. So at this point, all we have is 5 cents of juice towards 5 cents of juice towards the under from -105 to -110. We get to the cash flow here for this one. Find it here. God, so many games. A cash flow wise, man, sorry, it's taking me so long. I should have already had it set up.
I can read you off Action Network if you want, Jim.
Yeah, please do. Oh, I've got it here, but we'll hear both. So why don't you hit yours? And
there's nothing available, but as on the money line, guys, as expected, 90% of tickets and 88% of cash on Georgia. Remember, guys, Georgia is 54-1 at home, last 55 games. That's all the info. That's just money line, not spread. Take it away, Chip.
Here on the big board, we have 68% of the tickets and 67% of the cash is on the spread on the Bulldogs. We have 54% of tickets on the over and 57% of cash on the under. Look, we were all shocked at that Florida State loss for Alabama to get their season started. And, beating Wisconsin 38-14, a lot of the shine has been taken off with Wisconsin's debacle against the Terps this past weekend. For Georgia, that was a very difficult 44-41 victory at Tennessee. Extremely difficult. Georgia was opened up at 6.5-point favorites and came all the way down to 3.5-point favorites and need overtime to get the victory. Here we go. Nick Frazier joining us from Water Cooler Talk Sports. The third game that we are attacking of 3. Crimson Tide, Georgia Bulldogs. Nick, take it away.
This is a tough one for me. This is tough. When I look at Georgia, I said at the beginning of the season, Georgia would miss the college football playoff. And I know a lot of people hit me when I said that. They was like, what are you talking about? But what is one thing that I look at when I look at teams going into the year, especially when people talk about SEC teams? I look at the line of scrimmage. I look at the offensive line. I look at the defensive line. Looking at Georgia's offensive line, I was not sold on Georgia's offensive line. And looking at the PFF scores, Pro Football Focus scores for Georgia's offensive line after the Tennessee game, Drew Bobo was the highest rated offensive lineman. Their center at 77.9 was their highest rated guy. Their next highest rated guy was Micah Harris at 68.5, and everybody else after that was below 59%. Was below 59. I don't think Georgia's offensive line is as good as people want, as people are proclaiming them to be. I think Georgia has a really good receiver in Zachariah Branch. I think they have a really good stable of running backs, as you can tell by the guys that's running the ball. Nate Frazier has 189 yards, Dwight Phillips 144, Chauncey Burns 121, and all of them have multiple touchdowns. When I look at Alabama, I think a lot of people did overreact to the Florida State loss from the way that it looked. Because you saw Florida State come out and basically beat up on them and get up 24-7 on them. Yeah. But Florida State is a good team from what we've seen in that situation. And from these past couple of weeks of what you've seen from Alabama, you've kind of seen them get back to what they were and what most people know them to be. I'm gonna stay away from the over-under in this game because I can see this game being a high-score game, and I can see a way where this game could be a dogfight, drag it out type game. But I will stick with Alabama plus the points.
Alabama plus the points for Nick Frazier. BJ in the chat says, I think Bama is live. Robert Franklin on Bama plus 3. Andrew G says, roll Tide plus 3 with Ty Simpson. A lot of backers here of Bama, much to Justin McKelvey's chagrin. Wine Time Sports. Crimson Tide, Georgia Bulldogs. Take it away.
Yeah, guys, I mentioned, Georgia last 55 home games, 54-1 straight up, just winning ball games. And that's pretty much what we're almost getting at. We are getting 3.5, depending on where you look. Guys, listen, I want to be on Bama here in this spot. Georgia struggled against a team in Tennessee that I know they've been looking good so far. We'll talk about them, I think, either today or Friday, that game. But I don't think Tennessee is really all that good. And I think Georgia struggled in that game, especially defensively. I mentioned it last week with you, Jim, that this defensive line, it's still a Georgia defensive front, definitely struggled. And boy, did they struggle, man. Luckily, they have a good linebacker crew. I like all their linebackers back there. They're going to have to bring one of these guys up, maybe do a quarterback spy or something. I'm not too sure what they're going to do here, because when you talk about Alabama's receiving core, I mean, outside of USC with Mekhi Lemon and Lane, outside of Ohio State's wide receiving room, is there a deeper wide receiver room right here than, you talk about a guy named Ryan Williams, you talk about a guy named Jeremy Bernard that is going to be eligible for the draft, talk about a guy like Isaiah Horton. These are three dynamic weapons that Ty Simpson has at his disposal. If his offensive line can hold up, which I don't think they should have a problem against a defensive front that's not too good over there in Georgia. This isn't the same Georgia team we known from years past. I get it. Going to Knoxville is a tough place to play. They still gutted it out. We pushed on the 3, but at the same time, their defense just really has me worried a little bit. And I think Bama, I mean, they took that loss to Florida State, but, Nick mentioned they kind of punched them in the mouth right away. And it's funny, Nick, I keep almost calling you Nate because Nate Frazier, my guy over here, because Nate Frazier he went right down the street from me at Mater Dei, true freshman last year. Mm-hmm. I loved what he did last year. And so when I heard your name, I was like, wait, Nate Frazier, it's crazy. Whenever if you hear me hesitate saying your name, that's the reason why. But I like Nate Frazier at the running back position. I think if he can stay away from fumbles, he'll be okay. But at the same time, he's still a young guy over there in Georgia. I just think that you're getting plus 3 points here with Bama. I think that's good money. I haven't moved on it yet. I want to see if I can get a 3.5. I don't know. It's tough because how am I going to go against this 54-1 angle? Because I'm pretty much saying that Bama is going to win this game if I'm going to take the 3 points, or that they lose by 3 points, which means they're going to be in this game from start to finish. Mm-hmm. And the chances of that happening over the last 55 games are pretty much 0%. So it's a tough spot. I'm going to stay away from this game. Nothing official for me.
The plus 3.5 is minus 128.
Ooh.
Is that too? One time, is that too expensive? You want it to go down?
It's not. I think it's just more of a game I want to wait on, because I forgot to mention too, Jim, is Jam Miller going to be back for this game? Kalen DeBoer hasn't really came out and said if he's going to be available. My assumption is that they've held him out here the last couple of weeks for this game for a big time spot. But at the same time, is he going to be in football shape? I don't know, but he is a dynamic running back. I mean, going into this season, he was the number one guy. They've got plenty of guys over there, but this is their number one guy. So if he's ready to go and they can establish the run game and you're able to throw these wide receivers, I don't see why Bama doesn't win this game. It's the 54-1 angle I'm going against pretty much. Because I think if I'm going to take Bama plus 3.5, I'm going to probably take another half unit on the money line. And it's tough for me right now. I'm going to have to sit on this one, but that minus 128, I would move. It's not too expensive, no. And I probably would move on it. And I probably should now in case it doesn't become a worse number these next couple of days, because I do think people are going to more and more come in on Georgia, but we're not going to see the line move towards Georgia. We're going to see it move towards Bama. So more Georgia backers back Georgia. So it's a tough spot here. This is best on best right here in the SEC. Good matchup. I think Bama probably wins, though. So shout out to my guy, Justin McKelvey. I know he's a big Georgia guy.
Shout out to Justin.
he's not pleased. Non-plus. Bama bettors. So, Nick, would you want to pay for our record keeping? Would you want to pay the minus 128 for the hook?
Yeah, I'm probably more comfortable with the half point, to be honest with you. So I'll probably take that 3.5.
Yeah. All right. Alabama plus 3.5 at minus 128 for our guy, Nick, Water Cooler Talk Sports, joining us right now. Great work. Thank you for rocking with us. A review of Nick's action. Auburn moneyline plus 197. The over 52.5 in Auburn, Texas A&M. He's on the under 54.5 in LSU, Ole Miss, and he is on Ole Miss minus 1 at minus 108. Then he's on Alabama plus 3.5 at minus 128. And yes, you can, Justin McKelvey. Absolutely. We should cap this game on Friday. We should cap it on Friday.
Yeah.
Jose has put the link to Nick's channel right there. Please hit that link, subscribe, and support our guy, Nick Frazier. I'm going to pop his X handle here in the chat, Nick Frazier 11. I'm following him. You guys should follow him too right here. The host of Water Cooler Talk podcast. I'm going to pop that. So please support our guy, Nick Frazier. Nick, thank you for taking the time to rock with us. Let's do this again.
Of course.
Let's do this again. Love having you here. Love the addition to the channel. So thank you, my friend. Any last words for the cappers supporting the show?
Man, no, I appreciate y'all so much, man. Water Cooler Talk Sports, man. We are live Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, live call-in shows. And then, of course, on Saturdays, we live stream every Auburn game for the season. So come over there and check out with us, man. We sit down for 4 hours and we react to everything that's Auburn and whoever we play in that week. So this week, it'll be Auburn versus Texas A&M. We call it the locker room. So come check us out in the locker room and watch us react to everything that's happening that week. Whether it's a win or a loss for Auburn, we're going to still be watching it, man, and having a great time. And I appreciate y'all so much for giving me this opportunity to come over here and talk ball with y'all. Thank y'all, man. Appreciate it.
Oh, we thank you.
Up,
respect. That was great, man. He's money in the bank, man.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Great addition here for us. Wine time. Let's roll on. So you get started with your best bet card, 12 p.m. on Saturday. Number 22 ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish, 1 and 2 at the Arkansas Razorbacks. We're in Fayetteville. My goodness, did Arkansas not look good against Memphis? It was alarming. There were so many times watching that game where I thought, oh, no, Arkansas is in control. The Pigs are in control. It's gonna be, and then they'd be like, wait, they're not in control. Back-to-back road losses, and now the Hogs come home. They were shut out in the fourth quarter. They scored 3 points in the second half. Look, I understand this is enemy territory, but when you open up at 6.5, it goes through the 7, you close at 7.5, you should take care of business on the road. They did put up 500 yards of offense. They allowed 489. It was a shocking performance. Very questionable defense. And now they host another angry football team. Yes, they took care of business. Notre Dame at home versus Purdue, 56-30. And that snap, that losing streak to start out the year, losing 27-24 at Miami, losing 41-40 at Texas A&M. So you lose your first 2 games by a combined 4 points. Marcus Freeman's pissed off. I thought Marcus Freeman was going to be ready for A&M. Maybe his defense isn't ready for anybody is the answer. Now, is Arkansas's defense ready for anybody? I mean, how high could this total be? Let's take a look at the line history here for Wine Time's first best bet. We've had a move towards the Hogs. They've gone from 6 to 4. They opened up at 6, and that was on Sunday at 2 p.m. Monday morning, this was a 6.5. That turned out to be the high watermark for Notre Dame. Since then, it's been one-way ticket to Arkansas. We've dropped to a 4. So, of course, this has gone through the key number of 6, blowing through 5, and now we're the 4. And I'm sure Troy's aware of this football game and deciding how to attack it because this is his wheelhouse. This is his cash cow. This total is a 64. Good God, it's high. Opened up at 65. It's dropped a point to 64. The initial move was towards the over. This 64 is the highest total on the board, the highest total in college football. The only one that is close to it is, of course, Memphis, Florida Atlantic, but it's not a 64. This is the lone 64 on the board in college football. Let's take a look at the cash flow for Notre Dame, Arkansas. Again, this is an early start. And let's see if I can grab it quickly. I can. 68% of the tickets are on Arkansas and 52% of the cash. Well, if that's the case, if big bets are coming to Notre Dame, the books don't seem to care, moving this from 6 to 4. Then you have 83% of tickets on the over and 95% of the cash. Maybe it's just too high to start with. Take it away, Wine Time. I can't wait to hear this breakdown. Floor is yours, my man.
This is going to be a fun game right here, guys. I mean, Arkansas, ask my guy T, see if he's in the chat. This is a very hostile environment. The fans are going to be rocking and rolling out there. Probably more so if they would have came off that win against Memphis. But at the same time, I think that's all the motivation they need to come back at home. They went to Memphis. Guys, we've seen Memphis. I feel like every single year they do some kind of crazy comeback on a good team. It just happens. Arkansas, though, I mean, you can't really explain what's happened defensively over there. This team defensively is just not stopping anything. At the same time, who's going to stop this run attack here from Arkansas? I know for sure Notre Dame's not. I mean, these guys are struggling. What did they do? They lost their defensive coordinator, who's now the defensive coordinator over there for the Cincinnati Bengals, and Al Golden. It was a hard loss for Notre Dame. They promoted another guy, Marcus Freeman. I remember someone telling me that Freeman was going to take over the defensive play calling. That's not the case. That's not the case yet as of right now. It might be after this game because I don't know how they're going to be able to stop this run attack. Talk about Taylor Green already at the quarterback position. This guy is extremely difficult to take down. He's a big dude. He's fast. You got running back Mike Washington in the backfield, Braylon Russell. These guys are good running backs. I mean, there's a reason why this is one of the best running attacks in all of college football right now. If you look at the numbers, I mean, this team, no one's stopping this team run the ball right now. If you kind of stack the box here on them, I will be interested. But at the same time, this defensive front and these corners, especially too, on the defensive side for Notre Dame, I think that probably Taylor Green could probably be successful throwing the football here. These guys are struggling big time right now. They lost a lot of talent on the defensive side, and they're just not stopping anyone right now. I think this game is going to be an absolute shootout. I don't think 64.5 points is enough. I haven't moved on the over yet. I'm not going to. I don't think. I just moved on Arkansas +6 on Monday. Wish I got the 6.5. Got the 6, though. I'll take the 6. It's down to a 4 right now. I think we're in great shape here. Notre Dame is going to lose this ball game, and we're not going to have to hear about them at all the rest of the season, as we should, because they're just not that good of a football team. Shout out to all my Notre Dame fans, but they had their chance last year. It's not going to be that way for a long time. Jeremiah Love is going to enter the draft this next year, and that is really their spark on offense. CJ Carr is definitely – people don't give CJ Carr enough credit. He's been able to put points on the board here. It's just this defense can't stop anyone. And I think in a shootout, if you're going to give me 6 points with Arkansas with the home team in a crazy SEC wild environment, I mean, SEC environments are probably the most hostile in all of college football. And Arkansas, they're going to be cooking that pig out there. You know what I mean? They're going to be eating good in that tailgate. They're going to be drinking, going into that stadium, and this crowd is going to be rocking and rolling, knowing that this is the runner-up for the national championships are coming into town. You don't see this matchup often with Notre Dame and Arkansas, so this is something that I'm pretty sure everyone in Arkansas is going to want to get to in this matchup. Give me Arkansas plus the points. I think they win this game outright, guys. I'm going to sprinkle the money line, probably even a little more than a sprinkle, and I'm not going to make it official, but give me the +6 -110. I already tweeted out, Jim. I think Arkansas is good money.
You are in business. Arkansas +6 -110 tweeted out from our guy, Wine Time Sports. Nasty Nate on Notre Dame first half. We got sports scientist Jacob. We got Kyle Fields. We got AM dropping angles. Rod Zwacky dropping angles. Talk Sports with JT. Lucky Power. A great group of cappers. Let's move on to our next spot on the board, my friend. 12 p.m. Eastern, we have the 21-ranked USC Trojans 4-0, 2-0 in the Big Ten at the number 23 Illinois Fighting Illini. 3-1, 0-1 in the Big Ten. Good God, did they take a beating? Memorial Stadium in Champaign, Illinois. What a debacle! 63-10. The Hoosiers put up 579 yards on Illinois. Illinois put up 161. The Hoosiers put up 31 first downs. Illinois put up 9. The Hoosiers were 8 for 11 on third down. Illinois was 1 for 10. It was as embarrassing as one could possibly imagine. Then we have AMs kick them when they're down. Home team last game was on the road. Home team scored 10 points or less in the previous game. Home team scored 9 points or less 2 games ago. Road team is a single-digit favorite or underdog. That is Illinois' loss here was, I'm so interested to hear what you want to do with it because JT is on Illinois +6.5. Kong's Clips best bet is on USC -6.5. Justin McKelvey says Illinois has to be pissed. Sports Investor says Illinois missing their top cornerback. Kid is good. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow. We will start with this total. This total is a 60.5. It opened up at 60. It started dropping. This was a 59 pretty much immediately. And then it started climbing in the last 24 hours. We're at a 60.5, a half-point move towards the over. From a point spread perspective here, we have USC now a 7. You can still get 6.5. This opened up at 6, half-point move to 6.5, and then to a 7. This 7 got up to minus 117. Now it's minus 102. 6.5s are back available here at this book. And when we get to the cash flow here, 52% of the tickets on Illinois and 79% of the cash. That's sharp action. 71% of tickets on the over and 93% of cash on the over. Look, I love buying low. Wine time, I love buying low. If you tell me that I should buy low here, I will consider it for a long time and possibly move on it. But are you backing your USC Trojans here on the road? Take it away.
Absolutely not. This USC team is struggling, guys. It's explosive play after explosive play on the defensive side of the football, guys. I mean, if you guys watch the tape right now, if you've been betting against them, you've been making some good money on Purdue and Michigan State because they both covered in that game. Was on in both of those spots. Don't think I actually made Michigan State official, but with those big spreads with USC, you just kind of have to do that. And guys, listen, USC on the road last year in Big Ten play, I mean, struggled. That was their season. That's what killed their season. They couldn't go to these road environments. Champaign, Illinois, this place is going to be rocking despite the blowout loss. Brent Bielema has a lot of faith this week. I said coming into the season, he said that this is the best offensive line he's ever had on paper with this program. You got a guy like Luke Altmaier. This is one of the most experienced teams in all of college football. Jacoby Lane should be ready to go for this game. He's the number 2 receiver for USC behind Mekhi Lemon. Those two guys are absolute studs. What's USC doing right now? They're running the ball here. Waylon Jordan, this guy is just running the shit out of the ball right now. This guy, Wayman Jordan, Wayman Jordan, the JUCO transfer from a community college. A lot of people were saying, could he play at this level of football? He's doing it right now. This team is firing on all cylinders, as they should as an offense, guys. I mean, look at this offense. I mean, you got Jaden Maye, but this guy can make every throw on the field. You got Mekhi Lemon. You got Jacoby Lane. The defense has me worrisome, though, guys. I mean, they are struggling, giving up a lot of yards, especially the explosive plays. I mean, we saw Michigan State backdoor cover in the last couple minutes in that game because of a 75-yard passing touchdown. I like Illinois here. I think USC is very much overrated. Going to the season, I thought they were underrated. But the more they win and the more I keep seeing people say, like, bet USC this week, like they're good. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If they were at USC and the spread was like this, I would absolutely take USC. If it was 9.5, I don't even know what it would be if it was at the Coliseum because they don't have much of a home field advantage there. Illinois has a pretty good home field advantage, and they had high expectations going into the season. People said it was a pretty much Indiana and Illinois last week. Whoever wins that game is going to go to the Big Ten title game, and Indiana might have a one-way ticket there. They still have a lot of the season left to go. Illinois, they lost a lot of their cornerbacks. They lost 7 cornerbacks in their last game. 5 of the 7 are going to be healthy for this game. They got nicked up in that, and they just took them out as Indiana was just putting the hammer on them, and they were down to like their 4th string cornerbacks out there. A lot of these guys are going to be healthy going into this week. I think this team is going to show some heart. They're going to, especially for their home crowd. They better. USC, this team is talented, but like I said, if you can capitalize on some explosive plays, which Illinois has been able to do this season. You look back in that dominant win against Duke, it's really just the Indiana game. But at the same time, it was such an Indiana spot. Being in Indiana, it was just from start to finish, it wasn't even close. And you can just tell by that. This game here, it's in Champaign, Illinois. I think USC is going to struggle. I think Illinois easily covers. I got +7, -120, paid a little bit of juice for it, but I'm all for it. You can get that same number, I'm pretty sure still, but I think Illinois could potentially win this game outright. USC, they faced probably the 2 worst teams in the Big Ten outside of UCLA, and that's Purdue and Michigan State. They couldn't cover those spreads at home. I know there were bigger spreads, don't get me wrong, but those are bottom feeders. Those are teams that aren't going to win games in the Big Ten, and they stayed in those games and had a lot of explosive plays on this defense that I still have a lot of question marks about. Don't get me wrong. I like their defensive coordinator, Jansen Lin. I like all the pieces they have on that defense. But when are they going to stop an explosive play? It's every single game these explosive plays are happening, and that can change an outcome of a game real quick, especially if USC goes down in this game early. That's going to be interesting to see. Give me Illinois plus the 7, minus 120. I think they take care of business in Champaign, Illinois.
All I want to do is buy low. It's all I want to do.
Yeah.
And
who's betting Illinois on this game, Jim? I haven't read the chat, but I can't imagine. Can you read me off the tickets one more time?
Yeah. Yes, I can. We have 52% of the tickets on Illinois. 52, but 79% of the cash.
Wow. So, yeah, sharp money's coming in. I want to see the line get down to a 6 again, hopefully at some point. That's why I bought up to the 7, because I don't think we'll ever see a 7 again. I think we're only going to probably see a 6. USC could win this game. I could see it, but I just think it's too close of a call, especially on the road. They struggle in Big Ten play, and this is a tough travel spot, a tough road environment in Champaign, Illinois. This is a must-win game for Illinois after already losing their first Big Ten game. So I'm on Illinois here. I think that they could even win this game outright, Jim.
I'm very, very interested in joining you. I'm going to spend a little bit more time on the game, but I like it. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. 3 games left here on Wine Time Sports' 31st birthday. Love that you wanted to rock and hammer the card all day.
Let's go, baby.
Set yourself up for the birthday. I respect it so much. And we also, I love the announcement that you made today as well. Let's roll. 3:30 p.m. Eastern. We have let's do Ohio State. I guess we can switch here. I know we're going to cut this video out, so I guess I'll start. You know what, Jose? We'll keep the Indiana, Iowa here, and then I'll just start off from top because I was all set up here for the Ohio State Buckeyes spot. But we can switch that here now to the Hoosiers. Sorry, let me just give me 1 second. Okay, so we're going to start again from the top. We have Wine Time Sports here. The next stop on the board for his Saturday best bets is the 11th ranked Indiana Hoosiers, 4-0, 1-0 in the Big Ten at the Iowa Hawkeyes, 3-1, also 1-0 in the Big Ten. We're in Iowa City, Iowa for this one, and the Hoosiers have looked dominant. It was a pretty ugly performance to start their year off. They beat Old Dominion at home. They were 23.5-point favorites. They got the job done. Mendoza threw for 193 yards. Nothing looked very good. Since then, this team has been an absolute juggernaut. Now, the first couple games were against weak competition. They win 56-9 over Kennesaw State as 35.5-point favorites. That is a pretty easy cupcake, pretty easy FCS situation. We have it again, and this time they lay down the hammer, 73-0 over the Indiana State Sycamores. Larry Bird not around to help them. They out 680 yards to 77. That's how much they dominated that game. 33 first downs to 5. They didn't give a spread available for that one. You had to just enjoy it for football. That's what they told you to do at the books. But then they throw down the hammer. They destroy the Fighting Illini 63-10. Outgain them 579 to 161. 31 first downs to 9 first downs. And one thing we haven't seen from the Hoosiers is them travel. Their first road game of the year against an Iowa team that's being battle tested. Losing 16-13 at Iowa State, beating up on UMass 47-7 in a home game. Their only home games thus far have been against Albany and UMass. They beat Rutgers 38-28 last week. They head out on the road and beat them as 2.5-point favorites. They were outgained 400 to 346, but they got the job done, and they got the job done late. They looked very good late and took care of business. Let's take a look at the line history and then the cash flow here for this spot. This is 3:30 p.m. on Saturday. So to get us started, we have Iowa plus 7.5. They opened up at 7. It quickly moved to 7.5, and then it moved to 8.5. This was on Sunday. This got up to 8.5, and then it's come back to 7. This was at 7 all day Tuesday,
And then on Wednesday night late, this moved to 7.5, which is where it is right now, a half-point move towards the Hoosiers. Here's a team that hasn't played on the road in Indiana, that just dominated a tough opponent, which makes the appeal of fading them quite genuine for me. Let's get to the total for this one. We have a 49.5. This one, and that's higher than other books. Other books are at 48.5. This one opened up at 50, and it got down to 48.5. It moved to 49.5, a 1-point move towards the over 26 minutes ago. That's the first buyback on the over. And then when we get to the cash here for Indiana, Iowa, come on, show me where you are. And I can't. Here we go. Here we go. We have 73% of the tickets and 74% of the cash on the Hoosiers. 66% of the tickets and 78% of cash on the over. Take it away for us here. Wine time. Hoosiers, Hawkeyes.
You know where I'm going to be on this game, Jim. Here, guys. Listen, this is going to be a extremely hostile environment in Iowa City at Kinnick Stadium. 70,000 strong here, guys. Listen. What Curt Cignetti is doing right now, guys, could be single-handedly one of the greatest things we've ever seen a head coach do in modern-day college football. Be able to make the jump from James Madison to Indiana, make the college football last year with the new quarterback. What do they do this year? They go out, and in my opinion, Jim, this guy's going top 10 in the draft right here in Fernando Mendoza. This guy might be the best quarterback. I mean, if I'm an NFL team, I'm looking at this guy's stature at nearly 6'6", and his athletic ability and his ability to throw the ball downfield and pretty much work in any kind of offense you ask him to. He made the transition quite nicely. Offensive coordinator over here in Indiana is doing everything the right way. Respect everything from Indiana, guys. I'm saying all this stuff for a reason because I do respect this Indiana program. This is going to be a very hostile environment, though. A lot more hostile than Indiana. This place is going to be rocking and rolling here. This is the first true road test for Fernando Mendoza, first road game in general for Fernando Mendoza, being now an Indiana Hoosier quarterback. I think I'm on Iowa. I'm on Iowa plus the 7.5 minus 110 here, guys. I think they're good money here. Who's the second least penalized team in all of college football? That's the Iowa Hawkeyes. The only team that's more penalized than them is, you could probably guess, Army. Two very disciplined teams, which is why I just respect everything that Coach Kirk does over here for the Iowa program. I mean, the way he's just been able to bring out consistent winners over the years with minimal NIL money, minimal resources, recruiting mostly from the state of Iowa, and being able to be right there at the end of it when it's all said and done. It's pretty incredible what he's done. It's taken him a long time, but this guy, I respect everything he does. I respect both these coaches big time. And if this was Indiana and this was double digits in Indiana, I would be on Indiana. But listen, guys, this is single digits in Iowa. I think Iowa's going to win this game outright. I think this is a big buy low spot. And I think that Indiana, coming off that impressive home victory, they're not going to face the same cornerbacks over here that they're going to face in Iowa. When you talk about a guy, let me pull this up. Iowa's got some really good corners, guys, and these guys don't make mistakes. A guy like Deshaun Lee, a guy like TJ Hall. I mean, TJ Hall's been here for forever, guys. This guy's he's a senior. He's been playing since he was a freshman. He's a leader on this defense. I like everything that this defense has to offer. Why? Because these are all juniors, seniors, graduate students that have been with this program for a while, know this program. The defense knows his personnel. What does he do every halftime? He makes probably the best defensive adjustments in all of college football. He knows what to do at the halftime if what he's doing in the first half isn't working. I just believe everything that Iowa's doing over here, guys. Can they run the ball, though, guys? That's the big thing. Can they run the ball here? I mean, they've got guys. They've got Moulton back. They've got Terrell Washington. They got Xavier Williams. They've got some guys that can run with the ball. You got to put the ball in their hand, and they've got to get you probably average 4 to 5 yards a carry in this game for you to win this ball game. Because if you ask Mark Gronkowski to work in 3rd and long, that's where the trouble is going to be. He's got a good offensive line. I like all these guys on the offensive line. These guys are experienced together, but I don't want him working out of 3rd and long, because when you ask him to pass the ball down the field too much, I think he could make some mistakes, and that's where he looks more pedestrian. You have to run the ball, and I want to see Mark go down there, put his shoulder down on some of these linebackers early, and be not afraid to get hit, because this kid's a tough kid. He's got to get his athleticism involved in this game, because this is going to be a very physical game. Indiana, you look at their offensive line, defensive line in the trenches, these guys are good. Iowa stacks up perfectly against these guys. These guys don't make mistakes. One thing that Iowa's not going to do, guys, they're not going to beat themselves. You have to beat them because they're not going to make the mistakes. Coach Kirk, he doesn't play players that are going to go out there and get you flags. There's a reason why they're the second least penalized team in all of college football, and this is a Big Ten program. This isn't Army. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. These guys are going to win this game outright. Give me the 7.5. I just want to make sure I got the 7.5. I have to sign into my book really quick. If it was a 7 or a 7.5, 7.5 minus 110 is what we gave out, guys. You can find the same number anywhere. I'm pretty sure maybe a 7. I don't see any way where this gets to an 8, though. This only goes to a 7 and probably closes at a 6.5 when more money comes in on Indiana, and they're going to invite more parlay money on Indiana money line, and they're going to invite more money on Indiana on the spread. I think Iowa is going to be able to hang with these guys in the trenches a lot better than what Illinois was going to do because of the hostile environment in Iowa City. It's one of the most hostile environments of college football. I'll put this as a top 10 in mind. So give me Iowa.
You are in business, my friend. Locked and loaded. Justin McKelvey joining you on this as well. And it's very appealing after a team feels as good about themselves as Indiana did after destroying the Illini. It fits the psychology of how I like to bet. So I am going to be right with you here on this one. Let's roll on, my friend. Next up for us, we have the Ohio State Buckeyes at the Washington Huskies. Both teams opening up their Big Ten accounts. We have Ohio State off of a bye. We have Ohio State traveling for the first time this year. We watched them beat Texas 14-7. We didn't care much about beating Grambling 70-0. And then they beat Ohio 37-9. And I thought the Bobcats looked pretty good in that one. The Buckeyes did put up 572 yards. I mean, the Bobcats defense sort of bent but didn't break. But still, it was 37-9. There's no shame in that. They were 28.5-point dogs, the Bobcats were. It went from 31.5 to 28.5. So we have the Buckeyes traveling, the Buckeyes off of a bye. And then we have the Huskies coming off beating up on their rival, the Washington State Cougars. They were 20.5-point favorites, and they took care of business. They dominated the fourth quarter. The score shouldn't have been quite as disparaging as it ended up being. 59-24 victory, 473 yards. They allowed 305. They only had 2 more first downs than the Cougars. They just took complete control late. The 47-yard interception return was a big part of it. So here we go. How good are the Washington Huskies? A shout out to our guy, Dabby Cab. Would have been with us today, but the power is out in his house. A big storm there in Dallas. Great to have you here in the chat, and you were missed, my friend. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow. We'll start with this total. Opened up at 52.5, and that's exactly where it is right now. It's gone to 52 and back up 52.5. Very minimal movement on the total. On the spread here, get over to this. On the point spread, this one popping off at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. We have Ohio State -8. Pretty interesting single-digit favorite spot. They opened up at 9. It quickly went to 9.5. And then it's been all traffic towards the Huskies since then. It was 8.5. There was another half-point move 2 hours ago. It is Wednesday, September 24th. So it was around 2 p.m. today that there was another half-point move towards the Huskies. When we get to the cash flow, we have 74% of the tickets and 78% of the cash on the Buckeyes. 84% tickets on the under, 90% cash on the under. This market does make the Huskies appealing, but that's dangerous. Take it away one time.
This is a very interesting matchup, Jim. I mean, when I cap the card, I'm going down. I'm looking at all the games. I see Washington plus 8.5. What? Well, it don't make no sense, guys. This line does not make any sense. Washington has been playing some good football this year. Don't get me wrong, but why is this a single-digit game with the number 1 team in the nation coming to town? Team that, in my opinion, still not proven. I mean, they beat Texas. What's Texas going to do this season? Win 8 games? I'm not even sure. Washington, mean, guys, talk about probably, other than Jeremiah Love, the best running back in all of college football, and Jonah Coleman. This guy could have left last year, probably gone in the second or third round, wanted to stay another year with Jedd Fisch. Him and Jedd Fisch have an extremely good relationship, and he somehow talked this guy into coming here. I'm sure a donor probably said, yo, whatever you're going to make in the NFL, we'll pay you for this next year coming up if you come back and see what we can do your senior year. You talk about a guy named Damon Williams. I mean, guys, Jedd Fisch, this guy, I remember being the OC at UCLA with Josh Rosen his freshman year, and then he gets the big-time job upgrade at Texas A&M, you know what I mean? And he just goes up from there. He becomes a head coach eventually, makes his way to Arizona where he develops a winning program. Washington, Kalen DeBoer leaves. They hired Jedd Fisch. Hopefully Westwood, LA, UCLA is his next stop. They got to offer him a big paycheck, but I doubt he'll take that. But shout out to Jedd Fisch. Love everything he's doing. This is his guy, Damon Williams. And we know his ability to run with the football last year, guys. We saw it firsthand. It was really in the passing game, and it was really in the long passing game on the deep balls. He really struggled. This season, this last offseason, got the whole entire offseason to prepare as quarterback one, because you guys remember last year they brought over the Mississippi State 8th-year transfer. Can't even think of what his name is at the top of my head. He's not in the league. I think he signed an undrafted free agent deal. I forgot what his name was. Will Rogers, I think. He ends up getting benched for this kid as a true freshman. Damon Williams, a true sophomore out there. This guy, he's improved on his deep ball. And this team looks impressive offensively and defensively. I like everything that Washington is doing right now, which has me more thinking, okay, so maybe that's why the single digits. But when you're looking from the outside in, I haven't talked to one person that's told me they're on Washington yet. If you are on Washington, let me know in the chat, guys, because I'm on Washington plus 8.5, minus 110. They shock the world. They win this game outright. Clip this out. They win this game outright. They win this game at Husky Stadium, one of the most hostile environments probably in the Big Ten. This is a place I want to get to. It holds 70,000 strong right there on the water. It's an absolute beautiful stadium, something that everyone needs to go to eventually in their life. I know I need to get there one of these days, but this is a Washington spot, guys. Ohio State hasn't traveled yet. Julian Sain has been doing a good job, but give or take against the competition, this is a true road test for him coming into this one. And this is going to be a tough one, guys, in Seattle, Washington. Give me Washington Huskies plus 8.5, minus 110. Sprinkle that money line, maybe even a little more than a sprinkle, because they're going to win this game outright. I think they shocked the world here, and Ohio State is not the number one team in the nation in these next couple weeks. Because do I think they have a lot of talent? Yes, but I do think they've taken a step back from last year. And I think this line's telling. I just think I would have thought that this line would be at 12.5, not 8.5. I had this at probably 12.5. Did a little more digging, and I think Washington could probably run pretty well against this defense too. Ohio State defensive line has been impressive this year against the run. Give or take the competition, guys. I mean, is Texas really that good? I don't really know. I mean, Arch Manning's, fucking stunting on these guys from Sam Houston State for some reason. Like he's taking it personal against these guys, but he couldn't get it done against Ohio State. Looked pretty bad doing it too. I think Damon Williams has a better game today. He's got to minimize his mistakes. It's a hostile road environment. Give me Washington. I think they win this game.
I want to join you. I want to join you on this badly. Of course, when I think of Washington, I think of my favorite backcourt in all of college basketball, Brandon Roy and Nate Robinson.
There you go.
The backcourt that I grew up cheering for. I'm a Husky backer at heart from the Pacific Northwest, and this is the game of, and I can't say our anymore. I've been gone from the West Coast for so long, but it's the game of their wildest dreams.
Yeah.
It's the most important game we can't, because they had such highs a couple years ago. We can't get too crazy about how important it is, but
number one team coming to town, Husky Stadium. I mean, this place is going to be sold out. There isn't going to be an empty seat at this game, guys.
Oh, it's going to be bananas at Husky Stadium, man. I love the breakdown. Washington plus 8.5. Now, we do have a question from the chat here about the total. Your thoughts on the total from our friend Grant Clarkson. To touch on it again, we have wine time moving on the side, but back to the total. Let's grab the exact movement once again for you guys. We have a 52.5 that hasn't moved. And again, if you want to know the cash flow on it, we have 84% of tickets on the under and 90% of cash on the under. A couple times it's dropped down to 52, but it's always come back. What do you think of the total?
I would probably think over. I don't know, though. I didn't really put too much thought into this total because I don't really know who it would benefit in the long run. That's a tough one right there. I would probably say the over because both teams can score. At the same time, I got to see Julian saying what he's going to do in front of a crowd that's actually hostile. He's been only in Ohio State. I want to see what he does under the lights. I mean, you never know. First play, I mean, trust me, guys, I went to the UCLA-Utah game in the first play of scrimmage. Dante Moore throws a pick six to start the game as a true freshman. You just never know from these guys that are going into their first road environment in a very hostile environment what they're going to do. If I'm going to look at the total, I guess I would say an over because both teams are putting up points, but at the same time, it's give or take the competition. Washington has faced Washington State, UCSD, Colorado State. Ohio State's faced Ohio, Grambling, and Texas. I mean, I would stay away from the total. I don't really have a good lean on that at all, Jim. I honestly couldn't even touch on that. I'm so locked in on this sideways.
Perfect. No, it's perfect. It's just our friend Grant. We want to answer his question, but I love your look on the Huskies here. I love your card here for Saturday. It's a really fun card going through it all. We have our final spot on today's show is, God, these are massive football games. We head to Beaver Stadium in University Park, Pennsylvania, home of the Penn State Nittany Lions, opening up their Big Ten account against the Oregon Ducks. This is a beauty. Penn State hasn't faced any real competition yet. We don't know exactly who they are, but we do know that Oregon are monsters, and they haven't been challenged either, but 69-3 over Oklahoma State, up 41-3 at halftime. Yes, they were 28.5 point favorites, but they put up 631 yards in that game. So neither team is being tested, but Oregon is better than we thought. And when we get into the line history, we have a look ahead for Penn State, Oregon. But first off, let's talk about the total. There was no look ahead on the total. This opened up at 53. It bounced around 53.5, 53, but now it's moving to the under 51.5. So we have a 1.5 move towards the under. Let's get to the side here for this one. We have 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We have a 3.5. And I mentioned the look ahead because it's pretty interesting. You could have bet this game on August 23rd. It was available for a while, and the spread was 7. That's what the expectation of these two teams were. This opened up on Sunday afternoon at 3.5, and it dropped to 3. It's dropped to 3 multiple times, but we're back at 3.5. If you want Oregon plus 3.5, you get that juiced. It is a juiced spot. Now, cash flow. 66% of the tickets are on Oregon and 53% of the cash. For Penn State, 65% of tickets are on the under and 68% of cash is on that under. Nasty Nate, Penn State first half. Jose Perez, Oregon outright. Sports scientist Jacob, Oregon plus 3.5. BJ, best game of the night, Penn State money line.
Let's go.
Kyle Field says, I'll take the road dog money line. Take it away for us one time. A big one. Ducks, Nittany Lions, University Park.
This is a huge game here, guys. I mean, I keep mentioning all these home field environments that I got to get to one of these, but the whiteout game in Penn State, I mean, this is what college football is all about. Is there a more hostile environment in all of college football? You could maybe argue Ohio State and Michigan. I don't even know if you can argue that because this place is going to be absolutely rocking, guys. You guys talk about a guy named Drew Aller. This guy going into the season, this guy's supposed to be a first-round draft pick. Hasn't really showed much. They ended up going out and grabbed Kyron Hudson from USC, grabbed a couple receivers out of the transfer portal. They do lose Tom Allen. They replace him with Ohio State's defensive coordinator, though, and there's not much of a drop-off there. And you guys know how I feel about Coach K, Coach Kolenicki. I mean, I hope UCLA offers this guy whatever he wants to come over there and try to build this program from the ground up. Came over from Kansas a couple years ago with the Jalen Daniels offense, and they're doing similar things to what Coach Kolenicki was doing there. This guy has such a wide open playbook, guys. This guy, it's his playbook to me is just it's insane. I think this is probably the best offensive coordinator in all of college football, and I know that's a long reach, but I don't think they have shown us too much this season. They haven't played anybody yet this year. Oregon, they kind of struggled early against Oregon State. Yeah, you guys look at that final score. It's a blowout. That first quarter was somewhat close, and Oregon State was actually moving the ball on them, which was interesting enough. Give or take, it was a rivalry game. But Oregon, I mean, what did they do against Northwestern? They blew up the doors off them through 3 quarters, and they let a couple explosive plays happen in the 4th quarter that let Northwestern end up covering that ball game. I think that score was a little bit out of reach more. So I think that Oregon probably should have covered that game, but the fact that they didn't still does have a little bit of concerns. But listen, guys, Dante Moore, I was at Salt Lake City 2 years ago. He went to that stadium, 60,000 strong. One of the coolest things I've ever been to. This place is going to be double. Dante Moore, after he left UCLA, goes over to Oregon, backs up Dylan Gabriel last year. Dylan Gabriel is a starter every single year. Every single game, Dante Moore doesn't have to make a start. This is the most hostile environment in all of college football, and I really question Dante Moore's ability when he's going to be under pressure here in this situation, especially against a defensive front that is still really good. This defense is good, and I think they're going to be giving him a lot of problems all day long. Can he get the ball in his playmakers like DeCorian Moore, like we've seen all season long, guys? DeCorian Moore, I mean, is he better than Jeremiah Smith? It's up for debate at this point because this kid, you watch his highlight tape in high school with the Bama 5-star quarterback over there. That's the 3rd string now, and I was watching the highlight tape this summer, and I was thinking, he was throwing to this wide receiver. I'm like, who is this wide receiver? Like, who is he playing with? And I look up his name. I'm like, oh, this is DeCorian Moore. I was like, this is why this quarterback is so good, because you're throwing the ball to this guy every single play. This guy, true freshman, he's the best player on the offensive side of the football on this team of Oregon, and this is a top 6 team in the nation. DeCorian Moore is that guy. Do they have an answer for him? I think they're going to be able to have an answer for him in this matchup, especially when he sees this hostile environment. They haven't seen nothing like this. What does Oregon hold? I'm going to guess like 30 to 50,000. It's a crazy environment there, but this ain't not this is a whole nother level here at Penn State. Wide out game, biggest game of the year for Penn State. They need to take care of business here. I get it. John Franklin, what's his record against top 10 teams? Horrible. Why is he a favorite here at -3.5? And everyone's coming in on Oregon, as they probably should, because they have showed us more. Penn State hasn't showed us too much. I think it's for a reason. I think Coach Kolenicki's going to have a really good game plan for this Penn State offense. I think their first 20 plays are going to be drawn out. They already know what they're going to run these first 20 plays, and they're going to take advantage. What's Dante Moore going to do when he goes down early in the game? Has that happened yet this season? No. They go down 14-0. I question what he's going to do. So that's what I think it's going to come down to. If Penn State can drop those first 20 plays and execute them and get up in this game a couple scores early, there's absolutely no way Oregon fights their way back. I don't think, at least not against this defense. Talk about Jim Knowles, DC over there. I like everything that Penn State has. I think Penn State, this is the best team they've had in quite some time. We saw Judkins and Henderson leave for the draft Ohio State last year. We saw these 2 running backs come back this year. Other than those 2 guys, this was the best 1-2 punch in all of college football last year at the running back position. Give or take, Allen's he is struggling a little bit. Singleton, I apologize. Singleton is struggling a little bit. He's more of the goal line guy, though. Katron Allen's more of the every down back kind of running back. I'm on Penn State. I moved on him last night, -3, -120. You could find a similar number pretty much everywhere right now. I think that this is eventually going to get to a 4 before it gets to a 3. I know some people think it's going to go down to a 3. I think this gets to a 4, even a 4.5, and that's what I want to see. And I want to get in on it before that. I paid a little juice at the -120 for the 3, but I'll take it all day long. I think Penn State takes care of business here. They're the better team. This is a home field advantage. If this was in Oregon, it's a whole different ballgame, guys. I'm not saying this breakdown, but this is in Penn State. It's going to be wild. I'm excited for this game, Jim. Give me Penn State.
Penn State -3 at -120. AM talking about Oregon being a public dog, and they are 66% of the tickets, but 53% of the cash on the Ducks. Adam Lastman on the Ducks. JT says that the under is more appealing to him. Okay. And BJ also liking the spot here. He says no angles lead me to Oregon, especially as a public dog. So he's looking at Penn State here. Justin McKelvey will have boots on the ground. He's going to be there.
That's what?
Yeah, just because he's at this game.
That's sick, man. That's an environment I got to be at one day, man. I'm jealous, Stacks. I'm jealous. One of these days, I'm gonna get out there and we're gonna go to this game together. So we'll do that for sure.
I love it. Let's review our guy Wine Times action. Penn State -3, -120. Iowa +7.5, -110. Washington +8.5, -110. Illinois +7 at -120. Arkansas +6 at -110. Alabama +3.5. Oh, no, that's the Alabama 3.5 is a Knicks. Nick there. Sorry. Wine Time on Ole Miss money line at -120. Spectacular work, Wine Time. Happy birthday. I'm so glad that you made the announcement to everybody. We've all been kind of so excited, quietly so excited for you and your family. And it's great that you made the announcement that you're going to be a dad. And you're going to be a great one. Just a great, great dad. And you're a great guy, great friend, great capper. Thank you for making time for us on your 31st birthday. Now go out with Des and celebrate, man. Go celebrate. Know that you're loved. Everybody in the chat, wish our guy Wine Time a happy birthday. Go out and enjoy, my friend. And get that cash in Major League Baseball. I'll be cheering on your action as always. Please support our guy Wine Time. Rock with him. Support him on X and everything that he does here. I'm going to pop his X handle in the chat. Wine Time Sports. If you don't follow him, please do. You're supporting us if you're supporting him. Wine Time, my man, on your birthday. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
No, yeah. Shout out to everyone for the birthday wishes. And yeah, the wife's pregnant. She's 25. She'll be 26 weeks on Friday. So shout out to you guys for the love and the support on the chat. And yeah, I was talking to Stacks. Next whiteout game we're going to, because you're out in that area. So let's think about that. Let's think about who's going to play there next year. And we got to get to a game if you're able to. Shout out to everyone in the chat, man. As always, it's always a blessing to be here with you guys, man. Talking ball, talking these games, and most importantly, that we win these bets, guys. So good luck to everyone in the chat. I love you guys, man. This is awesome. I'll be back with you guys Friday. Good luck to everyone. And you know where we're going today, Jim? It's actually a Canadian-based place. Have you ever heard of Joey's? Joey?
Is it like seafood?
It's like a seafood steakhouse. I think.
Yeah. I know Joey's.
They opened one up over here in Newport. My wife loves it. One of my buddies actually works there too. So I think we're gonna go down there for lunch, and it's some good food. So I'll be posting some pictures online, guys. But let's cash these books and let's leche these bookmakers. Good stuff, Jim.
Well, there he is, our guy, Wine Time Sports. Let's put a bow on the program. And let's get this money. Jose Sweet Tea Tits Bouquet. It was a hell of a show here today. The great news for for Wine Time becoming a dad, and Justin McKelvey being one of the coaches for New Brighton Senior High School football team. A lot of positivity in the air. Now, we've got to win. So we can talk all about positivity, but this capping has to be sharp. We got to deliver the goods, and I expect us to do that. Let's review all action here. Jose, please review your MLB action for Wednesday, September 24th.
Excuse me. Sure. A's money line +116, Cardinals money line -108, Diamondbacks +130, Rockies +245, Royals +102, the Miami Philadelphia under 8 -110, Toronto first 5 +110, Toronto full game +113, and Milwaukee San Diego Padres under 8 -115.
Billy Friedrich, Pig Milk play today. Cardinals first 5 +0.5. Stacks play today. Number 1, Frankie Lindor over 1.5 bases +125. Number 2, Sal Perez over 1.5 bases +110. Gorky play today. Number 1. Oh, I didn't make through. Play day number 2, Brewers money line. Grant Clarkson cash the Nats Braves under 9.5 here. We have Billy Friedrich on C. Oh, that one's already gone. Let's make sure that we have. Here we go. Flank steak play of the day. Texas Rangers double result in the first 5 under in Cincinnati, Pittsburgh. Also on Toronto Blue Jays first 5 -0.5. So I've started the day 0-1. I'll go into my action in a second. Let's review Spooner's action. Brewers money line +114. Orioles money line -110. Reds money line -115. Royals money line +106. Mets money line +110. Mariners Rockies under 8 -120. Marlins first 5 +0.5 +110. And Diamondbacks first 5 +0.5 -120. My card gets started. TJ on the under 8.5 and Rays Orioles. Wine Time on the Rays money line in the under 8.
but my card doesn't get started until after that. I'm not even on the Detroit-Cleveland game, which is interesting. Wine time on the under 7.5, TJ on the first 5 under 4. I start with the first 3 under 1.5 minus 110. It's the single most expensive 1.5 of the entire year. It's offensive weather. It's a very interesting spot. Marlins first 5 plus 0.5. I haven't bet that yet. I will. Jose already mentioned he's on the under 8. And then I don't have that much action. I did take the first 3 under 2 in the full game under 7.5 in Red Sox Blue Jays. I'm excited for that. The additions for TJ are Milwaukee first 5 plus 0.5 and Kansas City money line. And then my additions are Mets money line, Royals money line, the first 3 under 2.5 in Colorado, Seattle, and a possible first 3 plus 0.5 with Tanner Gordon and the Rockies. Possible. Then I'm going to be on the Diamondbacks first 5 plus 0.5. And that, friends, is my card for today. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. We have nothing without you. This was, and Jacob also on the Mets and the Royals. I love to see it. This was a bit of a battle. As Jose will know, that Tuesday from Bankroll Blitz transition into the Wednesday show is a battle. And it's important that despite the lack of sleep, that the work is done at a high level. It's going to piss me off so much if it's not. Kyle, we start at noon every day here, or I do. And I'm only doing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday right now because Tuesdays is Bankroll Blitz. But I do host the live NFL streams. And I'm just so thankful to cap with you guys each and every day. It really gives my life purpose, and I'm very thankful. Billy Friedrich shouting out Nasty Nate for unblocking him. Kyle Fields, sports scientist Jacob. We do Justin McKelvey. There's Nasty Nate. Adam Lastman, great to see you back in business. Jose Perez, Grant Clarkson, J.M., Sharon Pulliam. Our guy Sharon, he rocked with us at Pubapalooza. Talk Sports with J.T. What a great group. Jerry Davis here. Kong's Clips, Sweet Lou. Thank you guys so much here for all of the support. Can't do it without you guys. And you put in the work. What's happened throughout the year is the harder we've worked, the harder we've grinded, the higher ROI. That can't change. Robert McCormick, thank you, my man. Jose, thank you for all of your hard work, my friend. Can you please bless our action and leche us into the future?
Yeah, shout out to all you guys in the chat and all the members in the chat as well. Shout out to the gold members as well. The Discord, by the way, hopefully we'll have some news about that coming here very soon, Jimmy.
Yeah, we have
very soon.
12 minutes away.
Yeah, so we'll see everyone very soon as well. And let's go make some money tonight and leche a los bookmakers.